Great, thanks. Sorry for the late start. Good morning, all. I'm Felicia Marcus, Chair of the Board, and today's Tuesday, April 5th, 2016 at, let's call it 9:11. With me today are, to my left, Vice Chair Fran Spivey Weber, and to her left, Board Member Didi Diadamo. To my right, Board Member Howard. Will you please introduce the staff that are assisting you today?
Yes, to my left, Chief Counsel Michael Laufer. To my right, Chief Deputies John Bishop and Eric Oppenheimer. And assisting the board are Janine Townsend and Courtney Tyler.
Now I'm going to go through the emergency evacuation procedure for this building. And those of you who usually tune me out because you've heard it 400 times, newsflash, it's different. I don't know why, but it's different. Look around and identify the two exits nearest you. If you hear an emergency sound, gather up your friends, gather up your things, and proceed swiftly but cautiously downstairs. We, the staff, will be convening somewhere different than we have. We're going to the J. Neely Johnson Parking and Community Garden. It's across the street from John's house, and you'll be serving canapes and cocktails, yeah, right? Fruit cocktail, right, exactly. And it's located, I don't know, J. Neely Johnson Parking and Community Garden. That sounds like it's a parking garden and a community garden. I know that's not what it is, but that's strange that that's what it's called. I'm sure there's a reason. And it is located, the important part, at 516 11th Street, which is 11th Street between E and F Street. So we'll see you there if you want to know when the all clear comes out. You could also probably hang out somewhere nearby and watch when people start coming into the building. There's more coffee over here. I also want to let you know that the meeting is being webcast and recorded, so please be sure to speak into that microphone so that the folks on the webcast can hear you, but not so close as to make it pop, which drives the folks trying to record it for radio nuts in addition to the other readers, listeners. And the other thing is, if you have a noisemaker of any sort, please set it on stun or turn it off, just out of courtesy to everybody else. And with that, we're going to move to public forum, which is when the board hears from anyone wishing to talk about a matter that's not pending before the board. And we do have one speaker card. If you wish to speak on any item, please fill out the blue speaker card and give it to Ms. Townsend. That's sort of a necessary thing. And our speaker is Joseph Bichelli?
Kelly, though.
Bichelli, okay. Thank you.
I live in Valley Springs, California, Calaveras County. I'm at 1215 Watertown Road. I've sent you a letter. Hopefully you've had a chance to read it and at least get some idea of what I'm here about. Where I live, I have a view of a valley. These days it's nice and green. We have cows out, pastoral scene like you wouldn't believe. It's beautiful. To the south of us, about a mile and a half, is the Valley Springs town itself, and it has a public utility district that supplies water and sewer to something under 400 people. Geographically confined area. Near it and around the rest of the county is something called Calaveras County Water District, a much larger district. But this particular one, the VSPUD, is very small. About 3 years ago, a gentleman named Tom Coe came. He owned 600 acres, 630 acres near us, and said, I will give you the land and you can build a tertiary plant to have clean water. I'll give you the land. I was there when he actually said this, and great announcement. We're all happy. I was happy. That's great. You'll have a tertiary package plant. 3 years later, I find out, no, he's giving 10 acres and leasing 90 or 99 acres, some high number. The lease itself, concept, sounds good at first until you realize this district has people who are at the bottom end of the economic pyramid. Once the lease is up, I don't care how long it is, they're not going to have the spray fields and the rest of the sewer plant. And in the meantime, they even talked about selling off what they have. The reason for this concept is, and now everybody's approved, apparently, tentatively approved, $10 million worth of moving the existing plant up to my valley, right in front of me. Okay, it may not be that bad, but it isn't needed. The reason the district has given is that they're out of compliance. What happened is back in 2005, there was a major cell storm that literally sat over Valley Springs and flooded the whole area. And yes, the sewer plant storage ponds were flooded and it overflowed into a creek, Cosgrove Creek. The fix on that was to put up berms, clean the creek, do all sorts of things. They did it. There's a 2005 order that I referenced in the letter. And that letter, that order uses the number 92 acre feet for the storage pond. That's where the water sits before it goes up to the spray field, which is a hill over Valley Springs. That 92 acre feet has been used as an excuse for $10 million of moving a plant a mile and a half uphill to pump the sewage uphill and give Mr. Coe sewage and water. He's got plans for 50 different projects, each one of which will require septic and water. He's not been able to get anybody interested in it because of the costs of those and the almost impossibility of getting that sort of thing. But now he has conned the Valley Springs PUD into saying they're out of compliance. Yes, we'll go out. We can get $10 million. It's not 10 from you folks. I think it's what, 6 or 7 or something. And then there's $2 million ratepayer loan. The people who can't afford the prices in the first place are going to have to pay a minimum of $20 a month and maybe quite a bit more. Back to the order itself. The order itself does not specify 92 acre feet. There's a 12-page preamble to it that does mention a pond of 92 acre feet. And if you look at the engineering drawings, which I attached to the letter, it shows 16 feet depth with a 2-foot freeboard. It's a 5-acre pond, a surface area. Quick math, 5 times 16, 80. 80 acre feet is what it was when that order went into effect. It still is 80 or pretty close to it. Admittedly, it may have 6 inches of silt built up on it. I don't know what it is. Mike Fisher went out and said, oh, no, it's only 15 or 16 feet deep, but he can't measure the whole thing. There's only a couple of places you can actually measure it unless you want to get out into the middle of that stuff. So I suggested to him, look, clean it out. When was the last time? I'm almost out of time. He hasn't even used the sludge pads to clean out the pods in years. So I'm asking that you not fund this thing. And if you want to put some money into it, maybe they need new equipment. I don't think they do. I did a tour just the other day. The thing is great. The ponds are very low. The pH is where it's supposed to be. All the chemistries are fine. He keeps telling the board that month after month. Everything is fine, but we need $10 million to move this plant up into this valley, up to the river, up the road a piece. I've been working with Jennifer and staff on this and intend to work some more on it, but I hope that you just have the idea I'm fighting this one. It's wrong. It's $10 million of ratepayer and taxpayer money for no reason whatsoever.
Us that heads up, and as you know, there's not a decision in front of us right now, but we'll bear it in mind and work with staff as the process goes forward.
Had their meeting to vote for it last Wednesday, and they did vote for it. So that's what triggered this.
Questions, or do you want a clarification? No?
Darren, have you talked with the gentleman?
On the procedural setting?
Yeah, so he's spoken with Jennifer Toney, our senior, working on this. You're right, the process is just getting the application to us. So the community has done some preliminary work in trying to figure out what they want to present as a package to us. We haven't begun a review on it yet, so it's a long ways for our approval at this stage. So we will take this as note and work with the community as we normally would to try to figure out what's going on.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. Now let's move on to item number 1, which is the considering adoption of the March 15th, 2016 board meeting minutes. Do I have a motion?
Adoption of the minutes.
Second?
Aye.
We have 2, 3, 4, 4, and I read them all. We have 4 uncontested items that we don't have any cards for. Do we have a motion?
I move the uncontested items.
Second.
You know, and before you vote, I just want to point out, as liaison to Central Coast Region, that this is a TMDL for nitrogen phosphorus compounds in the Pajaro River watershed that's uncontested with no comment letters. And staff has traveled here, Peter Osmolowski, Jennifer Epp, Council Jessica Jar. I think this is a great accomplishment, that this important, has impaired a watershed in our state for nutrients. And for you to bring an uncontested item to the state board is quite notable. Thank you.
Thank you for noting it. Nice to see you all. Sorry, you if you want to present it, you can. But, all right. Great. No, there are a lot of really important things on this list that are uncontested, but this one's remarkable. Thank you for that. Did you second?
Dee Dee seconded.
Seconded. Okay, and then you said before. All in favor?
Aye.
And next we're on to item number 6, California's ongoing drought emergency. Well, alas, it appears we'll be seeing you in this role for a longer time than we hoped. So, I mean, it was really hard this morning on the train. It was just beautiful, and I tried really hard to hate it, that it was beautiful and sunny out. But it was pretty, but I'd rather have rain and gloom.
I'll get us started.
A little bit. I've been asking really tough. I thought I want a downpour. You know, I heard thunderstorms, but I don't know. Like, fingers crossed.
I'll get us started. Amanda Montgomery, the Program Manager for Water Rights Permitting and Licensing. I'm going to give 2 brief updates today. The first on water transfers, and the second on our temporary permits for groundwater storage and recharge. So on transfers, we're starting to enter into the season where we received requests for transfer for the filing of petitions. The transfer window doesn't open up in the Delta until July 1st, but this is the time of year that parties start to submit petitions. So we've received 2 so far. The first one was received on March 9th from Sutter Extension Water District, and they are looking to transfer approximately 17,000 acre-feet to the state water contractor agencies. The transfer was noticed on March 16th, and 1 comment was received. Action is expected before April 25th. The second transfer, which is really an exchange, is between the United States Bureau of Reclamation and Department of Water Resources. We call it Consolidated Place of Use. We've seen it every year since about 2011. This year, the request is to exchange about 305,000 acre-feet of State Water Project and Central Valley Project water. It's all south of Delta. So that was received on March 28th, last week. We will notice it by April 7th. The comment deadline is April 22nd. And then if we receive no comments, which has been the pattern in the last several years, we will issue on April 27th. If we do receive comments, our deadline to issue is May 17th. So those are the transfers we've received to date. Do you have any questions on those before I move to the groundwater? No? Okay. So on the groundwater permits, you may be aware that we've issued 2 temporary groundwater permits, and I'll just walk through a little update on those. But before I do, I wanted to let you know about a staff-led public workshop that we're going to hold. It's going to be held on Tuesday, April 26th at the end of this month in the afternoon, and here at the State Water Board. It will be an opportunity for us to listen to stakeholders about our fee structure You might remember back in December that you approved an emergency regulations for a reduced fee structure to encourage the permitting. So we'll look at that topic and gain input about what that long-term structure should be. The other topic that we will discuss with stakeholders is the processing of these temporary permits, just to gather input from them on some of the unique characteristics of these type of permits, how we handle demonstration of beneficial use, how parties decide when they're going to start diverting and stop diverting, that sort of issue, and anything else that they would like to bring up regarding processing. So that notice has went out to a wide variety of listservs, and partners such as Department of Water Resources that works on groundwater issues is going to release it to their stakeholder lists. Okay, so next I'll give just a short update on the two
question?
temporary
Yeah.
permits.
Wait,
Oh,
just a
go ahead.
second.
A question on the temporary permits.
Sure.
Can you provide some information about any other, whether it actually got to the point of submittal of a permit or just an inquiry, just to put...
Oh, a sense of scale.
Right.
Sure. So to date, we've processed 2. We haven't had that many inquiries. Every time we see a newspaper article about this issue, we reach out to the party to see if they're interested in submitting an application. And so there's been some parties like that, not that many, maybe less than 3 or 4. Most of them have informed us that either they're looking towards a long-term permit and they're just not ready yet,
Oh, okay.
or perhaps they are using pre-1914 water, such as in the Tulare Basin, and so they don't need to come to us for a temporary permit. That's kind of been the pattern. So while we're trying to actively engage anyone who would come to us and encourage parties to seek temporary permits, we haven't seen that much demand yet. Some people have told us that they're waiting to see the first few move through and be successful. And that's one reason why, well, I know at least one of the parties has agreed to come to our workshop and talk about their project, and we'll engage the other party as well.
And sustainable conservation?
We've engaged them. They haven't come to us with any projects. I know they have a number of projects going on. I think some of them are in the Tulare. We're able to use other, do not need a temporary permit. But we'll keep engaging with them in case their projects are coming to the point where they're ready for a temporary permit. Okay. So the 2 projects that we have approved are Scott Valley Irrigation District. That one helps with fisheries in, in the river, in the Shasta River. And what has happened there is their diversion season was January through the end of March, so it's closed, it's ended. They were able to divert their full amount. And they said it's been a learning experience for them, trying to see about diversion into their ditch and how that works. All of the water diverted made it to fields for recharge. And that project involves also, there's a small amount of the acreage that's part of a UC Davis study. So they're working with them. Later, they'll be reporting to us on the kind of the success of their project. They're not to that stage yet because their diversion season just ended.
And how much were they diverting?
Sure, 5,400 acre feet. So they diverted the full amount.
And that
The
was
next
the
project-
Scott, that was the Scott River tributary of the Klamath River.
Oh, right, sorry, I misspoke. I didn't read exactly from my notes. Thank you for catching that.
That's okay. Thank you.
Sure. The Yolo County Flood Control and Water Conservation District was our second temporary permit. They requested 40,000 acre feet, and they have diverted 8,000 acre feet so far. They also said it's been a learning experience for them, especially balancing the operational demands of their diversion and conveyance system. They have had most of their recharge occurring in their canal system, but said that they've used 7 or 8 customer fields for inundation as well. So they
Are they working with UC Davis too?
They aren't. They have a very complex modeling of their district that they've just been taking on themselves. So it's not part of a UC Davis study, but it is very, they have a very high-tech system that they've invested into. They're the party that has already agreed to come to our workshop. So
The gap between the 40 and 8?
I don't know the answer for that yet. Just like the Scott Valley one, they will give us a report at the end kind of discussing what happened. They were interested in diverting not their peak flows because they were too high in sediment in their system, but kind of the middle range of flows. So it could have been just the opportunities that were presented to them. It could have also been their restrictions on when they could divert. They're upstream of the Yolo bypass, so they have kind of a complex system as far as when diversion is possible without injuring others.
Eric Deckdahl here, and I'm thinking about development of SIGMA and the possibility of using this temporary permit as a tool, and just the confusion that's out there about what you can and can't do. So just thinking that after the workshop, maybe at some point, looking at lessons learned or some type of a tool that could be used so that as GSAs start the development of their plans, this could be something that they could utilize as far as local options.
FAQs, we have a detailed web page. It lists a number of topics. They're not in the FAQ format. We even have a page just to help people who are thinking about temporary permits. I kind of walk them through the process and kind of make it easier for them to get through the process, but we can develop some additional FAQs, especially after the workshop. Once we hear kind of what topics, we know what we think are hot topics, but we want to hear what the stakeholders have to say.
No, that sounds good. And if you want to use Dee Dee or I as a beta tester of what a regular person would think was clear, because that's hard to do when you know so much, we're happy to do it.
That ends my discussion.
Good morning, Chair Marcus, Vice Chair Spivey Weber, and board members. My name is Rich Sitkowski. I'm an engineer in the Bay Delta program, and with me is the program manager of the hearings and Bay Delta group. I wanted just to give you a small update on some drought-related items. As you know, during March, we received some large storms, which brought in a significant amount of precipitation. And because of that, the Sac Basin is now at about 125% of average precip. The San Joaquin Basin is around 100%, and Tulare Lake is a little bit less than that. And because of the big storms that came in, the major reservoirs are doing very well. As of just a couple of days ago, Shasta Reservoir is at 109% of historical average for this time of year. Oroville 114%, Folsom 110%, and I probably should mention that the San Luis Reservoir, which gets its water from the Sac Valley through the aqueducts, is at about 57% of normal. In the San Joaquin Basin, however, the water picture is not as rosy. New Melones is at 41% of historical average. Don Pedro at 83%, Exchequer is about 60%, but Millerton is up there about 90%. As far as project operations go, with the March storms boosting reservoir levels, DWR was able to increase its water allocation in mid-March to 45% of its contracted requests. That's up from 30% from February. And recently, the Central Valley Project released its initial forecast, and they are forecasting that in the north of Delta and in Delta, users will be receiving 100% of contracted supply. The wildlife refugees in both north of Delta and south of Delta will be receiving also 100% of supply. The frying contractors will be receiving about 30%, though. And in the south of Delta area, it's sort of split. For M&I will receive 55% of the supply, but for ag contractors, at this point, it's only not 5% of supply. Just going on to the drought contingency plan, on March 22nd, the projects submitted the March update to the drought contingency plan, and it was based on the March 1st forecasts. Therefore, because of all the rain we received in the early part of March, it's as far as looking at water supplies, it's a limited use at this point. On temperature-related items, one of the requirements of the December 15th board order for the petition for reconsideration was that reclamation was to conduct outreach to temperature stakeholders. They have set up on Wednesday, which is tomorrow, a temperature plan workshop, and have invited over 100 folks to attend, including state and federal water contractors, water organizations, NGOs, fishery agencies, and state water board staff. Diane was going to mention one other item that had come in just recently.
Well, I wanted to interrupt you just slightly. I ran into someone this last week who works for Sonoma County Water Agency, and they're looking very seriously with Scripps and others at atmospheric rivers, and the changes that, you know, from a climate perspective that are occurring, and also the potential impact of that, if not the factual impact of that, on dams and the collection of water and rural curves and all the complicated stuff having to do with dams. And so I just wanted to bring that to your attention, and to at some point in the next 6 months, if we could hear a little bit more about how the climate issues, these kind of they're not exactly outliers, but they're these climate issues that are new to our thinking of how to manage water. And I'm looking at Eric as well as Rich and Diane and Amanda. I just think it's going to be something that we should be in front of.
Yeah, so that's definitely something we can look into, and if you desire, we could see if we could bring an expert or two that on atmospheric rivers to maybe give a presentation.
Okay. We have that issue on my list for the water quality control plan, as far as non-flow measures, things that we could be looking at and working with other agencies. I know that the Corps of Engineers historically is reticent to consider REOP, but with this additional information, I think it's important. I agree that we should be keeping track of it and seeing what we can do to encourage those discussions to take place.
I'm sorry, I just didn't catch it. Who's holding this workshop tomorrow?
It's the Bureau of Reclamation.
Yeah, that's me. Okay, just wanted to be clear.
This was the one
That we asked for.
asked about what date it would be, so now it's tomorrow.
Yeah, at our temperature workshop a few weeks ago.
Do you know if it's going to be webcast?
No, I don't think so.
I had an additional request, and I don't know that now would be the right time, but to get a better understanding of pinch point issues on transfers. So I sort of naively brought this issue up in a discussion with some of the South of Delta contractors, and I was corrected that because of between the restrictions with the biological opinion, and then once the window opens up, the water that will be moved, the priority would not be transfer water. So just the limited amount of time to actually move water to these areas that are restricted down to 5%, or, you know, Friant at 30%.
So Ron Milligan will be here this afternoon on the San Joaquin River flow workshop, and he'll speak a little bit to the biological opinion, San Joaquin River flow to export limit, which I think is what you're referring to, the 60-day limit on exports during that time period, and a proposed transfer, or I think it's not being phrased exactly as a transfer, but a water sale from Oakdale and South San Joaquin, that they've requested an exception to that export constraint by NIMS. I think NIMS is still considering that, but he'll be here to speak about that to some extent, and I think at the next drought update we'll have the projects as well, and probably a good time to address that
Big
issue.
picture. Mm-hmm. Thanks.
Just one other issue on the temperature front. Last week, the National Marine Fisheries Service approved the Bureau of Reclamation's initial temperature management proposal, and this is a requirement of the biological opinion that requires, before the Central Valley Project makes water allocations, its initial water allocations, that there be an approved plan moving forward. So just to let you know, it looks like we're in very good shape for temperatures, as I think we discussed at our temperature workshop a couple of weeks ago. So we've got that letter exchange posted on our website, and provides the expected flows under the various hydrologies and what the expected temperatures are to be. And it looks as if we'll be in good shape to meet the temperature criteria throughout the season this year. And the issue that we'll continue to work on is ensuring that there's no stranding or dewatering issues from flow fluctuations that may be incorporated into this plan. And those are probably the things that they'll be the biggest highlight this year as far as the flow temperature management issue goes on the Sacramento River.
So just the last item, just related to the drought and the Division of Water Rights, is related to the Russian River Tributary Emergency Regulation. That was approved by the Office of Administrative Law on March 30th.
Right. Questions? Further questions? Okay, we did it as we went along. Thank you all very much. Moving right along to item number 7, everyone's favorite. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one.
Have some slides. Good morning, Chair Marcus and members of the board. I'm Kathy Freevert with the State Water Board's Office of Research, Policy, and Performance, and I'm a conservation specialist. Today we are presenting our monthly update on the Emergency Urban Conservation Regulation, and we're focusing on the February 2016 results and recent Water Board enforcement activities. The data we're presenting, it was posted yesterday at our website, and it can be found at the conservation reporting page within the conservation web portal. Can I get that clicker over there? Thank you. Okay, so went ahead too fast. Suppliers have been reporting their numbers to us since June of 2014, so we're now at 21 months of reporting on the urban water conservation efforts. And this is the 9th month where we have had a statewide goal to reduce the total potable urban water use by 25%. And it's also the 9th month that water suppliers have had individual conservation standards to achieve. Of the 410 suppliers, we received data from 399 by March 22nd, which is the date that we pull the data and create the charts that will be presented later in this presentation. These suppliers, they represent 97% of the state's large urban water suppliers, and the few that we're missing do not have significant impact on the February results. Statewide and supplier compliance is based on the cumulative savings achieved since June 2015, and we'll be sharing some information on that.
Quick
And then-
clarification, sorry to interrupt.
Okay.
So the third bullet really should read submitted February reports?
Yes, that is a typo.
No problem.
Yes, that should be February. We will.
That's what you said, so thank you.
Yeah.
Points, Mr. Moore.
And then we'll also be hearing from the Office of Enforcement on the actions they're taking. Okay, so this slide focuses on temperature and precipitation. Those are two variables that impact our water savings, with cooler, wetter weather corresponding to greater savings. And our baseline year is 2013, that's shown in the orange column, and it looks sort of black, dark blue, that's showing 2016. And from this you can see that from our baseline month, February 2016 was both warmer and wetter than in February 2013. This map shows precipitation as a percent of average. And the map on the left is showing 6 months from October of 2015 to the end of March of 2016. And then the map on the right is just showing the month of March. And the colors are, the green and yellow are showing, normal precipitation. And then you'll see the blues and purples, that's showing above average. And the oranges, reds, deep maroon, that's showing below average. And a main message from this, as you can see, is that water has not been distributed evenly across the state. There's definitely more precipitation that's occurring in Northern California for this water year. And so although we've had the wettest water year since the drought began in 2012, one improved season does not compensate for 4 prior years of drought. And so we do not have enough precipitation and runoff throughout the state to mitigate all the impacts we've experienced.
I mean, normal's just a statistical construct in California, I know, but disappointing. I mean, as much as we've been trying to tell people not to think El Nino will save us, I'd say El Nino certainly helped us compared to the last 3 nightmare years, but it's left us with a dilemma here and an ongoing drought in many places. So.
Another factor that we look at is the snow water equivalence. And so this is the amount of water contained in the snowpack. And around April, that's considered the peak in terms of snow depth and water content. And so here we can see that as of April 1st, we're at 86% statewide. And once again, you see the trend where in Northern Sierra, you're at 95%, and Southern Sierra, you're at 73%. We also look at the Northern Sierra 8 Station Index, and we look at this part of the state because that's where our largest reservoirs are located. And there's some good news on this one. If you look at that blue line in the middle, you can see that the precipitation or the reservoir levels the precipitation is above average. Another thing to note on this slide is just how after April, you don't see the line going up a lot. So there might be some increases, but we wouldn't expect significant increases after April. This table lists the 10 largest reservoirs on the Department of Water Resources' daily reservoir storage summary. And in this, you can see that in terms of capacity, percent of capacity, that 5 of the 10 reservoirs are about at half full or less. And then on the far right column, you can see that 6 of the reservoirs are below their historic averages at this time. As of March 29th, the U.S. Drought Monitor indicated that 55% of the state had extreme or exceptional drought conditions, and this compares to 67% a year ago at this time. And one caveat in looking at this is that this is a broad index. It's used primarily at the national level, and it may not reflect local conditions and local water supplies. So that, as we look at that, that's something to consider. So I mentioned earlier, compliance with the statewide 25% savings goal is determined by looking at how much water has been saved since June of 2015. And each month, we look at both the monthly savings achieved for that month, and then that's shown in the purple columns. And we also look at the cumulative savings, which is shown on the orange line above. And in February of 2016, Californians used 13.6 billion gallons less water than they did in February 2013. So that's about a 12% savings. And however, in February 2016, Californians increased conservation efforts over the last year and saved more than 4.5 times the volume of water in February 2016 than was saved in February 2013. Let's see, and if you look at the cumulative savings, you can see that for the month of February, we're at 23.9% or 24%. So here we are at our famous bucket.
Love this bucket.
And our goal, as you can see, was 1.24 million acre feet. That would represent then the 25% cumulative savings since February. Through February 26. Let me step back. Since June of 2015, and now we're at 1.19 million acre feet saved from June 2015 to February 2016. So we're at 96% of the savings goal. So we're very close. And based on this estimate, a family of 5 using 1 acre foot of water per year would have a 9-month savings that is enough to provide water for 5.9 million Californians. And that's approximately everybody living in San Diego, Riverside, Tulare counties with water for 1 year. So that's about 15% of the state's population. So a nice.
And there's obviously some folks went way beyond their limit or their standards. Some folks couldn't make it because they started late and missed the summer, or they got an alternate compliance thing because it just doesn't fit in hot climates where they're using swamp coolers. It's not just the lawns that we realize take a lot. And some folks just didn't get it together, and that'll lead into when Jasmine speaks later. But overall, I think it's an extraordinary accomplishment, and hopefully folks have learned how much water they were actually using outdoors on ornamental landscaping, which if you look around, particularly where it did rain, turns green again just like the hills without that much water. So hopefully folks have learned that they don't need to dump quite as much water on their lawn to keep it alive. So let's hope that drought memory holds even when the drought eventually ends.
I would like to add that as we move forward, last month we had Southern California presenting, Metropolitan Water District of Southern California presenting the situation there, and it was interesting to me over the last month to talk to folks who depend on snow melt from the San Gabriel Mountains. And there's not much. Let's just say that right up front. And also the how much water is in the reservoirs in Southern California for the local use. So as we move forward, assuming that this drought is going to continue, which looks like it is, I'd like to start weaving in some of the data that we can't get off of DWR's website, but we can get it off of Metropolitan's website or maybe some other websites, so that we have a fuller picture. Because in the savings part, we look at the whole state, but on the supply part, we just look north. And that I'd like to have a bigger picture. Thank you.
One observation too is that this was the program of urban conservation. What we've noticed is this commitment from our municipal and industrial users around the state has had a ripple effect, and that all Californians really have stepped up in all sectors to really say, look, urban is doing their share. What can we do to do our share? And we've seen some measurable improvements, and agricultural sectors has implemented much efficiency in response to the drought as well. So this commitment, though it falls just short of the goal, had a ripple effect through many sectors of California, and if you really added up the savings of water, it would far surpass this amount.
Observation noted. I'm a little
Back
heavy-handed.
to that other one.
Clicker.
Go back.
Come on. There we go.
Now that's pretty.
And another metric we look at are the residential gallons per capita per day. And this shows those values by month for indoor and outdoor use. And you can see in February 2016, the statewide average residential gallons per person per day is 67. And this is the second lowest residential water use month since the conservation reporting began in June of 2014. And it's the same as December of 2015.
See, that's interesting. That's awfully good considering how hot it was. That's pretty good. That's interesting. I hadn't looked at it this way.
Yeah, I think the low residential water use that we can continue to see does highlight the success of the conservation efforts taken by all the individual Californians and all the agencies pulling their efforts together.
I think when you look at that figure and then compare it to slide 3 on the weather conditions compared to 2013, it helps to tell a more complete story. Because, I mean, the baseline, the comparison that we're using is a baseline, but when we look at progress overall, it's pretty significant.
And I'm now going to turn this over to Jasmine, who will cover the slides from the Office of Enforcement.
Good morning, Chair Marcus and members of the board. I have a very brief update today from the Office of Enforcement. So this chart shows supplier enforcement actions taken through February. And as you can see, January seemed to be the lowest month for supplier enforcement, and February looks like it's starting to pick up again, and we expect that that would generally increase as the weather becomes warmer and folks are watering more outside. And again, this is the third month that we're distinguishing between the rate penalties, the light green, and rate penalties, that is those which are tied to usage over a certain water budget or allocation, and other penalties, the dark green, which are tied to water waste. So this chart shows a breakdown of suppliers by compliance priority, and February is the 5th month of a trending decrease in suppliers meeting their standards, with only 55% meeting their standards, and 11 suppliers are in compliance priority 1, that is those who are missing their standards by over 15%. Most of those either have a compliance order, a conservation order, or an alternative compliance order. And then the 2 that are new to the priority 1 will be setting up meetings with them to kind of discuss their conservation programs and see if we can assist them with compliance. And for the March numbers, that will be when the kind of new credits and new standards taken or go into effect. So a lot of the standards will be lowered, and we'll likely see an increase in compliance.
I figure if you did a hypothetical bar, it would be very different for some suppliers, but we move into a whole new world when we're into March. So
what happens next month. I wanted to say a little bit about those with the conservation orders. The order for Rainbow has officially been rescinded. They've been meeting their standard for several months now. 6 out of 11 suppliers with conservation orders show upwards trends. They show an increase in cumulative percent savings, so 55% of them. And overall, they're missing cumulative percentage and volumes by between 4 and 29% and between 47 and 472 million gallons.
On the 45% where they've seen a decrease, that could be that they're still doing what we've asked them to do.
That's correct. They're
Trying to give them the helping them see the maximum that they can do in a conservation order, recognizing their unique circumstance.
right. They're either meeting or in progress with some of the items specified in their orders. Some of them have rate studies that they have to put in place, and with the Prop 218, that takes a little bit of time. So I think that's mostly what's in progress for some of them. And then just for some, even though they've put in to affect those items, I guess it just hasn't fully worked or corresponded to their savings. For those with the alternative compliance orders, all 7 are meeting the items of their orders and are in compliance. 2 suppliers are meeting their targets or standards, and 4 out of 7 are showing upwards trends. Now, those with alternative compliance orders tended to be cities with a large industrial or commercial sector, so their water usage varies a lot due to those the industrial use.
They're largely small communities, right? Relatively small, big enough to be in the mix, but not huge.
And so I don't have a lot to say about our next steps. We'll be basically seeing how things go with the upcoming change in the standards, and we'll continue to monitor and track closely how the urban water suppliers are performing. So with that, I'll hand it back to Kathy to go over next steps.
Thanks a lot.
And I just have a couple slides here, and then we'll be finished. As you know, the governor's executive order from November 2015 directed the board to extend the emergency regulation through October 31st of 2016 if drought conditions persist. And that happened, and as of February 11th, the new emergency regulation was extended. And as a result, we have some adjustments to the conservation standard that Jasmine was mentioning, and those will be effective beginning March 1st. There were 3 types of adjustments available: a climate adjustment to account for the differences in climate throughout the state, a growth adjustment to account for water efficient growth in a supplier service area since 2013, and a supply credit to account for investments in new local drought resilient water supply sources that have come online since 2013. So we're in the process of reviewing the adjustments that were submitted, and we're looking at those that were submitted by the deadline, which was March 15th, and those will be released by the end of this week. So stay tuned for that. And then finally, we do continue to track the drought conditions, and we are considering modifications to the February 2016 emergency regulation. And to that end, we will be holding an informational workshop on April 20th. We invite comments and public input. Those are due on noon of April 14th. Then on May 17th, there will be a hearing, and the board will consider changes that would go into effect in June. Additionally, the board has directed us to report back on May 1st on long-term framework for urban water resilience, and that is going to be provided in a public update at the May 3rd board meeting.
Far on that pretty closely.
Yes, my understanding is yes. And so in conclusion, I'll just comment that Californians have, we rose to the occasion, and in some cases, some will see their conservation requirements eased, but the drought is not over, and especially with the warm summer months coming, we have to keep that in mind and keep those habits going. And then especially keep in mind our trees. We want to keep them alive. And you can go to saveourwater.com/trees to learn more about watering trees appropriately.
One other addition that I'd like to, particularly perhaps for this May 3rd public update on the long-term framework, there have been references made to DWR's commercial, industrial, and institutional CII report, and quite frankly, I don't know too much about it, and nor I suspect others don't as well. And so, because that sector is so varied, I'd be quite curious to know how that sector is being monitored and reported on, particularly since it looks like we'll be doing this for a while longer. Thank you.
Other questions? Great. I know that the one thing you left out, I know that you all are meeting with, and I've been in meetings, I'm sure others have been in meetings with individual agencies, associations, environmental community presumably, and we have invited everybody's idea on how we deal going forward with the hydrological, if that's the right word, situation we find ourselves in, which is confusing and challenging, a good challenge to have compared to the last few years, but still, at least my mind's totally open on how we move forward. So just wanted to add that for folks who are listening, that all good ideas appreciated, the sooner the better, so we can throw it into the mix and have a really robust conversation.
The public notice for the workshop does list 3 questions where we are asking input on those 3 questions, and it gets to some of these questions about our next steps, the regional differences, and so forth. So the sooner we get those comments, the easier it is to digest them and really consider them. So.
Would just say, to the extent possible, some messaging on the distinction between the workshop, any action that we might take as a result of the workshop, and then the long term, because some of the ideas that we're getting coming in would be more in the category of long term.
Yeah,
And so
they're
just to
kind of
make
jumbled.
just to make sure people understand, we are definitely looking at both and pathways for providing input. And to that extent, could you talk a little bit more about, so the April 20th, it's laid out real well. The public has known about this for a while. There's a comment period. We're going to have the workshop, and then you're saying that it's going to be coming back in May for possible board adoption. But then anything yet on the long term, as far as you're coming back with a framework, but opportunities for providing input, workshops, et cetera.
I can chime in on that. So the April 20th workshop will focus exclusively on the emergency regulation and potential modifications. And we intentionally wanted to keep them separate just because issues do get confused. And I think in the past we've conflated the 2 issues, and it hasn't been terribly productive. May 3rd is just going to be an informational update as part of the board meeting. I don't know by that time if we'll actually have a framework, but we'll be providing you with an update on our discussions with stakeholders, our discussions with DWR, and essentially some early concepts on where we're planning to go.
Any other questions before I go to public comment? We have 2 speakers who I'm glad are here. David Boland first, Association of California Water Agencies, followed by Nazar Cosmo from One Planet Water, We Are Water.
Board members, David Boland, Association of California Water Agencies. Appreciate being here, and appreciate the messaging and the continued clarity on where we stand in terms of the mandatory order as well as the forward program, the policy making going forward? Sure.
I've been remiss. SaveOurWater.com.
Well, you don't
Kathy has not
scoop
been
me
remiss,
on
but
that,
I've
darn
been
it.
remiss.
I should have done it myself, but
I
Kathy
didn't let
beat
you
us
get
both
to it.
to
I'm
it.
sure you were going to get to it.
I was going to get there. I was going to punctuate at the end with it, but SaveOurWater.com. It's really a great source of information, especially about trees and deep watering our trees. One good thing, though, is that many of us in much of the state, even in parts of Southern California, have gotten some pretty good drinks. There's some soil moisture, and some of the trees are coming back. However, a lot of wildland trees have died or are dying, and we have significant beetle issues and a lot of concerns statewide when it comes to drought impacts on our forests and just kind of our general economy as well. The agricultural sector, appreciate the shout out there by Commissioner Warren on the whole need for a balanced policy approach going forward. And in fact, all the sectors are affected. And the shout out on the CII sector as well, which has been a continuing need to try to enfold all of the kind of urban side in this effort to try to do significant urban conservation in face of the drought. One thing I noticed in terms of some of the trending, and it begins to become more and more apparent as we see more and more months come out and compare this last year to 2013, is the fact that, in fact, the results we're getting are unfortunately tied very closely to just how people use water in California, the demand for water, and that we have this seasonal cycle on demand. We had real opportunity to make progress in the summer, and we did, and it was great. However, we realized we were facing a situation here in a winter, particularly when we have dry winters in California. We do have irrigation needs in much of the state, and unfortunately, February was kind of a bad hit in terms of our final results, and it did affect our overall trends statewide, and especially it was especially apparent in Southern California, which didn't receive the rainfall in February. There was, even here in Northern California, we still had a significantly dry February and a warm February, and so that did affect our results. And then the other thing I guess we appreciate as water industry is the fact that the consumers have actually responded very well overall, statewide, and in all various sectors to the need to step up in this emergency. And so we've seen significant changes in the way people use water over the last year in response to the messaging. We also appreciate the idea of the adjustments and the fact that in February we were able to pivot. We appreciate the governor's executive order that kind of pulled us off the need for this 25% number, the actual bucket and the size of the bucket, and the idea that we need to continue to make significant progress, and we are going to do so, but we were able to adjust the mandatory program a little bit between, I guess, starting here in March and going forward, unless we have some further adjustments in May. And we're, of course, looking forward to that. And I know in different parts of the state, there's some sense that given the hydrological realities, in fact, the appearance or the conditions or the perceptions of drought have been mitigated substantially. And so that does need to be reflected. We appreciate the board's willingness to look at that, and we'll look forward to engaging on the 20th agencies with ideas about how to do that, make those adjustments going forward. It is a little confusing in that we have kind of three regimes here, and we appreciate the way the board has tried to clarify that with the press and with the public about the fact that we had kind of a program that we went through, and we're reporting on it today. As a matter of fact, kind of the closing the books, as it were, on the 25% mission and
Closing the books on the bucket.
Part on the bucket, yes. Well, and although I gather
on the bucket.
we're going to have maybe a different size shape bucket out there.
A different container.
A different container. That might be the way to do it. Graphics people can help us with that, I'm sure. And the other thing, of course, is a lot of people sure like to find that bucket somewhere so they can get their water back and actually use it going forward. So wherever that bucket is, we're going to be a search mission here statewide for that bucket. The other issue, of course, is the adjustments going forward. And we're looking forward to the idea that in this second regime here, we've dealt with climate to some extent, we've dealt with growth to some extent, and some investments that have occurred in supply. But we're hoping to kind of continue that trend, I guess, of right-sizing this program as it relates to different water agencies and their capabilities, and also just their built environment. The fact that there is this kind of fixed demand that's out there. It can be adjusted. It can be mitigated by water use efficiency efforts. It can be changed in a short term based on emergency responses, and in a long term based on changes in values. But this is a long-term program. And again, a lot of this information and tools are available on Save Our Water. And so we look forward to continuing to work with the Water Board on policy formation going forward. We appreciate the clarity and the, I guess, the ability to separate the discussions a little bit between the May 3rd update on longer-term framework, and we have some ideas for that, as well as, of course, the decision, the final decision that needs to be made on May 17th, or scheduled for May 17th, concerning the next few months through October of this current emergency regulation. So we appreciate the opportunity to present and look forward to any questions or further comments.
Thank you, and we look forward to that conversation as well. It's not an easy one by any means, but it's an important one to have. I'm sorry we have to have it at all.
Well, it's hard. It's hard having hard, I guess, complex policy discussions in a kind of a political environment on kind of a monthly basis like this with all the scrutiny, but that's just how it is. And one thing also, I wanted to appreciate the fact that the staff underscored the fact that the drought monitor map and what the drought monitor map is and should be, and the fact that we've for a long time have had a realization that we have a tool here that's being that's helpful out in the soybean belt in terms of soil moisture and planting, but it's less helpful in California, and it doesn't really reflect necessarily the supply security conditions, and the fact that that's been a little complex on the messaging for a long time, and that we appreciate the fact that the staff has underscored the fact that when we show that drought monitor map, it doesn't necessarily mean that all the people in the deep red areas are about to run out of water.
Yeah, some help with that in terms of messaging and visuals would be helpful. We tried yesterday in the media briefing to explain it, but it was a lot of words.
It's a hard thing. You see red and you think, man, serious trouble. And of course, precipitation, it was serious. So, and it is serious. So thank you.
I have a question on that. So going forward, I imagine that Aqua and others are going to be making recommendations for factors that we should be considering in addition to that drought monitor map. If you had to just start from scratch, could you start from scratch on your own drought monitor map, and what factors would you look at?
You know, the drought monitor map has a long kind of history of evolution, and it's been a valuable tool over the years nationally. But again, it had its genesis in the kind of prairie states there, where folks are basically on their agricultural side are dependent on rainfall for their irrigation. Here in California, since we have such a robust supply system where we get water from where it is to where it needs to be, and most customers are linked in some way to that system, and those that aren't have local systems that are pretty robust, and we have a diverse portfolio, I guess, of supply. In some ways, there is no graphical map that can show the messaging that people seem to want. I guess there's a kind of a simple desire, how bad are things? And the drought map, unfortunately, it answers that question by saying, wow, really bad, really red. But there's more to the question and more to the monthly outworkings of a drought. As we know, just California is many different parts or many different physical geographic realities and different supply systems and different political systems. And so maybe a more regional scale tool of some sort would be valuable. And then just, I think also, again, listening to what's happening with the local and regional suppliers, appreciated the reference to Metropolitan Water District's efforts over many, many years to do a a robust job of reporting out on their supply security and all the different supply tools that they have available, and the fact that their members are beneficiaries of a system that supplies very strong reliability and has for many years from various sources. And so relying on that information, and as suggested by Vice Chair Spivey Weber, that regional scale information is very important. Thanks.
Mr. Cosmo. Morning.
The river is still running and the sun is still shining here. I have a little bit updated on awareness updated on climate change, temperature rising, how likely, how flexible we have ability to adapt to those changes. And the awareness is that everything what we do every day, it's all matters, and it all affect all planes of existence. So I just want to suggest to everyone to be more conscious again about the water, because we live here and we have to take care of our planet, because it's all connected, and all from this side of it goes connected to other side of the planet. It's about a little bit awareness on the water, because water, again, it's the highest intelligence, has memory, and not only water in a bottle, but water in the river. It's energy. It's a very special water. And right now, currently, this area, as we know, Sacramento and American River, the water is dirty. So if water is dirty over there, something is not good. It's a surface water, we understand. My concerns today is again regarding violations and what we can do for those violations, because violations keep repeating. The communities and many commercial keep wasting water, not only to the grass from the ground, because groundwater is a pure water. It's not designated to water the grass, and that grass will be cutted. So it's lots of wasted of energy. So what we can do? We propose to create some kind of database of violators that publicly available, that everyone can see who waste. That, okay, we can see this area is wasted a lot right now, and we see the names. We see the commercial maybe places, or maybe even residential places, even the addresses. The public can see who waste in this area, because water will affect. Drought, it's already a cause, so we want to go deeper and prevent the next, hopefully, to keep our water more running. So this is more concerns, because I do this. I go also to City Hall and suggest them to create some type of maybe divisions that can monitor better, or can do something because water keep wasting. Water designated first is to drink, and to the agriculture, for the food, and for the fruit trees is priority. And those who want to water the grass, I will take my time. Those who want to water the grass, let them conserve the water. Let them conserve rainwater, or buy water, or do something about it, not to take water from the ground. Because again, water is a consciousness. More tight regulations. So we suggest to have more tight regulations everywhere, all around the state, because we want to have a balance. How we can manage more, how we can not manage, how we can more regulate, not even regulate, how we can participate with water. Because we need to understand water is like intelligence. It's like we talk to each other. It's like we're talking to the water. Because I stay by the water, by the American River already a couple months, very close, and I listen to the water, and all inhabitants, all species, all animals, they live in the water. So they drink this water. This is their home. So what we can do, I asking again, I just propose maybe create this database online that we can see who violate and how we can enforce and how we can monitor those who violate, because people don't care, they keep wasting. So what we can do, we maybe can bring more attention to the public, how, and this is my concerns, because again, we had just drought, learning lessons, what we can do for the hot time right now, for the hot season coming up, to prevent water losses, water disappearing from, because when water going to the sidewalks, to the driveway, water vaporizing. And water feels that. Water understand that too. So thank you. Yes, appreciate it to be here.
Right. Before we move on to item number 8, Dr. Dom, with your permission, I think we'll take a 10-minute break and then come back for the next item. All right, we're back. And Janine, I just went red, so I'm going to need a battery. Thank you. Terrific. Now we're on to item number 8. We've been looking forward to this. Thank you very much for joining us, and thanks for your patience during the break. I'll turn it over to you, Dr. Dom. Or I can turn it over to you.
Chris, I think we'll.
Yeah.
Chris. Okay, terrific.
Good morning, Chairman Felicia Marcus and members of the board. My name is Chris Foe. I'm a new environmental program manager in the Division of Water Rights. To my right is Matthew Holland, a senior environmental scientist in the Division of Water Rights. We're both working on the new Phase 2 outflow standards for the estuary. Board member Doreen D'Adamo heard Dr. Cliff Dahm give this presentation last winter and requested that he be invited to repeat it as an information item for the board today. Dr. Cliff Dahm is the lead scientist of the Delta Science Program. The mission of the science program is to provide the best possible scientific information to inform water and environmental decisions in the Bay Delta estuary. This includes organizing peer reviews and sponsoring workshops on important issues in the Bay Delta system. Today, Cliff Dahm is going to summarize some key conclusions from a series of workshops organized by the Delta Science Program and a report prepared by the Delta Independent Science Board. The reports are titled Fishes and Flows in the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta. This is the report that was prepared by the Delta Independent Science Boards. The other 3 reports are the result of workshops. They're the effect of fish predation on salmon, interior delta flows and related stressors, and delta outflow and related stressors. Those last 2 workshops were organized at the request of the Water Board. Before I turn the mic over to Dr. Dahm, though, I'd like to say that I believe a strong science program is essential for informing water management in the Bay Delta system. The ability to use the Delta Science Program to organize peer reviews and workshops will be a valuable asset as staff moves forward to developing the new flow standards. And finally, the strong positive working relationship that exists between Water Board staff and the science program will be a great asset. With that, if there are no questions, I'll turn it over to Dr. Dahm.
Thank you very much. That's great.
Chris, thank you for those kind words. You also took most of the information that I was going to present in my first 2 slides, so this will speed things up a little bit. All right, so again, this is an opportunity for me to provide some information about these 4 reports. I wanted to, again, open up the floor to questions whenever you have questions. This is not something where you need to sit here and listen to me drone on for 35, 40 minutes. Please ask questions as they come up. But I do want to try to summarize these 4 reports. And the 4 reports that I'm going to summarize, I have 2 caveats that I want to open with. The first caveat is that the 3 workshops and reports, 3 of the 4, 3 of them happened before my tenure as the lead scientist. So I, like you, have read the reports, talked to staff, tried to glean some of the key points, but they're through my filter. So basically, I'm going to try to give you an idea of what I think was some of the take-home messages from those 4 reports. And I also wanted to let you know that the authors of these reports, which were expert panels that we constituted to prepare these reports, are certainly probably your first line of information if you want to follow up. We'd go to these people and ask for their feedback. So that is the 2 caveats. Let's go ahead and start with the 4 reports. The first one is the Delta Outflows and Related Stressors report. This report was finished in May of 2014. The second report is a report on fish predation on salmonids in the Sacramento, San Joaquin Delta. And this was done in September of 2013. The third report is a workshop on the interior delta flows and related stressors, and this was done in July of 2014. And the fourth report is the one that Chris just mentioned that was done by our Independent Science Board, by the Delta Independent Science Board, and it's the most recent one, and it was put out in 2015 in August. So I'm going to go through each of these 4 reports, and I'm going to go through them in a similar manner structurally. So what I'm going to do is basically I'm going to show you 4 slides that link to each of the 4 reports. And the first slide is going to be kind of a background slide. So, why is this an issue? Why is this important? What's the seminal research that's been done to cause us to take this into consideration scientifically? The second slide will be the take-home messages, some of the key points made in the report. The third slide will be some of the key uncertainties and data gaps, things that we still do not have adequate information to in some cases to go forward. In some cases, these are areas that we should target new research and new projects. And then the fourth one will be, again, a more specific look at the research going forward. And so each of these will have 4 slides in this structure, and I'll start with the delta outflows and related stressor study. It basically, the report builds off of, I think, a couple important papers that were published in the early 1990s. These are reports that looked at the location of the interface between freshwater and brackish water. This interface, often referred to as the X2 location, is the point where you have approximately 2 parts per thousand salinity, with seawater salinity being 35, and of course freshwater being less than 0.5. So these are locations, and they physically move in space and time. And the location does have some clear interactions with both some of the physical dynamics of the bay and the delta, and with some of the key ecological players in the bay and the delta. And so this report basically was building on some of this work that's done in the 90s that showed that there is this zone of interaction that has some pretty important ecological and physical characteristics that are important to a lot of water quality issues and to a lot of fish species and food web relationships that go on within the delta. Report had a number of take-home messages. I'm going to focus on the 4 that are on the right. The document on the left is actually a very nice review of some of the factors that affect the bay. Summary review by Jim Klern and colleagues. But the take-home messages from the report that was looking at delta outflows and related stressors is, one of the take-home messages is that we often work at monthly and seasonally time steps to discuss the flow criteria, but most of the biological communities and most attributes of the food web work on a much shorter time frame. They really do work on more of a daily or certainly at most a weekly time step. And so there is a real need to get our time steps that we study some of the dynamics of these systems, and we set regulations to be more in tune with each other. And daily is certainly the time step that the people who wrote this report were very much suggesting. And so, for example, pulse flows that come into the system in the late winter, early spring, like we've seen this year, play some very important ecological roles. They affect a number of different factors. They cue a lot of behavior in some of the fishes. They provide certain types of water quality characteristics. So those are the kind of things that happen really on more of a daily or a short time period that doesn't often get captured well when you use a monthly time step in your decision making.
You have adequate tools to do that now compared to the 90s?
I do. I think we do. Certainly on the hydrodynamic side of it. We probably still have a ways to go to be able to follow a lot of those short time step dynamics of some of the biological communities. But there's some progress being made, and I'm going to talk about that in one of the other reports. And then the other thing that was a take-home message in this report was that the modest changes in fall delta outflows, this panel did not think they were likely to result in increased abundances of the key pelagic fish species. So this fall outflow is a very controversial topic. As you well know, this was their conclusion that just modest changes in fall outflow is not likely to have much of an effect.
And more significant changes, or that doing it at all was a problem?
think their focus was mostly that right now we're probably not going to have much of an effect. So you've got two choices. You either go to a more dynamic fall outflow, or you simply don't continue to stress the need for the fall outflow. Reading the report, from my perspective, I think they feel like the evidence for the fall outflow is moderately weak. So spring is a much more important period of time from the information that I got out of the report. Spring dynamics and spring flows. In addition, they talked a little bit about, what is it that's causing these kind of interactions in this X2 area, and looking at how variable X2's location is. There's been a tendency in recent years to have X2 be more static, not as dynamic as it has been in the past, although wetter years still do produce some of the more dramatic changes of X2 moving it further to the west. And that dynamic between X2 and habitat is one thing that there's just not a lot of habitat in the area where X2 hangs out these days compared to what it might have been historically. The key uncertainties and data gaps that was identified by these this panel was when we talk about X2, X2 is very much affected by tidal dynamics within the delta, and that it's really important that you use a tidally averaged X2, not an instantaneous, because the tides are going to move this location and can move it fairly substantively. So use the tidally averaged values, and there is sensors and there is methodology available to do that. So that's one of their take-home messages. Measure fish responses in space and time to outflow management. This is, I think, the ability to do this is growing as we have gotten better and better at being able to put tags in smaller and smaller fish that allow us to actually follow their movement and location. So the latest generation of tags, as far as I understand, are now beginning to deal with fish down to about 70 millimeters. That'd be about 3 inches long. And this is a technology that probably will allow us to do better on measuring fish responses in space and time to various management actions. Also, they point out, and they had some examples in the report about how things like engineering changes to the delta, levee failures, restoration activities that are being planned and hopefully will be implemented sometime soon, and sea level rise, all are going to affect the location of X2. And so X2 is in no way a static measure, and there are human and anthropogenic long-term climate changes to be considered when you deal with the location of X2. And then finally, there were a lot of modelers in this panel, and they certainly focused in on where we are modeling-wise. One of the things that was a clear recommendation from the report is that the capacity to model the delta in 3 dimensions, not just in 2 or in 1 dimension, is, I think, getting better and better. And in fact, some of the 3-dimensional hydrodynamic models that are being utilized now are open source, so they're not proprietary like they used to be. And certainly there's a suggestion that we move to the use of these kind of open source models to do hydrodynamic modeling. And they're really seeing some presentations since I've been back here the last few months. There are some really robust hydrodynamic models now available for
One thing I wanted to jump in here is there's some recent reports that have come out on Antarctic ice sheet melting and the influence of that on changing the impact, the potential impact of sea level rise on California and the West Coast. And so it's very new, so you can't have put it into this yet. But I know a lot of different parts of the state or state government are looking into new models, and you all should be plugged into that as should we.
Yeah, I gave a presentation to the Delta Stewardship Council 2 months ago on that report that I think you're talking about. Certainly the uncertainty still remains quite large on how much sea level rise we're going to have through the rest of the century, but some of these new, I think they're not really model as much as they are reconnaissance and remote sensing, and to some extent glaciology studies are suggesting that there is some instability in both Greenland and in parts of Antarctica that they want to monitor carefully, but if they do start to induce more rapid melting, then the higher scenarios might be more likely than the lower scenarios. When we put together the Delta, the Delta plan, we used a range of 45 to 155 centimeters by the end of this century. And at least the reading that I've done, we can't constrain that much better than that at this point in time. We're still and what you've been reading is that are some reports that are suggesting it might be closer to the high end rather than at the low end.
In fact, there is a report that's out that we actually can help contribute financially to on sea level rise, and folks were urged to use the bottom third of the range. Now they're going to be urged to use the top 2/3 of the range and then to try to narrow it down over the next couple of years using models.
I think that this concerted effort to understand the dynamics of the oceans, the dynamics of glaciers, and using remote sensing tools to do that is where the new science to better inform what we're doing is going to come, would be my sort of bottom line on this. So something to keep close tabs on, I think. They did have some recommendations on research going forward. Bunch of modelers, they definitely want you to improve the modeling capacity, so they went forward with that. But the points I wanted to focus on are the ones on the right, some of the research studies. One of the areas that they point out needs some attention is that the delta is becoming clearer. And the reason the delta is becoming clearer is a lot of that sediment that was mobilized during the mining days and has moved through the system. And the dams, the rim dams, are holding back a fair amount of the sediment, and so there's been a distinct clearing of the water in the delta. And that is a nice example of an interaction between flows and a parameter like turbidity, and the effects of that on the biological communities is something that deserves some more attention.
I mean, I have heard a lot of presentations on San Francisco Bay and that impact and the impact on nutrients and all of their issues there. It'd be interesting to focus on it for the Delta.
And a couple of the other things that they highlighted that I'll just mention briefly is the two invasive clam species, one a freshwater clam, Corbicula, the other one a brackish water clam, Pentamil corbula. These clams are still in pretty high numbers throughout the sediments of the area that is affected by X2 and also moving into the freshwater end member with Corbicula. And their effects on food webs and on food resources is an area that could be linked, I think, nicely to some of the hydrodynamic modeling, and is something that's it's a very real question about whether the food resources available to the fish communities, for example, is being limited by the tremendous amount of filter feeding that goes on by these two species of non-native clams. And then the last...
Is there any work being done on that? I mean, I see that this is the recommendation, research needs moving forward, but it's been a little while since this report came out, so...
Yes, there definitely are some resources going into that, and actually one of the things that we in the science program funded was a close look at what the drought was doing to the communities, because the drought certainly changed where X2 was located, and is that having an effect, for example, on the freshwater clam being a hindrance because of the saltier water, but did it then open up opportunities for further invasion by the Potamacorbula, the overbite clam that likes brackish water. One of the things that the lead on that science program has told me is that the freshwater clams actually the adults anyway, ended up being pretty persistent even though the water was getting saltier, that they continued to be able to survive, at least in the adult phase. And then the other thing that they talked about in another issue that's certainly an important one, that's an interaction that they would like more focus on, is this whole issue of primary production by the open water phytoplankton. A couple areas in particular are of interest. Since about 2000, the Delta has seen blooms of a harmful algal species. It's Microcystis. It loves warm temperatures. It likes fairly stagnant flow, long residence times, clearer water, and lots of nutrients. So you throw that mix together and you get blooms of Microcystis. And Microcystis has become a problem, particularly in the late summer, early fall months in the Delta. And then in addition, there's some other questions about growth characteristics and whether or not the form and concentration of the nutrients are having an effect on what kind of rates of production are occurring in the Delta. So those are some of the other research needs moving forward that this group highlighted, and I think we can state with some confidence that there is certainly new research on all of these topics ongoing. The next report I wanted to talk about is the predation studies on salmonids in the Delta. The issue of predation has really been raised recently by some important papers. I think the Nobrega and Fair paper that was published in 2007 is one that really brought some attention to predation within the Delta on these particularly salmon smolts. A few of the take-home messages from some of this early work was that largemouth bass seem to be an important predator on the salmon smolts. A lot of the predators seem to be located in areas where submerged aquatic vegetation, particularly the Egeria densa, the Brazilian waterweed, is doing well. And there's also some interest in predation from striped bass. There's a seasonality associated with that. And so, this report and subsequent studies have tried to then focus more information on predation. And as I mentioned, the way that they're getting at predation, I think more quantitatively, is to actually put small acoustic sensors into the fish. Used to be mostly by surgical methods, but now they actually have an injection technique. I've been told it's sort of like getting a tattoo, only they push a little sensor into these small fish. And this is giving us more information on predation. So there's quite a bit of new information on predation that is emerging. And there was the report that I'm highlighting had sort of 4 take-home messages. The first one is that predator-prey dynamics in the Delta are quite complex. They're quite variable spatially, and they really need some information on what proportion of the juvenile salmon mortality is predation. There's certainly some indication in some early data that it is quite high. It's particularly quite high in the South Delta. And that there are some information gaps that really need to be filled. We need to know more about predation rates as a function of space and time. And there is this question about, are there certain types of hydrologic features that are particularly conducive to high predation? So there are certain types of geometries or certain types of structures where predation is being focused. That would, if that's true, that would certainly help if you wanted to design a predation, an effort to deal with predation in specific localities. It is not the same at all places and at all times.
I have a quick question on that. I'm just curious about with different salmon runs around the western United States and the predation characteristics in different systems. I know that the Sacramento San Joaquin Delta is different for a lot of reasons than other systems like Klamath or Russian but are there any qualitative statements you can make about, sort of the characteristics of predation, the different types of species in the Columbia River, and what wisdom we can gain from that in better managing predation in Sacramento, San Joaquin?
Yeah, good question, one that I'm not a predation expert, but I will tell you what I do know, and I'll also point out that the current interim lead scientist for the Interagency Ecological Program is someone who's quite knowledgeable on predation, and actually looking forward to a seminar that he's going to give here in a few days on this topic. Certainly the predation pressures that I have read about in the Columbia are significantly lower than in the Delta. And also that the predation pressures in the Delta are variable depending on the flow regime. Low flow conditions tend to be higher predation, and higher flows less predation. But the numbers that I've seen for the Columbia they're looking at more like 20 to 60% predation, where I've seen values more like 80 to 100% in the Delta.
So the composition of the predator species, is it similar or quite different?
It's quite different, I think. At least, well, there are a few, like the pike minnow, that are in both places. In fact, probably the best predation study that I'm aware of, where they've actually had a long-term attempt at trying to reduce a predator, is a pike minnow predation removal in the Columbia River. There seems to be data indicating that more of the juvenile smolts do get past the areas where the pike minnow used to be the high predator, but there's no indication that the returns are significantly improved. So right now it's kind of a mixed bag in terms of the information on that specific study. But you're basically getting at this next slide, which is what the panel asked, and that is, if you're going to deal with predation, you need to know who the predator is, you need to know how many of the predators there are, you need to know where they're hanging out. And there is also a real need to know sort of how they're gathering their prey, what are their sort of the biomechanics of predation, and what kinds of environmental things help them, like, for example, the submerged aquatic vegetation or certain flow patterns around certain types of structures and things like that. So that's certainly the take-home message. If you're going to look at predation, you should probably look at these factors carefully.
Would the habitat piece fit in here? You did talk about certain hydrologic features, geometry, I'm assuming like maybe some of the deep pools as a result of mining in some of the systems.
Yeah, the data that I've seen relative to where the predators hang out is they're often at bends or often at places where there is physical structures that impinge on there, or they're in deep pools, like you just said. So those are some places where some of the predator densities tend to be high. There's been some recent studies on the who part of the predation. I mean, we talk a lot about striped bass and we talk a lot about largemouth bass, but I know in the most recent study that the National Marine Fisheries Service has done, they found that catfish were also a pretty important predator. So some of the channel catfish.
And it's my understanding that they've also looked at management approaches that are that encourage predation, where you're dumping fish in large numbers at a certain time, and the predator fish figure that out pretty quick and are there.
There's certainly hot spots of predation, but at the same time, there's a lot of fish that school because that's one way to avoid predation, is to have lots of them in one place. So I think it'd be a little hard to say exactly what I know there's been some concern about where salvage fish are reintroduced into the system are areas of hot spots of predation. I don't know if that's true, but I've certainly heard that reported. So basically then, a few other things that they mentioned as key uncertainties and data gaps are we need to focus restoration in where we can get fish into better, safer habitats. And so, for example, one of the things, this clarity issue is one where some of these fish do better under moderate but not high levels of turbidity. So that's another covariate that seems to be important. Also, habitat for diversity and variability. I mean, a lot of the Delta basically has a channel to edge ratio of 2. In other words, they are straight channelized linear systems. They're not very good places to hide, and they're not very good sources of high-quality food. So these are issues that also play a role in the predation. So habitat that is more complex, has a greater ratio than 2 to 1, has backwaters, sloughs, wetlands, tidal influenced habitat are places where we think the fish will do better.
That's an important point, and yet one thing that's puzzled me in going through, hours and hours of these hearings back 2012 and all that, was that the channelization of the delta, by and large, was completed in the 30s and the 40s. So those geomorphic conditions have been around for a long time, and yet we haven't necessarily had, the poor numbers, the poor escapement, and everything else that we talk about. So while I hear loud and clear that structure is important in the delta, it hasn't been there for a really long time.
No, you make a good point. Certainly it's been 100 years or longer where we've had those type of habitat conditions. So there's other questions. So, and I think that comes back to what you often hear is that's multiple stresses interacting. It's not a single issue that is affecting these fish population declines. And then some research going forward. I think a number of these are some of the things that that will likely be reported on. One of the things that the report tries to highlight is the need to move away from correlation analysis, that you have one variable going down and one variable going up and they're correlated. You really actually need to get an idea of what is going on with these individual organisms and their populations, and that means using these tagging studies. And there's a number of these that have been initiated recently, and I know a number of others I think are going to be supported under Prop 1 funding, for example. And so I think we'll get quite a bit more information on some of the details that this report is asking for. And I think the studies are going to be both in the South Delta and in the Sacramento River, so we'll get an idea of the differences between those two habitat types. Okay, the third report that I wanted to talk a little bit about is the Delta interior flows and related stressors. Couple papers that I wanted to highlight that kind of are fundamental to this issue is this is paper in 2011 by Monica Winder and Alan Jaspy, which looks at shifts in the zooplankton community. This is a food resource for a lot of these smaller fishes. And looking at how these have changed, and a lot of the changes that you see in that left figure are due to invasive species of zooplankton establishing and doing well in this system. So again, we have the same kind of introduced species problems that are found with the aquatic plants and that are found with the fish community, are also found with some of the food resources for the fish community. In addition, there's some interesting questions about fish movement and some of the cues behind fish movement, and this report goes into some of these specific interactions that are important relative to flows within the delta and some of these related stressors. And so what this report does, and the way it's written, and I really actually like it, it's the most readable of the four, quite honestly, from my perspective, is that they looked at the flow regimes and they then wrote sections on some of the things that flow interacts with and what we know about those interactions. So they have a section on how flows interact with the geometry and hydrology of the system. They have a section on how flow interacts with turbidity or clarity in the system. They have a section on how flows interact with primary and secondary production, so the phytoplankton production and the zooplankton production, for example. They have a section on fish behavior and cues, how they interact with flow, invasive species and flows, food webs and flows, entrainment and salvage and flows, and population dynamics of the fish community and flows. So they write I think they basically give you a nice up-to-date summary as of when this report was done a little over, well, a year and a half ago, that highlights then the interaction between flows and each of these related stressors.
Might be a good place for me to ask the question when we met privately, to ask it again about flow being a master variable. And I know that you referenced a report in which this was first raised, and these various other factors help to put it into better context. Could you provide that information?
I think if I remember right, you can correct me if I'm not getting it, is that there were some papers written in the 1990s that really focused very much on flow. They were written by people like Brian Richter and Leroy Poff, and they were written particularly with a focus on riverine systems, and they really used the terminology you just used, that flow was the master variable in those kinds of systems. I think there's been a bit of a softening of that kind of single variable. So it's kind of like what I just said, multiple stressors interacting. And so flow interacts with so many different things within the delta, and I just listed 7 or 8 of those, that it's really those interactions that I think now would be the consensus that we need to examine more closely. It's not just flow as an individual variable. It's these interactions with flow, and it needs to be in space and time, and it needs to be on a time step, as I talked earlier about, that is much smaller than the kind of monthly flow regimes that we often utilize for sometimes setting these kind of standards.
Just add water and everything gets better. It's be strategic with the addition of water.
Exactly.
Space and
Timing
time.
and place. Yeah, yeah. So, I mean, flows are more than just volumes, which a lot of people fixate on volumes, and volumes are certainly important. I'm not going to say they're not, but there's also the timing, and there's also the frequency, and there's also how rapidly it changes from one condition to another condition, and these are things that also have to be factored into the analysis of how flows affect an ecosystem. And in the delta, you have to add the big kicker, and that is tides. Because this is a tidally dominated system. And so my training and working in river systems, I have found that there are lots of things about the delta that if you don't add the tidal dimension, you're going to miss a lot of important aspects of the physical and chemical and biological system.
That's such an important point. It makes, I wanted to maybe ask earlier, but you brought up the issue of an emerging problem with harmful algae blooms and cyanobacteria. And just it's difficult, I would think, to, when you say low residence time, I'm sorry, high residence time,
Longer residence time
would contribute to more selection of cyanobacteria over other more beneficial algae. In a delta environment where that parcel of water is moving maybe 2 to 4 miles, depending on the geometry of the channels, you know, how do you tease apart residence time in trying to come up with those analyses with algae management?
They're difficult, and in fact, measuring flows in a tidally dominated system is in and of itself an extremely difficult thing to do. John Bureau just has an interesting little article in the USGS, one of their reports, who points out that measuring flows accurately in a tidally dominated system like the Delta is one of our biggest challenges.
Yeah, and that's an issue of interest to me, because it's not just in the Delta, but in many of our other water bodies. It seems to be emerging as a symptom of our water management challenges. But those systems, yeah, you can really nail down residence time questions, temperature, nutrient inputs. In this system, we're seeing what appears to be a parallel trend, though, would you not say, with cyanobacteria becoming more common. And I guess, it'll be real interesting to see with the hydrology of this year if we see a different, story at the phytoplankton level. But
I think we're getting long enough sets of data on the microcystis that those kind of analyses probably can be done. To me, it's not as clear-cut as I would like it to be, because I know that during the drought, when you would expect longer residence time and warmer temperatures, there was 1 year with a lot of cyanobacteria and 1 year with kind of just an average amount of cyanobacteria. So it's not as clean. I heard a very nice talk by a Dutch scientist recently when I was at a meeting in Europe, looking at this issue in Europe, and it's a very important problem all around Europe. It's mostly cyanobacteria. A lot of it's microcystis. And he had an interesting additional piece of information that I was unaware of, in addition to the nutrients and the light and the temperature. It's also appears that the higher CO2 levels in our atmosphere is having an effect, because it's producing more CO2 dissolving in the water, and the CO2 is the material that's used as the base of photosynthesis, and he actually has found that with under higher PCO2, which we have, these organisms do better than some of the less harmful organisms that would normally be there. So add that to the list of complicating factors for harmful algal blooms globally. Yeah. So. All right. Some take-home messages from this one. I think I've talked about most of them, but the one I think that they really pressed the most solidly on was that delta flow is largely now decoupled from good habitat, like tidal marshes, like floodplains, and like the riparian areas, and that getting that connectivity back in the system would be an important step moving forward to having a healthier delta, is getting things like connectivity in the Yolo bypass improved, get some of the tidal marsh restoration projects that are being planned completed, and also maintain better riparian habitat along some of the river channels. Okay, some of the key uncertainties that they identified in this report. We don't know enough about the movement of delta smelt. I'm hoping that these new tagging techniques that can work with smaller fish might help, but it's a fish that doesn't do well with handling. So I know there's still some significant methodological challenges, but certainly the movement characteristics of the smelt is a big unknown. We also, there's some indication, but I think still needs to be some more studies as to what extent the fish use the tides to move about, basically surfing the tides when they're moving in one direction during, for example, an ebb tide, and then hanging out waiting while the high tide comes in, and then moving. So there would be these spurts of movement during certain parts of the tidal cycle. That's another thing that needs some further research. And then the link between flows and particularly different parts of the food web. And again, this gets into some of the issues also about the nutrients that we were talking about, and availability of nutrients and clarity of water, how much turbidity is in the water.
So I have a question on that. If we don't know a lot about the movement, going back to that 2 slides before, there.
Would you like me to go back?
Yes. This slide that shows the migration of the smelt and higher density locations. So what, from this report, how is it that it's determined that we don't know a lot? I mean, this seems to give an idea of where they are. So what's the missing piece?
This 2013 paper is certainly a movement forward on getting more information about the smelt movement, but the things that we still don't really know is where do they go to spawn, would be one of the key factors that needs to be understood. And this is certainly giving us more information on some of the movement of some of the adult fishes, but I think that's one very key question, is this issue of migration for spawning and location for spawning. Okay, let's see. And recommendations moving forward, the modeling component, they've said pretty much the same thing as the other report. The use of these 3-dimensional computational fluid dynamic models is giving us, I think, a much better ability to model the dynamics of water in the delta, and they really have come a long way. They really are quite sophisticated now. But we need to link those to what the fish sense and what the fish do. So there's this need to link people who are studying fish ecology and biology with these models that can give you accurate distributions of flow fields and movements. And so trying to do that is, I think, something that I think a lot of the science community is aware is an important next step, and there's been a number of efforts to try to get these people working together, and they are actively working together. So the process of linking what we know about the life history of the fishes with what we know about the three-dimensional dynamics of the fluids is where I think the science is headed.
In some of our, I don't know if it was workshops or hearings, the visualization of the particle tracking and where it moves. And so that's been seen, I think, as a surrogate for where the fish are likely to be. And so the question would be, is that true?
I think that's the first step, and I think they've made some good progress on these particle tracking models, but they still need to get some realistic behavior into how, because it's not just a passive particle moving from place to place. These fish do have behaviors, and they do have different behaviors during different stages of their life histories, and we need to build that into the modeling effort. If we're
Yeah, and I remember November, I think it was 2012, so it was 3.5 years ago, when biologists and hydrodynamic specialists in this room were had light bulbs going off, and then they got together over there and started chatting. So I hope we've made some progress.
Certainly hope we can continue to facilitate that kind of progress, because I think there has been. I've seen some really nice talks on where these groups have gotten together and are sharing information and sharing their understanding. Okay, let's see. And then the last one is this report from the Delta Independent Science Board. This is the Flows and Fishes report that was issued in end of 2015. What's the seminal research that's foundational for this report? Well, it's probably those two reports that you all commissioned. It's probably this delta outflow and related stressors and delta inflows and related stressors. So they certainly went back to that as some key resource. They also went back to the reports that were issued when the National Research Council did their assessment of the Bay Delta. And so those two small books that were issued in 2010 and 2012 are also, I think, two of the key sources of information that the Independent Science Board drew upon. They basically came forward with some clear, I think, take-home messages. The first one is that moving forward, we really need to focus more on cause and effect relationships, not just correlations, because correlations can sometimes be spurious. And so if you actually have cause and effect, actually can see things happening to these organisms, track their movement, get ideas of some of the pressures, some of the predation rates, for example. Those kind of things are the way to move forward. So move away from the correlation and get on to cause and effect. And that's the second one, look at causal mechanisms on scales of space and time appropriate for the questions being asked. This is, I think, just another way of saying what I said earlier, and that is finer resolution time dynamics needs to be built into a lot of our understanding. Daily time steps are probably important for a lot of the things that go on that relate to both the behavior of these organisms and the flow dynamics that occur within the system. And then this use of these three-dimensional open source hydrodynamic models is another one of the take-home messages that they report. They have a little model that they're a little...
Some of the words on that slide.
Excuse me?
What's Menhaden?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Going back to the last.
Do you want me to go back to the last one? What is Menhaden? Oh, it is yes, this, I wasn't going to focus on this little diagram, but this is an example of doing this kind of work in the Chesapeake Bay, where there's been a lot of interest in this being done because, again, the collapse of a lot of the fish communities and the shellfish communities within Chesapeake Bay. And so they've done I think, some really good scientific research on doing what they're calling for, and that is to get a good three-dimensional model working and then linking it to some of the behavior of some of the fish species that are particularly important. And the one that is here is the Menhaden. It's a type of fish, yes. So so that's why you saw Menhaden here. It's actually an interesting fish biologically in that it can feed quite effectively on non-living detrital organic matter and still grow. So rather than living on live prey, which most fishes. So it has an interesting digestive system that is different than some of the fishes that we have here in the Delta, for example. Okay, sorry, it's a diversion.
Thank you for that.
Sure, no, anyway, it was just an attempt to try to show that there are other people in other places addressing these same kind of questions, and they've made some progress, and this is the type of...
So the feedback mechanism, that's to get to a closer answer on cause as opposed to correlation, or is that feedback, and maybe it would be both, the loop, the ability to make adjustments for adaptive management?
Can you say that one more time? I want to listen to it carefully.
Okay, so when I'm seeing this, the second bullet on that last slide includes feedback mechanisms. That's to get to get closer to cause and effect as opposed to correlation? Or could you also use that feedback for adaptive management?
I think it would work in both cases. But yeah, feedbacks can be positive, feedbacks can be negative. You need to know whether there's feedbacks that are within a complex system. So the idea of understanding feedbacks is part of what this example is all about, but also the feedbacks then also can guide your experimental approaches to apply an adaptive management framework moving forward. And the Independent Science Board used this conceptual diagram. I am not going to go through all of the various pieces, but I thought I would highlight just a couple things that they strongly recommended in their report, and that is that there are many ways that flows can interact with fish populations, but some of the things that they called out as things that we need to know more about is growth requirements, flow links to these basically requirements for getting adequate food supply, and measure vital rates. And when they say vital rates, what they mean are things like reproduction success, mortality rates, and migration and transport movement. So those are the kind of things that need to be measured. And the other I think key point that they pulled out in their report is that we really spend a lot of our time focusing on our threatened and endangered species within the Delta, but a lot of the information going forward needs to focus on the non-native fishes that now make up a substantial part of the population within the Delta. And so that was one of their take-home messages, is that we need to have the same kind of information on diet, movement, mortality, predation from some of the non-native fishes that are in the system. Okay, they had a few other take-home messages on how to make this happen. These are kind of 4 bullets on some of the things that they think would help us make progress. The first one is more on getting these various fields of scientific endeavor to talk to each other more effectively. The second one is one that is kind of an issue here in California, and I think I'll go ahead and highlight it since I have that opportunity, and that is a lot of our scientists here in the state of California have restrictions on abilities to travel out of state and to go to meetings and to access library materials and to have the kind of tools that a lot of other scientists have, and that moving forward they were quite clear that they would like to see improvements made in access to the literature, ability to go to key conferences and things like that. And then they also talk about a lot of times we spend most of our time in the data generating mode, but we don't spend as much time in the data analysis and synthesis component, and that we really need to invest more in that synthesizing the information, both retrospective and current. There's an awful lot of opportunities to use real-time information that's happening in a lot of other sectors of the world, like your weather reports or your traffic reports.
Energy.
Yeah, energy. Can we do something similar relative to the Delta? And then again, this coordination. So I think that is the slides. I have one last slide just simply to say that 5 additional either workshops or reviews are planned under the auspices of the board with the science program putting these together and putting these on. One of them is a peer review on the Regional In-Stream Flow Ecological Method Manual that your staff is developing. The second one is peer review of the delta flow estimation methods. I believe that's a tool being developed by DWR for your use. I think that's my understanding from some of my staff. We've been asked to do a peer review of that. We also have been asked to do a peer review on the Sacramento water allocation model. And then we are planning a training workshop, more of a hands-on type of opportunity for people to learn more about the temperature modeling that goes on in the Sacramento River. And then I think we're planning a workshop that focuses on some of these issues related to nutrients and their form and the effect they might be having on the food web. That's actually for the regional board, I think for Central Valley Regional Board. With that, I will open it up to further questions and see if you want more information.
Well, thank you. First of all, thank you, Dee Dee, for suggesting this. I remember I couldn't make that briefing, and I'm really glad. Having sat through or listened online to a lot of those meetings, it was a while ago, and my drought brain's taken over the last year and a half or so. So I think it's just great to be reminded, and the way you went through it, really helpful as we resume a very intensive focus on the Bay Delta planning process. So I found that extremely helpful. But other questions, comments? Turn to you first.
Well, I found it helpful, and it's helpful to hear it a second time. It really helps for it to sink in, and I think the way you present what were the key issues, what are the gaps going forward, important take-home messages, I find that to be very helpful. And so I would just invite you to come back at the appropriate time. I know it'd be a little odd to just say every quarter because, there might be times where you could come back a couple of times and then maybe gaps in between. So anything you could recommend on that. And then also, if you could talk a little bit about your interaction with staff on the development of the scientific basis for phase 2.
Help me with that, the phase 2.
For the water quality control plan.
Well, my personal involvement, initially back in 2010, I believe I actually helped I was on a panel, actually I chaired the panel, that was talking about some of the flow requirements for the major tributaries, for the 14 or so major tributaries that contribute to the Sacramento River. And so that was, my personal engagement. I don't know beyond the ones that we just listed here to what extent we will be interacting with your staff on phase 2. But certainly the opportunity exists. We have an ongoing interaction with your staff. I certainly think that these reports are useful information as you go through your phase 2 control plan development. But I do not, at least at this point in time, know of any specific, other than the workshops I've listed here, interactions between my staff and the staff here, although maybe Chris would know some additional things or maybe Matt.
So at some stage we're going to probably do 2 types of reviews. One will be a health and safety review that's required by California law. And the other one, I suspect that after the scientific basis report comes out, either as a draft or a final, there will be a number of sticky wickets. And at that time, it would be very helpful to have the Delta Science program organize some workshops to help both inform the public and us. But I don't know what those are yet until we actually have the scientific basis report out and we see which areas sort of attract the lightning.
And I would mention that the staff at the Delta Science program, just for your information, are in 3 units. And 1 unit is really focused on the issues of adaptive management. So if adaptive management issues are things that, that are brought to the forefront. We have a group of people that could assist on the adaptive management side of it. The second group is the group that's really focused on the peer review, and a lot of these kinds of reviews that you see on this last slide will be facilitated by that group. In addition, then, we also have a group that's working on water supply questions and science communication questions. And so, depending on what the topic is, I would probably route you to whichever unit is most appropriate going forward.
On the adaptive management side, there are a lot of discussions underway right now, possible settlement discussions, alternative approaches within the resources agency and NGOs and water user community. Are you interacting with those folks at all, and what can you help to bring more sound science to the development of those plans?
Yeah, very much so. I mean, the adaptive management is required by the Delta Plan. So any covered action that occurs within the Delta needs to show that they have thought about adaptive management. Not all projects are conducive to adaptive management, but there are things, for example, like operations or like evaluating the success of restoration that are very amenable to adaptive management. And so we are working with both the EcoRestore folks in particular on adaptive management for a lot of the 14 or 15 projects that the EcoRestore effort is going to hopefully embark on in the next few years. And adaptive management is best done when it's well thought out in advance of the actual project rather than being done kind of ad hoc after the projects are implemented. And so we're trying to carry that message and also provide examples of successful adaptive management efforts in different places around the world and around the United States. And I think we also do early consultation to groups that come to us who want help in developing an adaptive management framework under which to work. And so those are some of the ways that we engage with adaptive management with the broader California water community.
I would just say I've heard a lot of adaptive management presentations since you and I were both a part of the Delta Stewardship Council, and yours is still the best, by far the most intelligible and thoughtful, and including the examples. So I think there are a lot of things we will continue to call on you for as we move forward, because I just think that is part of the importance of the creation of your program, is having all of us agencies working together. And then I know we're working through the Delta Implementation Committee, the DPIC, on the priority science items, some of which have direct relevance here. And thank you for your work on that, as well as that Wicked Problems paper that you did. All very helpful.
Yeah, I think the DPIC process is another place where all the agencies have an opportunity to come together and discuss some of these issues and hopefully come up with some ways as joint efforts moving forward to facilitate some of the problem solving.
DPIC?
Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee. It meets twice a year. I think the next meeting is on May the 9th. It's directors of about 17 federal, state, regional groups that are very much engaged in the Delta. It's an opportunity to basically share information and come up with ways where we can collaboratively move forward and work better together.
The Delta Reform Act and the highest joint priority that we're working on at the moment.
Hadn't heard that name.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, the acronym is DPIC. There's plenty of acronyms around. I will try to use the total name, Delta Plan Interagency, Delta Plan Implementation Interagency Committee. Is that right? Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee. Even I have problems with that. I'm sorry.
Now you know why we call it DPIC. Yeah. Great. We have one speaker, so
I just wanted to point out something real quick that as a member of the American Society of Civil Engineers and which is applied science, Environmental Water Resource Institute current newsletter has the distributed temperature sensing system that we were presented last couple weeks ago. Remember the rainbow graphs? And I just wanted to note to fellow board members and to you and glad to see that you're having the training workshop, but you're probably, are you going to be discussing some of the new tools, the distributed temperature sensing that really pioneered by the University of Nevada, Reno folks working with NOAA?
Yeah, this is Scott Tyler and his group there, who's done a really nice job of coming up with these really high-resolution temperature sensing.
So, yeah, this
and,
is very
and Laurel Sato, yeah.
current. You know, it's a national publication. We received those early, analyses and presentations 2 weeks ago on it, but I just wanted to point out its significance and that you're jumping on looking at that and explaining it and asking questions about it and as a tool for management. So it's nice to see this happening kind of real time right here, in terms of refining our tools. I'm glad to see you're helping facilitate, that type of advancement.
Yeah, Sam Harrider is the lead on that, and if any of you have more detailed questions, but he really wants this to be a hands-on effort. And by the way, I grew up with the ASCE journal. My father was a civil engineering professor, and I remember it coming to our house on a regular basis. I even read it on occasion.
Well, yes. But your appetite for the subject area. Well, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now we'll go to Mr. Rubin from the San Luis and Delta Mendota Water Authority.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. John Rubin for the San Luis Delta Mendota Water Authority. I actually have a question. As I understood the presentation, I believe there was a bullet that warned against the use of flow abundance relationships and a bullet that stressed the importance of understanding cause and effect relationships or underlying mechanisms that may be stressing fish. If I understood that correctly, I'm curious to know, because I don't believe the slides addressed, what we do know about cause and effect relationships or mechanisms, and what we don't know, what studies might be proposed, what might be being undertaken so that you, other agencies that need to make regulatory decisions can better understand those cause and effect relationships or the mechanisms. So it's a question, I don't know if Dr. Dahm is comfortable answering it, but there was one issue that came to my mind.
I'm not sure I'm going to give you a full answer, but I'll give you a partial answer, at least the way that would address this idea of studies going forward. There are some recently funded studies that are going to be looking at the movement of juvenile salmon smolts moving through the delta, both through the Sacramento side and through the South Delta, the San Joaquin side. And these are planned to be done repetitively under different flow conditions. So you will get an idea of whether this question of predation pressure as a function of flow, or in many cases really this probably what the fish sense, velocity, is being affected by flow. That's an example of some ongoing research that would address that kind of a question. I suspect there are others. I will ask around, and if I get some other examples of cause and effect studies that look at the interaction between flow and some of the various parts of the food web, including the fish community, I'll get that information back to you.
To have not just in the delta, although, yeah, as you say, the space and time becomes important and it's different in each place, but from other places as well.
I think that would be helpful because on this issue of stressors, it's interesting. I feel strongly about it and that we need to be taking some action, but then it's difficult when there are so many unanswered questions. So to the extent that we can hone in on cause and effect or get closer to these relationships, it would be helpful to have that information and then recommendations going forward. And could you comment on that? Do any of these studies, are they structured in such a way that we'd be able to glean some information, sort of like a manual going forward to address these issues?
Certainly some ongoing information gathering that I would want to share with you. I mean, one of the things that certainly I think the Collaborative Adaptive Management team, the CAMPT effort, has been doing is trying to get as much information out of they can out of the past data. So this is not the cause and effect. This is more, again, looking at correlative and statistical analyses. But they're trying to do that to begin to set the stage for developing more cause and effect type of measurements within the system. And some examples of that are some of the newly funded Prop 1 proposals that went through the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. We're going to take on a project, I think, that's going to be addressing this issue in the South Delta with the introduction of smolts and then potentially even linking it to some of the hatchery releases. So we, I think, see the science community making strides to improve on this. Science doesn't happen instantaneously, but it requires multi-year studies if you want to address this issue of variability, which I think is crucial for what we want to know going forward. But the idea of doing research that is measuring vital rates and measuring cause and effect rather than just getting more information that gets put into correlative analysis alone is the way to move forward. And there is some I think, positive examples of that happening.
That's encouraging. I mean, correlation obviously has value in the absence of anything else, but we did see through many of our hearings a couple of years ago the battle of the correlation assertions off the same slide that even I could tell. And if I could tell it just off the top, that's of concern. So, well, thank you. We are going to have to hone in on what the opportunities are and the time frames for just goosing as much of this helpful research as we possibly can. So you've given us a lot of food for thought.
That's one thing that Delta Science Program's mission is to communicate current science, and so we'll do the best we can to make sure that we link you up with those people who are really doing the work, because that's the best place to get the information. I mean, you're getting it from me secondhand. You're getting, the best I can do.
Sometimes it's way more
but,
helpful.
But sometimes, sometimes you need to go to the source too.
Oh, it was for both. I'm sorry. Mr. Cosmo. Hi. Thank you. I'm sorry. You did have both numbers down. I didn't look. I apologize. Thanks. Of course.
Bring energy of water and energy of all inhabitants who live in the water. And cause and effect, yes. Regarding cause and effect, we don't have an enemies and no predators, how you call, because literally it's all reflecting on up to the river or anywhere who really are predators who causing and disturbing the fish. Because as we know, fish are, or everyone who lives in the water are the most connected to the water. So my concern and everyone who lives in the water, they also concerned too, is to leave everyone as it is, not to bother any fish and anyone, please. Maybe in a fish hatchery to create some way that fish can come to the hatchery and you can work with the fishes. Otherwise, it's going to be reflected to the areas. And right now it's still it's an old paradigm of pattern of behavior that we still possess to fish. Why we need to fish a fish? I want to ask why we need to fish a fish. Maybe some areas where, how I said, maybe some areas where with the hatcheries, with harmoniously let the fish come to the hatchery, but not let public, because it's making a disturbance, it's making a fear to the fish. They are also they are affected. This is a factor of affecting of abundance. Because the fish, they are connecting the best to the water. Maybe you still don't understand who lives in the water. All around the planet, let's maybe hopefully to start here, at least around these areas, maybe like create a buffering zone. I'm more concerned in American River, because American River is a very powerful river. It brings energy to this town, not the town, to the capital of California. And many are still, how I said, have a patterns. It's all behavior patterns of paradigm to get the fish. I've been asking why you're doing this because they don't have an answer. It's been adopted from the ancestors or from who been adopted those patterns. I just kindly asking to please maybe even a few miles or maybe 10 miles or any opportunity. We're asking for any opportunity because many great inhabitants they live in the water like a beaver. Is doing a great work in the river. And so beaver cannot come even in the daytime because they just doing this activity, creating a fear to the beavers or any other inhabitants in the river. Beaver coming in the nighttime to swim, not in the daytime anymore. Maybe in the daytime a little bit, I see it, but not as much because the riding in the river, not we, because it's all we. Riding on the river, also from the shores, wanted to catch or just making some activity, sport activity. It's not activity. Because even you hooking, you want to hook, you already are creating a disturbance. Excuse me, I just want to be more harmonious on my energy and just bring this to the attention, how I said, energy of the water and energy everyone who lives in the water. Hopefully we can coexist harmoniously and create a relationship to the fish, because fish are very connected. You can create some science, coherence with all fishes, and fish will tell you what to do, honestly. This is my little comment. Thank you. Yes.
Like marine reserves. Yeah, interesting. Thank you very much. All right. Reminder. Good reminder. Yeah, that's a good point. All right. Let's see where we are. Thank you very much for that, all of you, for that, setting that up. Our next agenda item isn't to be heard before 1 o'clock. We do have closed session noticed. Mr. Loffer, Tom, colleagues, my suggestion will be, because I don't know, but we're likely to have a long afternoon. I'd like to start at 1. My suggestion is to take 15 minutes now and grab lunch and then at least start our closed session and see how far we get.
I would agree with that. And so the record is clear. There are 2 closed session items. They entail different staff, some of whom are precluded from participating in other proceedings. So for staff's benefit and for the record, the board will be starting its closed session with the second notice item under Division of Water Rights, which is the board will meet in closed session to deliberate on procedural decisions to be reached in the hearing proceedings regarding an administrative civil liability complaint against Byron Bethany Irrigation District and draft cease and desist order against Westside Irrigation District. And if the board makes rapid progress through that, it's possible we could commence the second item concerning Cal Water Fix during this 45-minute window, but otherwise we can hold it until after Stanislaus. Okay.
Thank you. We are recessed. Good afternoon. The closed session we were just in hasn't finished, so it remains open, and we'll get back to it at the conclusion of this next item, but we didn't want to keep folks here waiting too much longer. So with no other, unless there's anything else, Tom or Michael, I should say, we should move on to item number 9.
Good afternoon, Chair Marcus and board members. I'm Diane Riddle. I'm the Environmental Program Manager for the Hearings and Bay Delta section. I'll provide a brief overview of the workshop today and then turn it over to Ron Milligan with the Bureau of Reclamation for their presentation. I believe he's going to be joined by Tim O'Laughlin as well, followed by a presentation from J.D. Whitekurt of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, who is a representative of the Stanislaus Operations Group, and he'll provide some information on what they're envisioning for pulse flows on the Stanislaus River this year.
Great. Do you want to start with a process explanation of why we're here today? I know you're going to talk a bit when we get to your presentation, unless this is... Were you going to talk about the procedural setting? Because we did have some input from folks who were confused about what this was and why we were doing it so quickly, and I'd like to dispel their concerns. We're actually doing a hearing earlier than we normally do on these things so that the public has a chance to weigh in before we make a decision that's time sensitive.
Yeah, I was planning to get into that, but I can address that up front just so that everyone understands why we're proceeding so quickly. We didn't provide a lot of notice for that workshop, and there are several reasons for that. One is that we just received the request on Friday. We did receive some advance notice that we would likely receive a request, and once we received that notice, we did schedule this for a board workshop, understanding this was something the board would likely want to have input on. Through the last couple of years of temporary urgency change petition requests to modify Bay Delta standards, the board has continually expressed a desire to be part of the process, understand the process. Given board processes, that's often difficult to do, and given changes in hydrology, that's often difficult to do. So I think this is, a byproduct of that, but also an attempt to still receive both board input and public input before the executive director or potentially the board makes a decision on this activity.
Thanks. You may come back to that again, but I wanted you to start it off because there was some confusion as if we were rushing something. In fact, we're responding to an emergency request and notice this in advance so that we could actually get some input and give some input to the executive director before he makes his decision, which can then be appealed to us. Last year, we had workshops afterwards.
Right, and specifically on the timing of this matter, the pulse flow period, and J.D. Whitekurt will get into that in more detail, is started this weekend. So we're already in the midst of the change. The requested changes to San Joaquin River flow requirements are effective April 1st, so it's really time is of the essence on this issue, and if the board is going to have input on it, we need to move quickly in that, and unfortunately that in this case that provided us with a little opportunity for advance notice. Again, the purpose of the workshop is to receive public input on the proposed new Malones operations this year by the Bureau of Reclamation, including the change petition that we received on April 1st. And also to receive input from board members on potential options. Again, I went over this scheduling issue, so I won't repeat that again, but again, this was due to the timing of the receipt of the petition and the need to act on that fairly quickly. So I think it was at one of our drought updates a couple of weeks ago where we had some discussion of conditions on the San Joaquin River where Tim O'Laughlin identified that there likely would be inadequate flow on the San Joaquin River this year to meet the San Joaquin River flow objectives. We started that conversation following that drought update. And the information we received from the Bureau is that they don't have adequate water in New Melones to meet their contract allocations to Oakdale and South San Joaquin Irrigation District, Junior New Melones contract allocations, water right decision 1641 San Joaquin River flow objectives, and National Marine Fisheries Service biological opinion objectives, as well as dissolved oxygen objectives on the Stanislaus River and some level of carryover storage. So getting into the hydrology a little bit, current storage in New Melones is about 615,000 acre feet. That's 26% of capacity and about 41% of normal. So that's a fairly low storage level in a 2.4 million acre foot reservoir. So definitely storage in New Melones Reservoir is very low. The forecasted inflow for the season is about 1 million acre feet, depending on, the hydrology, whether it continues to be dry or if we have some additional storm events. So for the April to September period, that's about 600 to 700,000 acre feet. So I'm providing those numbers to give a little context to how much water is actually available in the watershed and the various obligations on the project. So with the inflow, the Bureau of Reclamation has obligations to its contractors, its senior water supply contractors, Oakdale and South San Joaquin Irrigation District, of about 600,000 acre feet. That contract, the OID and South San Joaquin Irrigation District have with the Bureau as a representation both of their underlying water rights to some extent and contracts. In addition, given the hydrology and the storage conditions, the Bureau of Reclamation has already indicated it doesn't have adequate water supplies to meet any contract allocations to junior Central Valley Project contractors from New Melones. Instead, Oakdale and South San Joaquin Irrigation District have indicated that they intend to sell about 10,000 acre feet of water to those contractors. So in addition, so getting into what the D1641 flow requirements are from April through June, the requirement totals about 570,000 acre feet for dry year conditions. However, this year may turn out to be a below normal year. And we'll determine that, I think, probably around April 8th when the April 1st forecast comes out. These flows would also be adequate to meet the biological opinion flow requirements. So this is not to say that all of the flow to meet the Vernalis flow requirement would actually need to come from New Melones Reservoir. There are other tributary flows that would contribute toward meeting the flow requirement on the San Joaquin River at Vernalis, and I'll get into that a little bit more. Additional obligations from New Melones are the biological opinion flow requirements for July through September, which total about 36,000 acre feet, and need for storage in New Melones Reservoir going into next year. And the current estimates given the Bureau of Reclamation's plans are that that would be between 416 and 566,000 acre feet. So you'll see the supply and the various obligations don't add up, but there's a deficit there that can't be met if you're to meet all of those obligations. So this graphic just shows with the available supply what the proposal is by the Bureau of Reclamation. The blue is the contract allocations to Oakdale and South San Joaquin Irrigation District. The green are the biological opinion flow requirements, and the red is the carryover storage that would be provided given the different hydrologies, with 90% being a drier hydrology and 50% being a wetter hydrology.
And this is what it is without change?
This is what they're proposing.
They're proposing with the change.
without the change, and if all of the flow were to be provided from New Melones, there would be significant changes to these bar graphs. Given that the needed flow to meet the Vernalis flow requirement is close to 600,000 acre feet. But again, that doesn't account for the other inflows that you're going to see from the other tributaries and other accretions, which I'll provide a little more information on that.
Wait, so their proposal, I'm sorry, I'm trying to read it.
I'll get to the proposal. Maybe I could have organized this a little bit differently.
I'll stay tuned.
So getting at the other inflows and the storage conditions, this is just a snapshot of storage levels in the various reservoirs in the watershed, and then a depiction of the watershed to give you an idea of where water is impounded above New Melones Reservoir that may be coming into New Melones Reservoir or may need to fill before water comes into New Melones Reservoir. And then the also inflows that are expected from the Merced and Tuolumne River that will be coming in and contributing to flows on the San Joaquin River at Vernalis. And I won't dwell on this. There is a lot of information on this slide. It just gives you a depiction that there's still plenty of storage, that all of the reservoirs in the watershed are fairly low for the most part, and will be refilling. So getting at that issue of inflows from other tributary sources, this slide depicts what the expected flows are this year from both the Stanislaus River under the Bureau's plan, and that plan calls for both meeting their biological opinion flow requirements, and also Oakdale and South San Joaquin Irrigation District have agreed to release 75,000 acre feet that I believe they're planning to sell to San Luis and Delta Mendota Water Authority. And Ron Milligan and Tim O'Loughlin can speak to this further, which will contribute to the pulse flow amount about 1,000 CFS on top of the biological opinion flow requirements. There are also Tuolumne River FERC settlement flows expected. Those are provided in the table as well. And then Merced River, minimal flows from the Merced River under their FERC flow requirements, in addition to expected accretions, which will vary based on hydrology and other factors. This is just a snapshot of what Tim O'Loughlin and the Bureau of Reclamation are expecting at this point. So getting on to the temporary urgency change petition request, because of these water supplies conditions and the contributions from the various tributaries expected that I provided on the previous slide, the Bureau of Reclamation again doesn't believe that it has adequate water to meet all of its obligations, and is requesting two changes. One to requirements in Decision 1641 and Decision 1422. Related to dissolved oxygen, they're requesting a modification of that requirement from 7 milligrams per liter to 5 milligrams per liter, and the Bureau of Reclamation estimated that that's potentially a savings of 12,000 acre feet per month. I think that I'm not sure that would be every month. Maybe in some of the months they may be able to meet the dissolved oxygen requirement here with the pulse flow, I would expect. In addition, they're requesting modifications to the San Joaquin River flow requirements. This table depicts what those requirements are and what the request is for the modification, and the difference in thousands of acre feet to give you kind of a feel for how much water are we talking about with this change. So from April prior to the pulse flow period, there's two periods. One is generally referred to as the base flow period, and it's everything from April, or actually February through June, except for a 31-day pulse flow period that's provided to help out-migrating salmonid smolts move through the system. And that's usually provided around April 15th to May 15th. So the request is for the base flow period prior to the pulse flow period to relax the requirement to 1,000 CFS at Vernalis. The requirement currently, given a below normal or dry year, is 2,280 cubic feet per second. And this requirement's a little bit complicated in that there are two sets of requirements for the base flow. One is higher when X2 is required to be west of Chips Island. This assumes, which is the case for the pre-pulse flow period, that X2 is required to be west of Chips Island. So the difference there for the pre-pulse flow period is about 77,000 acre feet. Then for the pulse flow period, assuming that the dry year criteria are in place, which may not be the case. Below normal year criteria may be in place, which are about 1,000 CFS higher. But if it is determined to be a dry year in April, the pulse flow requirements are 4,880 CFS at Vernalis. The Bureau is proposing to meet their Stanislaus River biological opinion flow requirements of 720 CFS, plus the additional 75,000 acre feet from Oakdale and South San Joaquin Irrigation District. And they estimate that that will achieve a flow of around 3,000 to 3,200 CFS at Vernalis. The proposal also calls for a sale of 10,000 acre feet to Stockton East Water District that won't result in a change in flow, but will be part of the Oakdale South San Joaquin accounting. So the difference between those two for the pulse flow period is about 100,000 to 115,000 acre feet. And then for the post-pulse flow period, it's not certain yet how many days will be required to be west of Chips Island, so we're not sure if the requirement will be 1,400 CFS or 2,200 CFS. So what the Bureau is requesting is that that requirement be relaxed to 500 CFS, which is a savings of 56 to 107,000 acre feet. So in total, the difference between the D1641 requirement and what's being requested is about 230 to 300,000 acre feet of water. This is a depiction of how that flow may be provided. I won't go into a lot of detail necessarily. The green dashed line is the D1641 requirement at Vernalis. The blue line is the flows to date. Then the light blue grayish line are the expected flows without the 75,000 acre feet from Oakdale and South San Joaquin. So that's essentially, the yellow is essentially the proposal with the blue for the tail end of the period after May 15th. So to give you a depiction of quantity-wise, what are we looking at? So for, as I think you guys are familiar, but for the benefit of those listening, the required findings for a temporary urgency change petition are that there's an urgent need for the change, that there won't be injury to other legal users of water and no unreasonable effects on fish and wildlife and other in-stream beneficial uses of water, and that the change is in the public interest. So there are essentially three options, with the third option having multiple iterations for processing the change petition. One is to approve the requested change as the Bureau of Reclamation proposes it. The other is to decline the change, and the third is to approve the change with conditions. And there are many, many conditions I think we could consider. Some that we think might be helpful for moving forward, because the issue with the San Joaquin River flow issue has been a compliance issue since the San Joaquin River agreement expired in 2011. That was an agreement that implemented the Vernalis Adaptive Management Plan, which was a study that was implemented in place of implementing the Water Quality Control Plan objectives for San Joaquin River flows. When that, and as part of that agreement, the tributaries, the Merced and Tuolumne and Oakdale and South San Joaquin Irrigation District contributed to providing flows to meet the VAMP target flows as part of a purchase agreement. When that agreement went away, the Bureau had issues meeting the San Joaquin River flow requirements, and will continue to likely have issues with meeting that requirement until the board adopts the changes to the San Joaquin River flow requirements and implements those requirements. So in order to help inform us move forward with that issue, also acknowledge that there is limited water in the watershed. There are some conditions that we could consider. So I'll get into it a little bit more, but as I indicated, the Oakdale and South San Joaquin Irrigation District contract covers not only a contractual right, but also likely covers some of the existing water rights that those parties hold under their own separate water rights. It's not clear exactly how much of the 600,000 acre feet in any one year is just purely a contractual allocation, how much is a reflection of an underlying water right. And it would be helpful to understanding these issues when these changes are brought to us, as they have been for the past 2 years, and now this is the 3rd year, to know what water in the reservoir is water under the Bureau's water rights, and what water in the reservoir is water that may be claimed under Oakdale and South San Joaquin Irrigation District's water rights. That may not be a simple accounting, but it would, in order to move forward, it would be helpful for us to start to understand that. So what we're proposing potentially is to consider a condition where there's an accounting of what water is in the reservoir, whose rights it's taken under, and what water right, when water comes into the reservoir, whose water rights is that taken under. And then another consideration could be that the Bureau, that we would approve the change, but the Bureau of Reclamation would need to keep any water that may be claimed under only its water rights in storage for carryover storage to ensure that it's available in the fall to meet pulse flow requirements and as carryover storage. We've been in this carryover storage issue for several years now on the San Joaquin River, and it's likely that it will continue. So in order to ensure that we have adequate flows available to carry that water over such that it's available in the future.
What was the carryover this last year?
I think it was 267,000 acre feet at the end of September, something around there. I'm sure Ron or Tim can speak to exactly what that is.
Part of the reason it's so low, though, is also because of biological opinion requirements. So are you, on this condition, are you proposing that the water would be used to meet those regulatory flows?
So
or just certain?
What the proposal is, well, a consideration for a condition like this is that only the Bureau of Reclamation is currently responsible for meeting the D1641 flow requirements. The water rights of Oakdale and South San Joaquin and other water users in the watershed are not conditioned to meet this requirement. So, that, and the Bureau of Reclamation has indicated that on various occasions. And so these conditions really acknowledge that there's only so much the Bureau can do. We need to know what it is that they can do. We acknowledge in this year specifically that there's probably not enough water to do everything, and thus it's worth considering whether we should approve the change petition. And then also what water that can be taken under the Bureau's rights should be dedicated first toward meeting their water right obligations and then used for consumptive use purposes. So that's the philosophy under which these conditions were developed, and therefore discussion, we're not necessarily sold on them thus far, just wanted to throw them out there. I think it's helpful for the public to understand. I'm not sure all of the stakeholders understand the complex water right situation that exists in the watershed, and that there are other water right holders, that contractual obligations may be a reflection of underlying water rights to some extent. There are both pre-14 and post-14 water rights. It's a very complex situation, and when we get these requests at the last minute like this, it's hard to assess, exactly what's going on, and for moving forward until we're able to revisit these water right allocations and the flow requirements, it would be helpful for us to start understanding these things better. So that's the vein in which these potential conditions were identified. The other and the last condition would be for the Bureau to really to tell us what they are planning to do moving forward with compliance issues until we can adopt revised water quality objectives and implement those objectives, so that we're not in the same loop for the next several years until we can undertake that water right proceeding. I think, I think we're all getting a little bit weary of going through the TUCP process and looking for a better solution that incorporates public input and that everybody can understand in advance, and they can also understand the water right complexities of this until we get to that point. So I think that's what we're after, is some transparency for everyone, the public, and for us, and everyone to understand what is the water right situation and how do you take that in consideration with the hydrology and figure out what to do from year to year. We acknowledge we've got a compliance issue here, and we've had one since 2011. The Bureau was able to do some things for a couple of years, but since then with the drought, their options have been limited, and we're in this compliance situation, and maybe for, up to several years. So I'm not going to get into this in great detail, but just as a reflection of the other water rights that Oakdale and South San Joaquin hold, they hold numerous water rights. They're very large through for the Tri-Dams project, Beardsley, Donnell's, and Tulloch Reservoir, and for direct diversion, storage rights. They've got multiple water rights. It would be helpful for us to understand how those interact with their contract, and for the public to understand that too. And moving forward, when we address these issues, how do we consider that? So that's it. I know it was a lot of information, fairly rapid fire. I'm happy to go back and explain anything further or elaborate on something if you'd like.
Sure, we'll go to questions. I suspect we'll come back to these slides, particularly the options slide and maybe some of the others, but let's wait for Mr. Milligan's presentation and the rest of the panel, and then we have a lot of expert public here who will have raised issues and questions, and then we'll come back. But at the outset, are there questions that folks want to ask before we get into it?
There was one other option as far as conditions go with the dissolved oxygen level. We may want to consider keeping that in place while fish are present in the system, so perhaps through the pulse flow period, and then again ensuring that it's in place in the October pulse flow period. That would be another consideration. So I think part of what you'll hear today is that conditions are likely to be very hot on the river this year, and that fish aren't going to be downstream in that Ripon location where the dissolved oxygen requirement exists. However, fish will be migrating through that corridor specifically during that pulse flow period and during both of those pulse flow periods, so it might be worth keeping that requirement there, and would be another consideration that I welcome the public and Ron Milligan and Tim O'Laughlin to speak to.
Could you speak to what that means, the DO requirements when fish are present? How would that translate?
I think it probably translate to maintaining the dissolved oxygen requirement of 7 through the spring pulse flow period through May 15th. And then again through October when the fall pulse flow period exists.
I think I know the answer to this, but how does this request compare to the TUCPs we approved the last 2 years? Is it the same, or is it?
These are higher flows, I believe, than what we've
approved.
approved, which I think are reflective of there's more water in the watershed overall than we've seen in 2013 or 2014 and 2015.
Thanks for elaborating on dissolved oxygen, because that's where my questions come in. In the last couple of TUCPs, did we grant a similar flexibility on meeting dissolved oxygen, and what did the monitoring show as far as meeting those different endpoints? Because 7 is the authority for that is in the basin plan of Sacramento San Joaquin basins that the Regional Water Board adopts.
Yes, it is included in the basin plan, but it's also
7.
a water right condition of the Bureau of Reclamation. Right. And actually, in fact, last year, and I should have mentioned that when Felicia asked about how the proposal compares to last year. Last year, we got the same request for relaxation of the dissolved oxygen level from 7 to 5. And there were very few, for the most part, the 7 was met. I think there were a few instances where it wasn't, and I did ask Tim O'Loughlin and Ron Milligan about that, and they weren't sure exactly why that was met or not. And it may be that it could be met again. I think their position is that because fish won't be that far down in the system, it doesn't necessarily make sense to release flows to ensure that it's met, and that it would be better used to maintain that water in storage for other uses. But I'll let them speak to the rationale for making that request further.
And you tied about 12,000 acre feet per month that could be conserved if this DO requirement were slid to a warm water fishery instead of a cold water fishery. Was that then reflected in the next table of D1641 flows, the difference of TAF, that are part of the pulse and the shoulder flows in that table?
No, and I didn't do that because I'm not sure in every month it would actually take 12,000 acre feet, I think, and either Ron or Tim or maybe even JD would potentially be able to speak to their experience on exactly how much is needed. And I think it depends on weather and other factors that are going on that might be difficult to predict at this point. But that was their ballpark estimate they gave for how much water that would potentially be conserved through the change.
So, did you have another one? I'm just wondering here, the usage of the term contract with respect to OID and South San Joaquin. It's my understanding that those are senior water rights, and so to refer to them as contract amounts, really what you're referring to is, I know there's a 1988 agreement that is placed as a condition on the Bureau's appropriative rights. But to refer throughout here, Oakdale and South San Joaquin as having contract amounts, their rights are to direct diversions, correct?
They have direct diversion and storage rights, and they've got a pre-14 direct diversion right, which potentially they may be moving to a storage right at times. Those are kind of things I think we want to understand better, is what of the 600,000 acre feet. Old Malones Dam was 112,000 acre feet. So that storage right is obviously still maintained by Oakdale and South San Joaquin. How that storage moves up or down in the reservoir as conditions change would, be helpful to understand, and how that's accounted for. And then otherwise, of the remaining water that's in storage in New Malones, again, Oakdale and South San Joaquin operate Beardsley and Donnell's reservoirs upstream, and they have a point of rediversion for that water downstream of New Malones. So there's water moving through from those sources. It's a very complex system, and it would be helpful for us to understand, when is that water moving, what water in the reservoir is being claimed under the Bureau of Reclamation's water rights, and what is being claimed under Oakdale and South San Joaquin Irrigation District's water rights, so we can sort out what part of this water has this water right condition on it to meet these flow and dissolved oxygen conditions, and what part doesn't, that hasn't been conditioned accordingly, which is the Oakdale and South San Joaquin Irrigation District water.
In the sense that we usually say contractor in terms of the junior contractors, you mean there's a contract with the Bureau on how to manage these storage rights?
Yeah, it's similar to like a settlement contract on the Sacramento system, that they've got an agreement, and they've got, provisions for how much water is provided in different year types, and when shortage provisions kick in, and contract, I'll let them correct me as to what term they would prefer that we use as far as that goes, but it's an agreement between the Bureau and the districts as to supply issues.
Based upon their senior rights.
Right, yeah. I mean, similar to the settlement contractors, where I think it was part of the settlement with the, when New Malones Reservoir was considered and built, that they came to this agreement.
Other questions before we proceed? All right, let's move to the panel. Thank you very much. Israel, for laying that out. We'll come back to some of these slides in the presentation, no doubt.
Want to go first? Sure, I will go first. Good afternoon. I'm Ron Milligan. Good to see you all again. It's every 2 weeks. We'll keep this schedule going. So today we're going to talk a little bit about our recent petition for New Maloney's operation, Stanislaus, San Joaquin River. A little better position than we were last year, as Diane kind of commented on. We are proposing some higher flows, but it is a tough year in the basin still. We've talked about that in some of our drought updates. Do want to say that we've worked pretty hard with the local districts in the basin to kind of coordinate our operations. We'll kind of go through some of that in this presentation. And I think we have a package that will help the fishery on the Stanislaus as well as the San Joaquin this year. As we've kind of reviewed a couple times, is we have a great deal of fall Chinook salmon that came up last fall, primarily because we were providing a pulse flow and there was not a lot of pulse flow on the other two tribs, and there was some water hyacinth concerns there. So we ended up with the vast majority of the returning fall Chinook in the Stanislaus Basin, and they're getting ready to move out of the system. So we're working really closely with our fishery agency colleagues on shaping that, and I think the next panelist from State Fish and Game will go over that as well as to what the work is and how we think shaping that would occur. So I'll invite Mr. O'Loughlin to make a little comment if he'd like, or we just get right to the...
Tim O'Loughlin, representing Oakdale, South San Joaquin, Tridam, and Tridam Power Authority. I want to respond initially to Mr. Moore's questions while they're fresh in my mind. So the 12,000 acre feet total is for the entire time period. That would be because what's going to happen is there's going to be a release of about 150 or 200 CFS. So if additional water had to be released, it would be on top of that. So it's about 12,000 acre feet total, the water savings we're looking at for the time period. I don't think there's any doubt, and if the state board wanted to make it a condition during the time period of the April-May pulse flow to have the DO in place. When you're going to be releasing about 2,700 acre feet, 2,700 CFS of water, given the amount of oxygen and temperature, we don't anticipate a DO problem from now until sometime in maybe late May. If then. Last year what we saw, we think, is that there were accretion flows that were occurring from groundwater in the upper basin that were still going into the system. And as Diane said, for the most part, DO was met last year, even though it was relaxed and flows weren't specifically released for it. Also in the presentation, you'll see that based on the temperature modeling that we've done, water temperatures in that region are going to be in excess of 80 degrees. They're somewhere between 78 and 82 degrees in the summertime, given the low flow conditions and ambient air temperature. Based on our surveys of rainbow trout in the summertime, we find no rainbow trout in that area because the water temperatures are too high. So cold water temperatures are for rainbow trout / omicus. Since there aren't any there, they're basically upstream of Orange Blossom Bridge. We don't anticipate that there would be any impact on the rainbow trout fishery or the omicus. So all in all, it's a small little component of an overall package, but those are hopefully to respond to your questions on dissolved oxygen.
Oh, yeah, it does show that you're keying in on the indicator species, but I would just say and remind folks that dissolved oxygen for cold water habitat is not just for trout. It's actually for a whole ecosystem that includes the benthic macroinvertebrates that respond in their life cycles to oxygen levels. So, I mean, trout's a great indicator, but the DO objectives have more of scientific basis than just trout fisheries.
Okay.
If I could just add on to the dissolved oxygen, I probably a little reverse on how I kind of thought we'd have this discussion, but being we're this far into it. The proposal for 5 as opposed to 7, ideally we think that in the future we'd like to explore Orange Blossom Bridge is probably a little better compliance point. Not that we think that 5 is necessarily a better indicator than 7, but we think that the 7 should probably be up at Orange Blossom. The difficulty is we really don't have the gauging mechanisms up there. So the 5 is kind of being treated as a surrogate as 7 up at Orange Blossom Bridge, which I do think kind of matches up to a degree as to a little better with where our temperatures are going to line up as well for the coming year. So that's that aspect of it. And from our perspective, is particularly looking at last year, we didn't think till June that this could be a concern. So we would certainly anticipate that we would operate in a fashion to maintain the objective that currently sits all the way down to Ripon during any time that we're still moving out fish from out migration.
So we have a PowerPoint. We're going to go through it. Some of you've seen based on what your staff has presented. Just to give you some background, I've been working on the Stanislaus River since 1988. I came in when the 88 agreement was being negotiated and signed. I've worked with the districts on the 88 agreement, the Bay Delta, D1641, the implementation of the VAMP, and the OCAP BO RPAs. I am outside counsel to South San Joaquin and Tridam Project and Tridam Power Authority as their water council. And so this is kind of like a download for me. If I go too far in depth, cut me off. If you have questions, ask. I'd be happy to answer any questions I could. This is just a schematic. Basically what it shows is Donnells and Beardsley are 2 Tridam projects. They're in the Middle Fork. They are above New Maloney's Reservoir. As you saw in Diane's slide previously, they are pretty close to being empty. They're filling up now, but they're low. Also in the North Fork is Calaveras County Water District, New Spicer Reservoir. They have a reservoir that holds about 186,000 acre feet, no, 250,000 acre feet. They're about 180,000 acre feet down right now. And then there's there's a small one on the Middle Fork, which is Strawberry. As you move through the system, then you hit New Maloney's with 2.45 million acre feet. Then immediately below that is Tulloch Reservoir. Tulloch Reservoir has a fascinating legal and history as well. It's a Oakdale and South San Joaquin facility. We have an agreement with the United States Bureau of Reclamation to use it as an after bay for power releases from New Maloney's, and it is so operated. And then downstream of Tulloch, just a short way, is the Goodwin Dam. That diverts water into the South Main, which supplies water to Oakdale, the North Main, which supplies water to Oakdale and South San Joaquin. And then there's the Goodwin Tunnel is also located there, which supplies water to Central San Joaquin Water Conservation District and Stockton East. Okay, so the first one, we're going to do a little water rights here. And so the first basis of the district's water rights that your staff was asking about is a pre-1914 adjudicated right that went to the California Supreme Court and was confirmed. These aren't asserted rights. These are actual adjudicated, confirmed rights through the California Supreme Court. Basically, if you added that number up, so rough math, it's 1816.6. So the first 1,816 CFS in the river, the districts have the opportunity to divert that water and take it directly from March 1st through the end of November. That's 210 days. If you add up that number in the aggregate, of course, you wouldn't use all that water every day of every month, and nor is it there. The total amount is about 754,000 acre feet of water. And you'll realize why that number is important as we go through the slide presentation. These are OID's post-14 rights. So what happened in the old days in 1918, The districts looked upstream and said, you know, if we had a reservoir up there, we could control some of that water and maybe use it in the summertime. Old Maloney's was built. Old Maloney's diverts about, has a right to about 110,000 acre feet, 1918. Then what happened as the district's farming intensified and grew, the need for increased storage and storage later through dry year periods and into the summer increased. So they added the Tridamps project, which is Donnell's and Beardsley and Tulloch. All told, it's a total amount of 470,000 acre feet of storage. Our priority dates are 1918 to 1948. All of our rights are prior to the Bureau's rights. The season varies. There's power that's incidental to it. The main thing is the water is, when it was originally constructed, was to be stored and then diverted down. If you could imagine a stair step coming down through the season, where it'd go through Donnell's, it'd go through Beardsley, it'd go through Old Maloney's, then through Tulloch, and then it'd go to Goodwin and then be diverted later in the season. These are the Bureau permits. If you look at the Bureau permits, they're basically 1952 and later, mainly for storage at New Maloney's. And their storage season is a little bit different, and they are not entitled to divert to storage after July 1. That's because the river is fully appropriated after July 1. So what happened? I was not here in 1972, but what occurred in 1972 was the United States Bureau of Reclamation came in front of the board, petitioned this board for permits for the New Maloney's project. The districts entered into an agreement, the 72 agreement with Reclamation, and basically what it did was it entitled the districts to the first 654,000 acre feet of water. The 72 agreement was then superseded by an agreement that I actually worked on at the very end, the 88 agreement. The amount of water was reduced from 654,000 acre feet to 600,000 acre feet, but a conservation account was included in that amount of 200,000 for the project. And the actual 88 agreement that's still there is set forth in item number 1 on your screen. So in light of that, the State Water Resources Control Board basically agreed and said, under the agreement providing for the dismissal of the district's protest, the Bureau will deliver all of the inflow into New Maloney's reservoir up to 650,000 acre feet in each year for rediversion at Goodwin Dam for the district's prior rights. So that was affirmed in D 1485 as well. So one of the things is, it's interesting, we'll get into this in more slides in greater detail, and I'm not denigrating the Bureau or their operations or how they've done. Actually, they've done a very fantastic job from our point of view in the last 2 or 3 years trying to get through this drought. But there should be no expectation. They're the most junior right on the entire river system that they have any water at all. And we'll get into that in a little bit and discuss it in further detail. These are the Bureau's permits. They're all subject to the conditions of Oakdale and South San Joaquin's water rights first. So I wanted to put this slide up because it's an interesting thing that we went through. So back in 2009, there was a consultation and the OCAP biological opinions were issued. Oakdale and South San Joaquin sued Reclamation and NIMS on the biological opinions. And we went to court, and one of our statements to the court was, well, you know, our rights are senior to the Bureau rights, and while the OCAP BO is applicable to project operations, it's clearly not applicable to our water rights. And as you see in there, the federal court confirmed that and said that the districts hold the prior rights, that the Reclamation isn't going to use our water for meeting the OCAP BO RPAs, and said that, I love the last sentence, that neither NIMS nor the Bureau has the discretion to violate those water rights. Now, what's interesting from this TUCP that you should be aware of that occurred in the OCAP BO, when the OCAP, and you can jump in here if you want to, is when the OCAP BO was done, the modeling that was done for the OCAP-BO specifically did not include meeting D1641 April-May pulse flows. And so the biological assessment that was done, that was sent to NIMS, upon which NIMS based their OCAP-BO RPA, was not done based on meeting D1641 April-May pulse flows. And
Why is that?
I can add a little more detail to that, because at least that's something that I did work on. I didn't brag, so back in 1988 I did this and that. When we were creating the biological assessment, which is the product that the applicant for the consultation on the federal side, the action agency, creates, we were still just coming out of the VAMP period, and we were still working with the San Joaquin River Authority as well as the other entities about continuing the VAMP. It was coming to an end, but it wasn't clear as to what the conditions would be after that. So what we created within our modeling system-wide analysis of effects was basically a continuation of the VAMP structure. And the VAMP flows are slightly different by water year type in terms of what's in Table 3 of D1641. They are smaller quantities, and there were agreements as to where certain flows would come from within the tributaries. That wasn't quite as rigorous in certainly assigned within D1641. So that's what we consulted on. And as I read and still recollect how the VAMP agreement would be constructed in a year like this, which is coming off of a sequence of critical years, would have been a quote off-ramp year within VAMP. And so what we're proposing in our change petition is certainly in excess of what would have been in the VAMP. So would be greater than the flows anticipated and what we consulted on within the biological opinion. Now, we still want to work with both NOAA Fisheries and Fish and Wildlife Service because we use the same biological assessment in those two consultations. But as best as we can tell, that is also the analysis that they relied on in terms of their biological opinions. And the anticipation was that we would come to a new basin plan amendment by this point in time, and we're still working on that. So this is still this awkward spot where we are between, particularly in these really dry sequences, as to what's the appropriate flow.
And I understand the VAMP's no longer in place, but I think it'd be helpful to get a chart that shows D1641 VAMP, if VAMP were in place, compared to the proposal, just to put it in perspective.
Well, basically, I can probably answer that. I mean, if we would have an off-ramp year, and I'll get to a slide in a little bit, basically what you would have is you'd have about 2,000 or 2,200 CFS of flow, and you'd have an off-ramp year, and no additional flows would be provided, and you'd be trying to meet 4880. That's basically what would occur in an off-ramp year.
So just to clarify, the VAMP period is the April 15th to May 15th period. The shoulder flows would still be in place if the VAMP were in place. So that's just for that April to May period.
Right. And we have slides. I wanted to, because one of the slides that was brought up earlier by Diane, which is a good slide, is the TUCPs and going through this process. I do think we should address that point, and I have some slides on that as well, so we can talk about that a little bit. Okay, so basically though, what happened, and you'll see it in the second bullet point, is basically they said that it would be reasonable to assume that the state board would take a holistic approach and grant such petitions. And we specifically told them in the court case, and I lost it, was they said that's realistic. They can go get a TUCP. If the state board grants a TUCP, that's great. And if they don't grant a TUCP, then you can come back and seek a reconsultation under ESA. So I want to run through real quickly as how I think it's important just to give a little background, and I'm going to blow through these slides really quickly. So this is 2011. Boy, it seems like eons ago when it was 2011, and you look at the in-stream flow releases, that's basically flood control releases of about 863,000. So that's where we started. In 2012, there was about 577,000 acre-feet of in-stream flow releases. In that year, there was only about 600,000 acre-feet that came in. So generally what happened then, the districts took 600, we gave water to Stockton East, about 600 went down the river. Things get progressively worse. In this year, there's 431,000 acre feet going down the river. There was 550 that came in. Of course, the first 600 is the districts, so you deficit there. 349 goes down the river again in 2014. 340 was the total amount that came into New Melones that year, and you still had to meet the district's requirements in Stockton East. And then last year we had 198,000 went down the river and 330 came in. So just to let you know, we made this very point to NIMS when we were going through the biological opinion, which is if you take a huge gulps of water in these wet years, what's going to happen is we're going to run into drier years. And their biological opinion said, we'll trade off a few more wet years for a few more dry years. So they made that determination, and that's what we're living with currently. And the support for the data about how much water was actually inflowing into New Melones, these numbers were taken right off CDEC and are supplied for you and your staff. So where are we right now? We generally agree with your staff's numbers. Inflow to New Melones since 10/1/2015 has been about 432,000 acre feet to date. 95,000 acre feet has been released down the river. Now, want to go back in time again. So when we did the TUCP last year, we agreed with Reclamation that we would let Reclamation borrow the district's water starting in October in order to meet the OCAP-BO releases, because in October there was 267,000 acre feet of water. The first water that comes into New Melones under the 88 agreement goes to the districts based on their prior rights. So what happened in last year going into this year, basically we let Reclamation borrow water, realizing that if it turned out to be a really wet year, we'd get our water back, no harm, no foul. And if it turned out to be a really dry year, well, we had to meet the fishery needs anyway, and we'd have to scramble at a later date and figure out what's going on. There's about 620,000 acre feet in storage in New Melones right now. So this is a chart. This will probably cause some angst and when I say this, but I'll just say it anyway. So there's roughly 620,000 acre feet in New Melones, or 650. The inflow is about 450. So under the 88 agreement, the districts are entitled to the first 600,000 acre feet. So we still, there's about 200,000 acre feet remaining. That water is in the conservation account, which is the districts last year and in the previous 4 years put water into a conservation account, being good water stewards, trying to carry water over for a dry year. Actually, when we went to use it last year, and correct me if I'm wrong, last year the conservation account was open and we could have accessed it. We forewent about 40,000 acre feet of water last year from the conservation account in order to try to maintain storage upstream. The other thing is the districts will be entitled after today to the remaining 150,000 acre feet of additional inflow that comes in after the state. So this presents a timing issue. So, and we ran into this last year as well. So the Reclamation has obligations and responsibilities. We realized this year with the projected runoff and snow melt that this is a timing issue, and basically if you could think of it, it's like a water swap up at New Melones. So we're letting them use our water to help them meet their OCAP-BO RPA flows, and we're going to help assist on meeting the D1641 flows. And then in exchange, our water will come later in the year and we will use it. Okay, so I think this is the best slide in the group to hopefully get you oriented as to what New Melones might look like. The 50% forecast, our numbers agree with Diane's numbers on the amount of runoff into New Melones and the unimpaired runoff. So the 50% forecast, this is if we release 75,000 acre feet, the Bureau meets the OCAP-BO RPAs, we transfer 10,000 acre feet to Stockton East, and Reclamation gets relief from the DO. So your end of month storage coming into the end of the year is roughly around 600,000 under the 50. We don't think we're going to be at 50. So then the 75%, the 90. I think this is me personally, I think we're going to be more at the 90% number on the forecast. So then what we did is we said, yeah, the predictions for the next couple of weeks are fairly dry. And then the thing that we've seen in the upstream, and I've said this previously to you as well, is that antecedent conditions were dry. And then now what's happening is it's springtime. Now we got trees coming out, brushes coming out, ET goes up, actual evaporation's going higher because you have warmer conditions. So we're expecting less runoff, but we generally agree with the numbers. We're in the ballpark. It may be off 10 or 20,000 acre feet, but it's pretty close. So then what we did was we said, okay, if the state board decided not to grant the TUCP and charge reclamation with the full no relief, meet the base flows April through June, and meet the April-May, we did the 50% forecast, which is the dotted line, and then we did the 90% forecast, which is the bottom line. End of month storage September, we're down below 200,000, which would be lower than where we were last year. I'm not going to bore you with detail. We provided your staff with all these backup documentations for the graph that was presented there, in case you wanted to spend more time looking at where the water was moving in the watershed. We provided reclamation and your staff with the temperature modeling. So what we did was we actually went out to New Melones. We had a problem last year with the thermocline about what exactly the numbers were. We hired somebody. We went out and did actual thermoclines at the beginning of about 10 days ago. So we got the actual numbers for what was happening in New Melones. The model worked pretty good last year. Once we did get those numbers zeroed in on New Melones, I think we feel fairly good about these numbers moving forward. So the blue line is based on the 75% forecast. That's the original 75,000 acre feet down the river. That's the OCAP-BO RPA flows, the 10,000 and everything else. If you note, last year what we were trying to do was try to reach about 65 degrees at Goodwin. If you look at the 75% forecast, we're at 64. We're bouncing just below it. See it? Now, when we go to the red line, which is the 90% forecast, we're right at 65 degrees during that September, October time period, mainly in October. Okay? Now, we did a run, and I don't know if I provided this to your staff or not, and if I didn't, I will. Back when we were working with reclamation on the original how things were going to work in 2016, this was in February, the hydrology was way worse, and we were looking at a projected carryover storage of about 267. So if you look at those numbers and look at the October time period, you'll see you're right around 69 degrees for temperature at Goodwin. So if you wanted to place that on that previous graph, which I think is the best graph in the presentation, that would go between the 50% and the 90% full compliance with D1641. So our temperatures would be elevated quite above the 65 degrees that we're going to try to attain last year and try to obtain this year. One quick thing, it's not rocket science, but we pointed this out when the OCAP-BO was going on, that as New Melones reservoir storage falls, if you look at how the reservoir is falling, you can look at the temperature increase and see what's going to happen. So if New Melones stays at a low elevation moving forward, we're going to have a continuing temperature issue for oversummering Olmicus under the OCAP-BO RPA temperature objectives for Olmicus. Okay, now, so I did the San Joaquin River Agreement and appeared in front of this board for 86 days trying to get me and Mr. Birmingham. So I just wanted to bring up this slide, not to beat up on reclamation or the board, but to let people know the history of what occurred. And so here's what hasn't occurred. And we took this right out of the state board and our previous filings. But what's important is to go back in time when the agreement was being entered into. And the main thing is, and I underlined this, it wasn't in the agreement, is the word shorter. There was clearly an expectation when we were doing the San Joaquin River Agreement that the Bureau, if in the 10 years the districts walked away from the agreement, the Bureau agreed for the 10 years to backstop it. No doubt about it. There was a ton of discussion on that. But the next part was when the agreement ended, everyone's agreed that the reclamation was going to be on the hook for the next 2 years. So the agreement ended in 2010. They were on the hook for 2011 and 2012. That's why I came in front of you in 2011 and 2012. They were on the hook. But what's happened is, unfortunately, well, fortunately for most of my clients, you haven't done your water quality control plan SED, and we have this requirement sitting out there that is going to be extremely difficult to meet moving forward until such time as there is an implementation order on a new water quality control plan SED. And we should figure out some way about how we're going to address that issue and work through that issue so that we aren't running in here every year on TUCPs. I think in a lot of ways I agree with what NRDC said in their 60-day notice to EPA is if we know these things and they're part of a water quality control plan, we should know exactly how they're going to be met, when they're going to be met, and if they're not going to be met, then we should not be doing 2 UCPs. And I'll just give a shout out that when you do your next water quality control plan, it's very important that we have objectives that we can meet and understand that we have climate change, we have global warming, we have issues in regards to storage. So I think it's important in understanding that we have a drought and drought periods. So I'm not here to beat up. I'm just here to point out that this problem's not going to go away. My clients are committed to working with reclamation to trying to do the best we can to make things work. And we've had a great working relationship with the reclamation to trying to make that happen. But I think some further discussion on that needs to occur moving forward.
And just adding, yeah, I was just going to say, short of a water quality control plan, though, and I believe Ms. Riddle had in issues going forward, possible conditions, how do we deal with this so we don't have TUCPs? So other than a water quality control plan, what other mechanism? What are the other options?
There's contractual agreements that can be
Similar to what you're proposing.
Okay. Yeah. Depending on how you want to structure something. And
then I would just add to your list, climate change, all these other things, biological opinion. I mean, that's one thing that exists that didn't exist back when D1641 was put together. So it's another factor that complicates things.
D1641 will complicate things on the, the OCAP-BO will complicate things on the Stanislaus River no matter which direction we turn, because at some point in time, might have to be or will be a reconsultation under Section 7. And remember, the OCAP-BO is for an integrated, coordinated CVP. It's not particular to New Maloney's. It's project. So is that about right? Is that right?
That is true. I mean, it's certainly an integrated, all system-wide approach to the species. So it's not unique to just the Stanislaus, and you can take that out of whole cloth and just say, let's deal with that. It is true that we need to think about how the species are doing, and obviously steelhead are really a tough species for the Central Valley, and the drought hasn't helped any of the species. We're seeing it across the salmon and the pelagic species as well. So we would like to, at some point, try to figure out how we get out of this kind of do loop in terms of particularly in the dry sequence, because what we're seeing, and I think that this slide that Tim's just put up kind of illustrates that we're not getting a lot of help necessarily from the other tributaries because they've seen such dry conditions. And a year ago when we were talking about how dire the conditions were down at Exchequer on the Merced and concerns about how low we might get at Maloney's and Old Maloney's interactions, we're just, and the ambient or just antecedent conditions in terms of the watershed being dry. I think the Central Sierra is looking at like an 88% of snowpack, which is a lot better than the last 2 years, but still below average on a dry watershed. The inflows we can expect, we're still waiting to see how that's going to play out. So next 6 weeks will be pretty critical.
So this is our slide. It's a little bit different than the spreadsheet that Diane showed. Numbers vary a little bit. Our expectation is if you try to meet Vernalis, it'd cost about 150,000 acre feet of additional water from New Maloney's during the April-May pulse flow, not including. Now, I do have to warn you, when you look at these numbers, up till April 1st, those numbers in blue are solid and good. Anything after April 1st is a forecast. So what Dan Steiner did was went back and looked at how the last 3 or 4 years went, looked at accretions, looked at depletions, looked at the hydrology in the basin, because embedded in each of those blue are accretions and depletions in the San Joaquin River Basin, not attributable to releases from the upstream trips. Okay, so, but we think that's the best guess for what we will be seeing moving forward. I think the line could probably be at 500 CFS for the rest of the year, but it'll be close as we move forward. I just wanted to bring this one up. Dan didn't like this slide. I just wanted to explain a little bit about how reclamation in the Bureau, reclamation in the districts operated this year. We started meeting in November, and then we got around to the 1st of February, and we really started crunching numbers. So if you look at February 1st, you'll see that there was only 200,000 acre feet of inflow, and there was 500,000 that was projected. So that was not a very good forecast at the time, because if you think that the districts take 600 and 267 was in storage, but 95 had already left, that left the Bureau with about 200,000 acre feet total in the reservoir moving forward. So that was pretty scary to us. So, and then things got even worse in February as we had calls, as you said, you lived here and went through it and heard about it every day. And what our concern was, in fact, Reclamation approached us and talked to the districts and said, you know, we were concerned, storage isn't going up, inflow is not going up, we're looking at another bad dry year. And so the discussion was, can you hold off on your irrigation? Because technically we can start under our water rights on March 1. Luckily, Ron called it right that it would rain. And it started to rain, so we were able to hold off on that. So basically the 2 districts didn't start irrigation until today. So we saved all of that March water and pushed that into storage in New Maloney's. And then of course what's improved as well is the hydrology has improved over time. So I think my last parting point on this is a pretty interesting one. The word contract has been used, and the word that the district's agreement is similar to the settlement contractors on the Sacramento River. We've actually litigated at this point in federal court where we don't get CVP water, we don't get project water. We have no agreement with the Bureau to get project water. We're not subject to the Reclamation Reform Act. We report our water rights every year to you. Actually, with this new accounting under SB 88, it's going to get even more interesting. What we're trying to do last year and this year is work with Reclamation on how we can use our rights and their rights. And I'll just say it, it's kind of a blender at New Maloney's, because if you want us to separate out molecules, we could. And I'll just give you a quick example. If you took Tulloch and Old Maloney's together, it's roughly 200,000 acre feet of water. Based on the inflow that you see on the chart, those reservoirs would be full. We'd be entitled to the first 18, 16.6. plus our upstream reservoirs we would be filling to the tune of another 200,000 acre feet. So all told together in this month, we would have water available to meet the 75,000 acre feet. The other thing that you should know is when you add up the district's pre-14 rights and the post-14 rights, it comes out to about 1,000,001. Well, the average annual runoff in the watershed, not coincidental because the engineers were good back then, is about 1,000,001. So we think that between what we try to do is if you want a strict accounting per molecule based on a water right, it'd be extremely difficult to do. And at the end of the day, it may impact the junior water right holders more than it would the senior water right holders.
As you'd be able to direct, divert, and use your storage rights.
That is correct. And so the point here is to try to get along. We've been on the river together for 30 years now. We've operated under this agreement for that period of time. We're in a difficult situation. So that's kind of where we're at.
Could you, obviously this proposal is an example of that, figuring out a way to provide for benefits to the fish, provide for some of the regulatory flows to be met. But go back to the previous example that you gave on backing water up during this time frame that you have. And when you say backing water up, that's backing up the district's water in New Melones. So talk about how...
In New Melones or above. Because basically we wouldn't stair-step it down starting in Donnell's, work it through Beardsley, work it through Old Melones, and work it through Tulloch. And then when you throw on it, it's further complicated by the fact that CCWD is releasing water as a senior post-14 appropriator downstream. When they release their water and abandon it, we are first entitled to take that. That's the same with Strawberry. When they release their water from Strawberry down the Philadelphia ditch, if it hits the Stanislaus River as the post-14 senior water right, we're entitled to redivert that water because it's been abandoned. So it's pretty complicated when you look at it on a molecule by molecule basis. We're trying to do as much as possible when we report under SB 88 to break those molecules out. But when you were in the workshops and listened to it, like Alan Lilly said, it took him 16 months to try to figure out where all the molecules were going. So, but we're trying to do that. Yes.
Could you go back one slide, please? So I just wanted to try to provide a little clarity as to our petition. The blue, and as Tim said here, the blue bars as they relate through March are the actuals. From April on, and this has a split between the first half of April and the first half of May and the latter halves of each month. Those are our best estimate based on the coordination with the other tributaries about what they'll be releasing. So on the Tuolumne, they'll be releasing some water. So the blue bars are the estimates of what we think would be the flows in the San Joaquin and Vernalis without any augmentation or water being provided through the districts. The red line is just there as a reference to identify what some of the D1641 requirements would be for those key months of April, May, and June.
Right. Diane's chart we agree with. Basically, the base flow is about 2,022. When you add 75,000 to it, it'll run another 1,000 to 2,000, 1,200, I mean. So we'll be bumping between 3,000 and 3,200 during the April-May pulse flow period if the release is made.
And my point is that that additional 75,000 bar is not on there. So take those the mid-April, first half of May bars, add about 1,200, 1,100 CFS to those, and that would represent our characterization of what we're proposing in our petition. Last year, although we were using some water from the districts, we were probably down closer to the 2,000-ish because we were actually not being able to augment above. And I hate to use the lingos, what's in our current biological opinions to augment flows as requirements are in Appendix 2E of the biological opinion. So we kind of refer to them as the 2E flows. And they're kind of related to water year type. So again, New Maloney's in that element is a critical year. So we are using CVP Maloney's project water to meet those 2E flows, and the 75,000 is on top of that. Last year, that was more of a mix. So it was closer to 2,000 to maybe 23, I think.
I'd have to go back and look on CDEC. I think it was running 2,000 to 2,300 or 2,250 during the 31 days. It was low. And immediately afterwards, it dropped like a rock. I mean, we went down below, we were down around 250 last year. Things were so dry.
So this, is particularly in the pulse flow period, would be considerably higher than that. Again, not all the way up to the red line, so it's to some degree splitting the difference there.
You are correct.
Correct.
Yeah, one thing I'd like to point out, I've been harping on this for 20 years, so I might as well continue to harp on it. The 20, why not? Yeah, the 2280. This has always been a problem when you have the Sacramento River flows, and they had a wet year this year, and we have a dry year down south. But that's forcing the hydrology, as Diane said earlier, to 2280, and that's just hard to meet. We have to figure out some way to disaggregate.
So wait, just so the folks understand. So what you're saying is the D1641 requirements went up because the Sacramento was flowing higher, even though the hydrology is worse on the San Joaquin?
Yeah, chips.
Yeah, we're chips, and we're looking at, given the really high flows we had in March, looking at virtually the entire month at Port Chicago, which is certainly to the west of chips. So we're required to be at the higher set of flows in D1641 on the San Joaquin, even though we're below normal after 3 critical years on the San Joaquin Basin. So,
well, actually, we'll probably end up at dry.
Yeah, no, most likely be a dry year class. Right. So that is a disconnect that, and these are pretty significant jumps. I think if we were.
So what would the CFS be in a dry year if the Sacramento is
1140, I think, is the number.
1140.
Okay.
But there's 2 time periods. Again, there's these shoulder time periods where there's lower flows, and then there's, an intentional peak to help the out-migrating Chinook salmon to make it out of the system.
But on the shoulders, it'd be 1140. So it doesn't sound like a lot of water when we talk about these huge projects, but the problem with it is it's kind of insidious because the multiplier is long, because you start and you go for 45 or 60 or 90 days, and all of a sudden now you have 1,000 or 1,500 CFS difference, and then or call it 1,000 times 2 is 2,000 times 90 days. Well, all of a sudden you've released 180,000 acre feet of water. So that's how the numbers get pretty big pretty quickly.
Well, you're making a good argument as to why they should be decoupled, but what's the argument in favor of the policy?
So moving forward, I don't think we're proposing to continue on with that proposal, but the thought process behind it before is that's the San Joaquin River's contribution to delta outflow requirements. So it's, comboed with that requirement. When those delta outflow requirements are higher, then the contribution from the San Joaquin River was also intended to be higher.
Yeah, basically what occurred was it was a percentage. So what happened was they said if we got all this water going out, the San Joaquin contributes X percent.
Right.
We're going to stick that number on that and it'll work, realizing that unfortunately the 2 basins don't operate cohesively.
Yeah, I assume that what happened this year and the huge disparity can happen, right? It's happened before. It might even,
More than a few times.
I was going to say,
And it
we've
will
learned more about
continue to
weather
happen
than ever.
even more,
Even more
probably,
widely, yeah.
if we think climate change is working.
We had hoped El Nino would kind of flip that over, and that hasn't happened this year. So there's
Right.
some
It's been
dynamics
interesting in
play.
the reports that folks have talked about Northern California versus Southern California, and the Southern Sierra somehow have become Southern California in those stories, which I'm sure annoys all kinds of people. But
Well, if you remember at the beginning with El Nino was supposed to be in Southern California and not in Northern California.
right. Right.
So for
You
reference,
can't trust those El Ninos. That's clearly the moral of the story.
since you had asked, I looked up so the critical year shoulder flow requirement is either 710 or 1140 when X2 is required to be west of Chips Island, and the pulse is either 3110 or 3540. So in all of the analysis that was in the presentation assumes that this year is a dry year, which of course we'll find out in a few days, whether it's dry or below normal.
Thank you. Are there other questions for the moment? I know you're going to hang around, but I really want to hear from folks,
if
some
I
of
could
whom have
just-
had more time to digest this than others. But
If I could add one other component that's somewhat key to part of this in trying to piece together a package is that the 75,000 acre feet that the districts are providing, we are working with NOAA Fisheries to be able to pick up that water when it gets to the delta, to be able to then pump that and make it available as critical supplies south of delta. And there's some concern that some ESA-related trigger may come up and then make that more difficult. We're certainly, I think, getting to the point where we're close to getting some agreement as to how we would handle this additional flow with NOAA Fisheries. There is going to be a delta smelt concern in the middle of this, and I think we are going to want to monitor that fairly closely. If in the middle of this pulse flow that juvenile delta smelt become a concern, we may be working with the river fishery folks about reshaping this so that we can not create an increased entrainment risk and still be able to do what we're trying to do with the out-migration. So we've got a lot of probably certainly a lot of on-the-ground coordination we're going to have to do real time as this plays out.
The proposal provides for that flexibility to reshape the flows?
That has been kind of at the root of both, I think, the original D1641 as well as our request, is that these are kind of shown here depicted as blocks for talking purposes, but ultimately the fishery biologists would monitor the river and make a proposal on how to do mini pulses within this block pulse, basically work within the same volume. And we were already doing some small pulses here in the first half of April, just because that was what was felt was the right thing to do with the fishery.
right.
So yeah, D1641 allows both the timing of that pulse flow to be shifted and the pulse flows to be shaped. And JD Whiteker with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service will provide information on what the current proposal is.
Maybe he'll answer. My last question had to do with process on, so you're talking about biological opinions and the biological opinion and RPAs.
Yes, I am.
So what's the time frame to get those issues resolved?
Well, I think the track time on this is April 15th, so we're working through the remainder of this week and early next week to get all of our understandings together to allow us to do our flex within the biological opinion with NOAA Fisheries and continue to monitor delta smelt to make sure that's not going to be a concern.
Thank you. I know you'll be staying here for a while. Mr. Weicker? Oh, hello. Thank you for joining us. Make sure it's
How about this? There we go.
better.
Thank you all for having me here today. It's good to see some of you again. I know I've been out on the river with a few of you and look forward to hopefully doing that again with some good flows this year. I am J.D. Weichert. I'm with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Anadromous Fish Restoration Program. So my expertise is as a fish biologist and restoration ecology, trying to do good things for our anadromous salmonids on the Stanislaus. I'm also a member of the Stanislaus Operations Group, also known as SOG, and I drew the short straw, and so my fellow SOGies got me to come here to talk to you guys today about what it is that we do. So the 2009 OCAP biological opinion created or required the creation of the Stanislaus Operation Group, and this group is got representatives from the fish and water agencies in the state as well as state board staff participating, and we are tasked with trying to fulfill the reasonable and prudent alternatives from the biological opinion, and probably our biggest duty is shaping of pulse flows. So there's a block of water set aside in the biological opinion in Table 2E based on the Stanislaus water year type, which is different than the San Joaquin Basin year type, that we make our best effort to shape in a fashion that we think is going to provide the most benefit for fisheries. So I wanted to walk you through our process for this today and talk a little bit about what we did. So in the Stanislaus, we're still in a critically dry water year. The pulse flow is 31,000 acre feet or so above a base flow of 200 CFS in April and 150 CFS in May. Oh, look at that. I got that slide in there twice. And we were asked also to shape 75,000 acre feet of irrigation district water in a fashion that we thought would be the best benefit for fish. So we have a lot of considerations that we go through when we're trying to shape the water, and I wanted to walk through them fairly quickly for you guys. This is the list of our fish considerations, which is kind of the most important relative to the group, but we've got a lot of other factors that we have to take into consideration. So one of the things we're looking for when we shape flows is variable flow patterns that will cue migration for fish. We also want to have a sufficient volume of flow or velocity to speed the fish through the migratory corridor when they're leaving the system. We like to have flows that will increase turbidity to a degree in the system because that will reduce encounters with visual predators. The faster the fish move through the system, the fewer encounters they'll have with predators on their way out. We also would like to try and target flows that will inundate floodplains. We have to consider potential for stranding, so how does our flow variability factor into the interaction between the flow and the landscape? So we don't want to strand a bunch of fish in the process. And then we also have to take into consideration what do we think the water temperatures are going to be during the migratory period or the tail end of the migratory period so that we're not trying to continue to move fish through the system when the temperatures are too high for those fish to actually undergo smoltification. That's around a 70-degree Fahrenheit number that they tend to be unsuccessful at that point. So we also have geomorphic considerations. So basically, the way rivers work is you need periodic high flows to move sediments around, mobilize the fine sediments that are in the river channel, deposit them out in the floodplain to have a good functioning system. Matt Condolf's 2001 report says we need about 5,000 CFS or more to get those geomorphic flows. And so we didn't feel like with all the current constraints in this particular situation that we could get to that 5,000 CFS number. We're hoping when the reservoir gets fuller, we'll have an opportunity to do that. So this one, we weren't able to fulfill with this schedule. We're also looking at a slow ramp down for riparian recruitment. So cottonwoods and willow trees need about an inch of recession per day that they can keep up with and still manage to grow a root. So if the water comes down too fast on the back end of the hydrograph, then those seeds that are trying really hard to become trees are not successful. And that has impacted our riparian habitats. I think in the long term it impacts water temperatures as we have a less robust riparian canopy. And so we're looking for an opportunity potentially this year to be able to do something about that. Productivity considerations. So if we get water on the floodplain for an extended period of time, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month, we get the long-term productivity benefits from having the water on the floodplain. There are short-term benefits and long-term benefits. The short-term benefits are really taking all of those terrestrial organisms and putting them out in the food supply when you put water on the floodplain, kind of like the worms that wind up on your sidewalk when your lawn gets too wet when it rains. The same thing happens on our floodplains. All of those critters become fish food at that point as they come out of the ground and into the water for fish to eat. When you put the water on for a longer period of time, after a couple of weeks, you start to get decomposition of terrestrial vegetation, you get release of nutrients, you get phytoplankton blooms, and that whole food chain can function there. Timing considerations. So in order for all the folks that know about all the rules and regulations about this stuff, which I know just a tiny bit about, we're really trying to schedule the bulk of the pulse flow in that time window, the April 15th to May 15th, so that we fall within Reclamation's proposal and we also meet the D1641 requirements for the time frame when we don't have to ask for some variation on that. The schedule that we're putting out for the water releases may not happen the way we would like to see it happen based on the time frame that's involved in getting all of the regulatory reviews in place. So everybody that's got to say yes and approve and that whole process. So SOG doesn't decide on flows. SOG makes recommendations of which NIMS either says yes or no to, and decisions are made there. Recreation considerations. So we have a pretty substantial rafting community on the Stanislaus. Optimal rafting flows are in the 800 to 1500 CFS range. So as best we can, we try and match those up with the weekend time periods when it's going to be most utilized by people on the river. Flooding considerations. So there are some concerns that if we have flows in excess of 5,000 CFS and sometimes even lower than that in the 3,500 range, that we may have some problems with inundating people's property or parts of the floodway that aren't typically inundated. The floodway is, however, designed for an 8,000 CFS release from New Melones. It's been an issue in the past that in the lower part of the river that some of the orchards grown in the floodway can have problems with seepage, with water coming in through the groundwater and getting the roots of the, I think it's predominantly walnut trees, wet if we have flows in excess of 1,500 CFS for more than about 10 days at a time. So we're trying to schedule our pulses to minimize the seepage effects and have as small an impact as we can on those growers. We do, and so this graph shows you what we started with before we added any of the district water. So this is the table 2 E-flow, and that's that boxy dashed line there, which is what's in table 2E of the biological opinion. The shaped portion, the spiky stuff, was our first cut before we added any district water to what we thought the pulse flows should look like this year. So our pulses this year were designed to have big flows on the weekends and one larger pulse that was strung together in the middle of it, and adding a lot of variability to the flow pattern so that we could stimulate or cue migration for those fish that were ready to out-migrate. So this was a fairly small chunk of water, and this is what we started with on that particular scale. So this is the April-May time window that we're looking at here on the graph as well. So when we added the district water on, we came up with a couple of different hydrographs, one of which is the solid line, which would be a compressed time window that was designed to get to meet as many of those considerations that I showed you earlier as we could. And then the dashed line was to try and shape the flow to give us a benefit for riparian recolonization. So it's got a very gradual descending limb of the hydrograph that's about 90% of the previous day's flow on each day until we get down to that 150 CFS base flow.
So I understand it, and I think I'm following you. You would have the shape of a series of pulses, but because of that issue where you're worried about the cottonwoods and dewatering, you would rather go small, this gentle one rather than another couple spikes.
Yes, and
That's what you're
so, and
saying.
so the issue involved with this one is really some of the pulses outside of that 30-day April 15th to May 15th window. And so in the accounting process, we can spend Table 2E water outside of that May 15th and have irrigation district water go, in that time window. And really, the flow is under 500 by the May 15th period. So it's a fairly small portion of the water that would be outside of that 30-day window. But this is currently SWRCB's preferred alternative would be to take advantage of this opportunity to try and get riparian recolonization going on with the idea that we're actually having to forego a couple of spikes, but the long-term benefits of getting the riparian community more functional, we think outweigh the advantages of having a couple of extra spikes. So this ugly graph is got a whole bunch of estimated data on it with the stand schedule stuck on top. And the really important issue here is not to really pay a lot of attention to this, but this is what rolls up into the next graph I'm going to show you that's a little simpler. So this would be what it would look like at Vernalis under these two schedules. I figured it would be a lot easier for you guys to see this without all of the extra lines, but I wanted you to know that we have a lot of estimations and projected flows coming out of the Merced and the Tuolumne and the accretions that went into that. So this is, it's a rough estimate of what it's going to look like based on adding the stand flows that we proposed on top of those other things that are still kind of in flux. And with that, I'm done.
We asked some questions as we went along. Are there other questions before we go to public comment?
I appreciate, the public discussion of how, the factors that went into how you shape the pulse flow, and that it's not just an on and off, but you're thinking of all of the different riparian and aquatic ecosystem functioning. Also, just a real quick question though. Something came up during the Sacramento temperature workshop was about the function of pulse flows to actually do some cleansing of interstitial spaces and gravels for spawning. I'm not sure if that's relevant here with these flows. They may not be like the geomorphic type flows that you mentioned, that really reshuffle.
As the slide said, the bigger the flow, the more geomorphic work that gets done. The real key to cleaning up the in-stream gravels and getting them to be good spaces not only for spawning but also for the desirable species of macroinvertebrates that become food for our cold water fish is to have connectivity with the floodplains. And so the way it works is the faster the water's moving, the bigger size particles that can be picked up. And so in the ideal world, those fine sediments get picked up and they get moved out onto the floodplain. Well, when you widen out the river, the flow slows down and those particles settle out onto the floodplain. The challenge here is that we've got a river that has got a lot of dams on it, and all of that sediment that would have been moving downstream is no longer moving downstream because it's trapped in a reservoir right now. So we are doing projects to add sediment back into the system, but what's happened is the hungry water has got to find something somewhere, and so it scours the channel down over time, and because we don't get the big channel forming flows, those willows that we do have are armoring the banks of the river, and so we get what looks like a very pretty river with a nice wall of willows along the side, but the only place that the river can get sediment to mobilize is down, and so we wind up with what I call a bathtub channel. And I sometimes describe the Stanislaus as a series of mine pits connected by canals. And that's the fundamental reason that we have the problems that we do with the fish, is that we don't have a functioning alluvial river right now. And so we're doing what we can to restore chunks of habitat, but it's an expensive and slow proposition to do that. The way to get the habitat really is to get the water up on the floodplains. And it's not easy to do because it takes an awful lot of water. So where we can, we're lowering floodplains and trying to make those habitats function.
So I appreciate that. So this level of pulse flow really doesn't.
We will get some. We will get some sand and fine sediments mobilized. The floodplain really kind of starts to inundate around 1,250 CFS. It's very small amounts there. And it's a pretty linear relationship. We've done a couple of different models on this. The district's hired a consultant to do one. The Fish and Wildlife Service did one, and they're basically showing the same results. Is that the more water you put down, it's a pretty linear increase in the inundated habitat.
Good. Well, I do notice on the graph that we crossed that 1,500 CFS threshold in your proposed shaped hydrograph this coming month. All right, thank you.
You guys don't have any more questions? I could change hats, but if...
I can't wait, but there are other questions.
Yeah, I just had a question about the colonization, you call it, for the riparian recruitment.
Riparian recolonization or recruitment, yes.
Right. So are you, in light of what you just said about the channel and the trees along the banks, are you referring to tree planting projects like near Honolulu Bar and places like that?
More specifically, I'm referring to natural recolonization. So when the floodwaters come up, they're mobilizing seeds from cottonwoods and willows. You've probably seen a lot of cottonwood fluff. So those flows come out and those seeds settle out at the high water mark. And then as the water level recedes, those seeds will germinate and start to grow into trees. And so if the water comes down too quickly, which it does in areas where our banks look like this, then you're not going to have successful recruitment. But in those areas like Honolulu Bar and Lover's Leap and other places that we've done restoration, there are opportunities for those riparian communities to recruit if we don't just cut the flow off the way we've done for the last, as long as we've been managing the river. You know, we're outside the window, we're going to shut it off. And I've really worked with my colleagues to push for something that looks like an unimpaired hydrograph in the system, because that's what these fish evolved under, and to try and get some of those ecological functions back into play and have things not just look like boxes or blocks of water that we're just going to manage that way because that's what the Table 2E says.
I think it's an important point, not to interrupt, but that means that this is an innovation for this year you're proposing. It's a bit of an experiment. And have you some experience with other river systems performing this type of management action on flow management?
There aren't too many that are pushing this out there, but it's been well documented in the literature, and there's quite a number of people who are advocating that we do need to reestablish this cycle. And it's not something that I would advocate us doing every year. You know, we don't need to recruit a new crop of cottonwoods every year, but if we're not doing it every 5-7 years or so, then we wind up with not very much in the way of cottonwoods. And if you go out on the Stanislaus River, you're not going to see very many trees with a trunk diameter that's less than an inch or even less than a quarter inch out there, just because the conditions, the geomorphological environmental conditions are not suitable based on the way we've been managing the river and the degradation that's happened to the habitat.
I think it's notable. You know, if you want to have, you know, age class diversity, this is one suggestion. Like you say, it's not every year, but it's something to revisit. I'm impressed.
But my last question has to do with flood flows. And first of all, this is really interesting, really helpful. And we could spend a lot more time than what we have here. But flood considerations, you have a slide on that the floodway is designed for 8,000, but you see some impacts even at 35. But then there's the geomorphic consideration of, it says here, this one study, 5,000 plus needed for these flows. But is there, I mean, how do you manage for all these different considerations where you've got potential impacts for property, but a need to move gravel and at the same time, some way to shape these flows? Is there sort of a sweet spot considering property damage and the geomorphic flows that you're trying to attain?
There is, and part of it is a timing issue, and a part of it is a duration issue. So when the orchards are dormant in the wintertime, it's generally not the same kind of an issue as when they're actively growing. At least that's my understanding as somebody who's not in the orchard growing industry. So potentially these fluvial flows, these geomorphic flows, can happen with a very short duration, large pulse in the wintertime that wouldn't have the same sort of impacts to things like recreation and public safety and flooding. And the flows do attenuate as you move downstream. So even if you did an 8,000 release at Goodwin, by the time it got down to, say, Ripon, you might not even have a peak of 5,000 just because of the way rivers work, is that floods attenuate, you get a big pulse, and if you follow the gauge graphs downstream, the peaks generally go down unless you have some sort of a stormwater runoff input going on in the system. So if I can just take a couple minutes to change hats. So this was from, at the request of the Stan Operation Group. As a fish biologist with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, I would like to throw my 2 cents in on the TUCP. I do concur with what Diane had to say about the dissolved oxygen relaxation. I think it's a bad idea to relax that standard while we have juvenile fish that are going to be in that area of the river. Even though I do believe, as Tim had to say, that we are likely to meet the DO standards with the amount of flows that are being discussed here with the 2E and the district water. I think it sets a bad precedent for us to relax the flow when we know we're going to have juvenile fish in the system, even though we think we're going to meet it.
Hopefully.
So, relax the DO. So I would advocate to keep that at 7 through the end of the spring pulse, and then kick that back up to 7 on October 1, because that's when hopefully temperatures will come down to a suitable level where we can start to have adult fish coming back into the system. And then as far as the flows go, I think I'm not revealing any secrets when I say that the system is over allocated, and that I would greatly appreciate the efforts that the board would make towards resolving the SEP and moving that process forward, because I think that until we figure out how to get a sufficient amount of water to meet agriculture and environmental needs, we're going to be in this kind of every year coming back and doing this show again with another TUCP. So I think there are some solutions out there, and I want to commend the irrigation districts and the Bureau for coming up with a solution that's going to meet environmental needs and still allow them to operate their system the way they need to. And so I think that having that opportunity to keep that water in the river for as long as possible will benefit our fish in the Stanislaus. Thank you, guys. Glad I could be here today. Feel free to invite me back if you want to have me here again.
Now we have a number of speaker cards. Folks have asked for anywhere from 0 requests to 2 minutes to 5 minutes. I'm going to go with 5 minutes because it's a somewhat complicated issue, but I'm going to be tougher than I usually am at the 5-minute mark. And brevity can be a virtue. You can the key is to make your point in a way that illuminates the issues and the choices. For us, frequently people want to express their emotional feelings about this, and those are valid too if you want to spend your time that way. But we very much would like your best thinking as we move forward. And sometimes you can do that more briefly, but I suspect some people there's a lot of confusion out there, a fair amount of misinformation and the like, so to the extent we can clarify these issues, not only for us and for the staff, but for everyone, that is helpful. The first speaker is going to be George Burkhart, who is speaking on behalf of Supervisor Rotifer from Tuolumne County. Thank you. And I know the supervisor had concerns about the process, hopefully. Oh, no, go ahead to the big microphone. It's just a little faster when we have people coming up rapid fire. And I'm going to mention who's behind you so folks can get ready. Followed by Daniel Richardson, also from the County of Tuolumne, followed by Terry Erlewine from the State Water Contractors.
Hey, thank you. Once again, I'm George Burkhart. I'm just an ordinary citizen. I live in Copperopolis, and I have a prepared statement I'd like to read to you, dated yesterday, April 4th. Comments on behalf of Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors Chairman and President of the Board of Directors of the Tuolumne County Water Agency, Carl Rutherford, excuse me. I am extremely disappointed and personally insulted that the State Water Resources Control Board has chosen to hold this public workshop on less than 1 week's notice on a day of the week that is constitutionally set aside for local county governments to hold their Board of Supervisors meetings, and by providing the supporting materials for this important forum less than 2 work days ahead of time. Not only is this meeting scheduled to preclude participation by the elected representatives of the people that will be most impacted by the dialogue outcome, but it was impossible for anyone to adequately prepare to address the key points to be discussed here today. This is yet another example of a total lack of regard for the principles of, quote, open government, unquote, and a clear attempt to limit the participation of the public, frame the debate, and predispose the outcome. Several members of the public have asked to have this dialogue delayed so we may adequately prepare our views and input so that we can be a participant in what we believe is an essential dialogue deserving of open public participation, especially by those elected representatives of the people that are most immediately impacted by the outcome of this dialogue. They were categorically dismissed and their request unceremoniously denied. Apparently, government of the people, by the people, for the people does not apply to discussions of the most vital import on the most critical of our natural resources. Respectfully, Carl Rutherford, Chairman, Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors, and President, Tuolumne County Water Agency.
Thank you, Mr. Burkhart. I tried briefly to give the supervisor a sense of how this was our attempt to do more public engagement than we had done last year, but I will definitely have somebody follow up with him who can discuss it in more detail.
Okay, thank you. I wonder if just as a private citizen, I could have a few comments of my own?
Of course, of course.
I have in front of me this urgency change petition that I actually only got this afternoon. So while I was eating lunch, I kind of looked it over, and I have really very, very serious concerns with it. And I don't think it's warranted. I don't think the Bureau of Reclamation has come even close to meeting the requirements to even put forth this today. So I just highlighted a couple of things, and if I could just kind of, underscore those. Page 1, item 1, requested changes, third sentence, especially in the Stanislaus River Basin. So clearly, this petition begins with the emphasis on the Stanislaus River Basin, right? Yet, you are the stewards of water for the entire state of California, and the Stanislaus River Basin is not the only and exclusive source of water. My comment, right? Page 2, and I'll read, it says, Reclamation proposes that the Stanislaus River flows specified in Appendix 2E, the 2009 BIOP, be met. In addition, Reclamation has requested that Oakdale Irrigation District, South San Joaquin Irrigation District concur with release of 75,000 acre-feet of water during the April-May period to supplement Recreation's release from New Melones Reservoir storage to the Stanislaus River. Page 3, quote, "The temporary adjustments of flow requirements will conserve reservoir storage levels." That's categorically not true, right? That will not happen for New Melones. Page 4 reads, "In addition, the supplemental 75,000 acre-feet river releases will greatly improve out-migration conditions this spring for fall run Chinook salmon, steelhead trout." I respectfully ask the board to require the appropriate individuals to show you the scientific proof that supports that statement and to specify what percentage of native fish this additional water is going to help. That's a very, very important concept. Native fish at huge expense versus farm-raised fish, all right? Huge issue. I encourage the board to check it out. Same page, under the title Basis to Authorize the Requested Modifications, and that paragraph lays out 4 different requirements. I just want to refer to 2.
I just want to let you know, she reset it for 5, should have reset it for 3 because he had already used 2. So you have 2 more minutes.
Thank you. Requirement 2, the proposed change may be made without injury to any other lawful user of requirement. Can't imagine that requirement will be met. Requirement number 4, the proposed change is in the public interest. Can't imagine that requirement will be made either. Following page 5, I read, under the current circumstances, Reclamation believes the most prudent course of action is to conserve storage and upstream reservoirs until significant improvement of that storage is realized. I agree with that. That's not going to happen in New Melones by this request. Next page, titled, there will be no impact to other legal uses of water, categorically untrue. We have some citizens have lost their source of drinking water. They are relying on water instead that's being trucked in and held in storage tanks. Some farmers have been decimated because of a lack of water, that they're multi-generation farmers. Tourist industry and all the ancillary industries that are related to that, gas stations, markets, so on and so forth, hurt by loss of water. And loss of water, lastly, just for the general use, recreation, pleasure of every ordinary citizens. Same page titled, the changes serve the public interest, and quote, while not creating an unreasonable effect on other legal uses of water, these do not serve the public interest. As I mentioned and just described, there are adverse, extreme impacts on other legal uses of water. The last item titled Reclamation, meaning Bureau of Reclamation has exercised due diligence. I think Bureau of Reclamation and some other federal agencies have in fact exercised absolute negligence for years and years and years in the mandates they placed on the state of California. You are our stewards. I beg you to do everything you can to get the federal agencies out of our business of properly managing our local water. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burkhart. There's a lot packed into what you said, but I just need to say that this is a proposal by the Bureau to send less water downstream for fish than the current law and rules require. So what we're considering is cutting fish flows right now to meet multiple objectives. I'm happy to have somebody help explain that to you a little bit later on, not at the moment. Next we have Mr. Richardson, followed by Mr. Erlewine, followed by Elaine St. John. Representing yourself.
Hi, I'm Daniel Richardson. I'm a Deputy County Administrator for the County of Tuolumne, one of my primary assignments being water and natural resources. As a foothill county, Tuolumne County is blessed with numerous lakes and rivers that flow through two primary watersheds. On the south, we have the Tuolumne River, and on the north, the Stanislaus River. The dams along these two rivers form numerous lakes and reservoirs that provide domestic, agricultural, aquatic species, and recreational water supplies, not just for these two foothill counties, but also for parts of the Central Valley, the Bay Delta, and much of the San Francisco Bay Area. Operations at New Maloney's Reservoir now result in the lowest percent water level of all neighboring lakes and reservoirs. Why is this? Drought has impacted everyone, but why is New Maloney's remain so low? Priorities and mismanagement is the answer. Last year, pulse flows were sent downstream to benefit fish, and yet that water was too warm, resulting in less than optimal conditions and many dead fish. Too much attention was given to saving the fish. Knee-jerk decision making has resulted in a lake that is undesirable for recreationists. 80% of the visitors to Tuolumne County come for water recreation, and the two largest lakes are Don Pedro and New Maloney's. The viability of the recreation economy is at stake. Boat ramps have been inaccessible and marinas have been unusable. While this was common around the state the past few years, the situation at New Maloney's has persisted due to water management. Tuolumne County requests all factors to be considered when determining water releases and their timing. A more balanced approach to water releases is warranted and needs to include recreation as a factor. Lastly, today, as was discussed previously, is the first Tuesday of the month, a day that has been set aside for County Board of Supervisors meetings, just not in Tuolumne, but across the state. I'm here in place of members of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors who would have liked to attend. In fact, I already participated in that meeting earlier today. This should be avoided in the future. Thank you.
Mr. Erlewine, followed by Ms. St. John, followed by Dennis Mills.
Thank you. Terry Erlewine, State Water Contractors. I represent the State Water Contractors, State Water Project contractors of the Department of Water Resources. I'm here to support the 75,000 acre-foot pulse flow proposal. The State Water Contractors have been working with San Luis Delta Mendota Water Authority, Oakdale ID, South San Joaquin in developing this proposal. We are actually paying for half of that through the Department of Water Resources, and we strongly support this. We think this is a good way to provide some additional flows for fisheries on the Stanislaus and San Joaquin rivers, and also provide some supplemental water supply for our members. So the proposal would increase flows in the Stanislaus River by 75,000 acre feet with the 1-to-1 ratio of exports at inflow to exports at Vernalis. It would allow some additional exports for the State Water Project and the San Luis Delta Mendota Authority. Thank you.
Very much. Next, Ms. St. John, followed by Mr. Mills, followed by Thomas Birmingham from Westlands Water District.
Good afternoon. My name is Elaine St. John. I'm a realtor. I am also the 4th District for the Calaveras County Republican Committee. I also sit on the Taxpayers Assessment Board. And I am here today because I really don't envy the position you're in. I know it's a difficult position. And I know that your mission statement is to preserve, enhance, and restore the water quality of California, and that's your #1 goal. And I know that also must be balanced with the California State Constitution, which would be Article 10, Section 2. Water resources of the state should be put to beneficial use to its fullest extent of which they are capable, and that the waste or unreasonable use or unreasonable method of use be prevented. and it is to be used for the reasonable and beneficial use of the interests of the people. And that's your job. Your job is to figure out what's wasteful. That's really what your job is. The other thing is that I think these things must be balanced with the 2009 biological opinion. And I actually am in favor of less CFS that you're talking about right now. The other thing is New Melones and Lake Tulloch do have great value to the community as far as our economy is concerned. Today I really want to talk to you about the biological opinion. I've heard a lot of stuff about fish and all that, and I have presented to you in one of the handouts a biological opinion review that I found on NOAA's website. And it was by a gentleman named Richard Marston, the Center for the Independent Experts. He found the modeling inadequate on the flow and the water temperatures. The levee conditions were not taken into account. The habitat was not addressed. And he thought the entire biological opinion was poorly written, had bad organization, and he found that the evidence was insufficient to support the conclusions. So I think the biological opinion must be reviewed. I know that basically it comes under review, but what we're doing is we're working off a foundation that's bad. It's like if you buy a house and the foundation's bad and you start fixing it up, you still have a bad foundation. So I really would like to see that done. I also have an email from NOAA which stated that what they, and this is the handout that I had for you, that their requirement is 150 CFS out of Melones. So my question is, I'm hearing 1,500. The Friends of Tuolumne think it should be 600. Why is there such a big variance? Why are you considering a larger number than 150 CFS? That's one of my questions. And additionally, last year, most of the fish that went up the river were all hatchery fish. And I think this begs the question is, what are we actually achieving for the native steelhead when we're putting these Purina-fed fish into the river and basically diluting the genetics of the true salmon? So I think that's something that we might want to take a look at. So the fact that, you know, these steelheads, they're genetically, they're programmed to go up the river at a certain time. And I've heard Fish Bio from OID say, look, it doesn't matter what the temperature of the water is, it doesn't matter anything. They're just programmed to go up the river at that time. So what we're doing, and you know, we all want to save the fish, there's no question about it. But if you're putting too much water down the river and you're hurting the fish, this gentleman today from SOG or whatever it was didn't say how many fish went through the camera, whether or not they were native fish, whether or not they were hatchery fish. He didn't tell us how many of them survived, whether we're killing any of them. These are important things for us to consider. And I would just like to tell the board that I think that basically the 2009 biological opinion is what the foundation of the problem is. I would like to see it redone. I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Oh, and by the way, here is a picture of New Melones taken in October. That is the last. See, that's the consequence of what we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mills, followed by Mr. Birmingham, followed by Jack Cox from the Lake Tulloch Alliance.
Good afternoon, Board. I thank you for the
Afternoon.
time to allow private citizens to come and speak to you. It's probably
Actually helps.
one of those, yes. Sitting on a board myself, I understand some of those impacts. We're looking for new information. We're always trying to find another method. But I'd like to take you back for just a moment and imagine what would have happened if Prop 17 in 1974 had passed. What would this discussion look like? Imagine for just a moment if the wild and scenic river status that was attempted in 1980 had been successful. What would that conversation look like today? Because 808 would have been your elevation level and 300,000 acre feet would have been your maximum pool. This wouldn't even be a discussion. This would have been dire consequences. But what I want to talk about for you today is the impacts to Calaveras County. So I think one of the critical considerations that we have to have in this discussion concerning water policy in the Sierra Nevada mountains is fire. Last year, the Butte Fire was listed in the California websites as the 7th most destructive fire in California history. Calaveras County is continuing to recover both physically and economically from its effects. And to date, the state and federal taxpayers have poured millions of dollars into this recovery, and by no means is it over. We're asking for the state to assist Calaveras County in that recovery by providing a full use of the Stanislaus River through New Melones at this critical time. As an elected representative of the Calaveras County Water District, I do not speak for that district. I do not speak for its board, but I speak for the residents that I represent in Angels Camp, Copperopolis, and Vallecito that border these lakes. I serve, they're the ones that are directly impacted, and that economic devastation that we continue to struggle with. You see, we're the ones that watched New Melones turn into a mudflat last year as our county burned up. We are the ones that suffered the additional economic devastation locally due to the inability to use the full recreational potential of the lake during that critical period. It impacted jobs, tax revenue, and more. But I'd like to go even further. Last year in February, when the media released information that Tridam might drain Lake Tulloch in order to comply with the water releases for fish, the impact on the local real estate market was immediate and pronounced. We worked to educate and inform everyone of the value of those lakes that they bring to our economy, and CCWD was then forced to spend $1 million, or nearly $1 million, of our ratepayers' money in order to guarantee a stable water supply for Tulloch's nearly 10,000 residents by moving our intake pumps lower in the lake. In reality,
We help with that.
Pardon me? No, ma'am, you did not, and that's what I will tell you. In reality, these weren't pumps to secure a more stable water supply for the community of Copperopolis. They were, in essence, fish pumps installed as a result of the potential by the Bureau of Reclamation and Tridam to flush all water out of New Melones and Lake Tulloch last year, trying to save a few fish. Did the state help us with our effort to guarantee that water supply for the community of Copperopolis during the drought? Absolutely not. No dollars from the state. We installed them anyway, and we put off repairing leaking pipes as a result. Now let's go back and remember for just a moment to the original reasons for the New Melones project. It was all about flood control. You go back into Wikipedia, you can see it. It was the benefits of having no flooding in Oakdale, Ripon, and Riverbank, and Manteca. It was all of those efforts. But now there's also one other piece, is that we lost power generation on New Melones because there wasn't enough water there. The result is that the CPPA, the Calaveras Public Power Authority, now has to pony up in CCWD only about $250,000 additional ratepayer dollars to offset the cost of power. So currently the Stanislaus, being one of those most studied rivers in the state, is how it's used. I would ask the state to consider the value of the discussions of the releasing of the water and the negative additional effects to our local communities, because Calaveras County right now has been devastated by one of the most destructive fires in California's history. We've been devastated by a mudflat called New Melones last year. We're devastated by the threat of losing the domestic water at Lake Tulloch. We're devastated by the loss of low-cost power. We're devastated by the loss of the recreational ability to the lake. I would ask that you please consider our county and give us time to recover. We need your help. Thank you.
Mr. Birmingham, followed by Mr. Cox, followed by Gary Bobker from the Bay Institute. Hello. Yeah, you're tall.
General Manager of Westland's Water District, and I'm here to express Westland's support for the petition filed by the Bureau of Reclamation. This proposal represents a collaborative effort that's involved Oakdale Irrigation District, South San Joaquin Irrigation District, the senior water right holders on the Stanislaus River, as well as Reclamation, federal and state fishery agencies, and public water agencies in the export service areas of the state and federal water projects. The board has asked a number of questions about how is it that we're going to avoid these types of urgency change petitions in the future. And I think that this is a classic example of the type of collaborative effort that ultimately can serve as a model to resolve the long-term issues that are facing not only the board but water agencies on tributaries to the San Joaquin, as well as as areas north of the Delta as well as upstream south of the Delta. This is a project that's going to provide multiple benefits. The board has heard about the efforts of the fishery biologists within the agencies to shape these flows to provide the maximum benefit for fisheries on the Stanislaus River as well as on the San Joaquin. And then ultimately, this proposal will provide an opportunity to move much needed water to areas of the San Joaquin Valley that, as the board knows, have been severely, severely devastated by the ongoing drought. So again, I'm here simply to support our enthusiastic support for this proposal, and which would approval of which would provide reclamation with the flexibility that it needs to implement the cooperative program that provides multiple benefits. Thank you.
Cox, followed by Mr. Bob Kerr, followed by John Rosenfield, also of the Bay Institute.
Good afternoon. I'm sure you're tired after a couple of hours here, but we thank you for the opportunity to talk. I might say that about New Melones, I happen to be a chief of staff to a U.S. congressman in 1970, and when we passed in the Congress the creation of Melones. And so I live on Lake Tulloch. I've had my home there for 21 years. I got involved with this, as was mentioned earlier, when last summer a press release went out saying they were going to drain our lake. New Melones was built in 1978, as you know, and over a period of 30 years became a relatively stable source of water, depending upon the outflows and the inflows during the wintertime. The outflows were purely tied, as Mr. Mills just mentioned, basically to releases for agriculture and power generation. But that's changed a lot. While storing valuable water and power, Melones has contributed significantly to the regional growth. I might mention that I listened to all of the presentations today. I listened to the alphabet soup that I heard and I'm used to in working in the Congress. And I only saw one picture of one person in any one of those slides. It was a guy going down the river in a kayak. I think what's got to be considered in all of this is the people. I've had all these words about fish today, but has anybody mentioned people, citizens, businesses, people trying to live their lives? Melones was built, and like it or not, a significant growth basically occurred around it. It was mentioned earlier, tourism grew there. Tourism is the #1 business in the county of Calaveras and Tuolumne County. The environmental community basically torpedoed logging in the Sierra Nevada mountains. We ended logging. We ended all those jobs. I think roughly about 20% of the population of the jobs in Sonora alone. Our Lake Tulloch community alone, below Melones, was allowed to grow from 1970s to nearly 10,000 people. And last year we were threatened. All of that particularly changed 15 years ago when environmental organizations dreamed up the idea of enhancing fish population in the San Joaquin River flowing out of the Sierra east of Fresno. These environmental organizations filed lawsuits against the Bureau of Reclamation, the Fish and Wildlife Services, the National Marine Fisheries Service, etc. And these lawsuits, these plaintiffs, including many sports fishing groups, asserted that the Bureau of Reclamation's operations violated various state and federal laws which required dam operators to release sufficient water to maintain good fish populations. Discussions about these issues go back to 1992 when Congress passed the Central Valley Act. 10 years ago, this San Joaquin River Settlement Agreement was reached to achieve the goals for the enhancement of fisheries and provide for the opportunities of sports fishermen. I read through it. Again, I didn't hear anything about people. I heard about fishermen, guys that want to go out and catch salmon. That's terrific. I love fishing. Under the agreement, the water to achieve its goals would principally come from the Stanislaus River through New Melones, which is part of the Central Valley Project. This placed the burden on our counties, Tuolumne and Calaveras County, to pay for the environmental cost of an agreement that goes to the San Joaquin Valley and basically impacts the valley all the way to Bakersfield. This has had a disastrous impact on the people, the agriculture, and the economies of Calaveras County, Tuolumne counties, as well as San Joaquin and Stanislaus counties due to the instability created by this agreement. And your chart made the point today. I added up the numbers. There were about 4,300, I think it's the inflow chart. 4,300 was the number from the Stanislaus, 21 from the Tuolumne, and a whopping 225 from the Merced River. So where's the water coming from? It's coming out of our counties. The bottom line is that thousands of Californians, citizens, businesses, local governments, and small family farms in our region are negatively impacted by court decisions and by the decisions that government can make. The tragedy is that the amount of water flushed down our river doesn't even achieve the goals required. Last May, you allowed the release of 30,000 acre-feet of water flushed out of Maloney's. One of the leading research firms that does the work looking at this, that actually counts the fish with fish counters, is Fish Bio based in Oakdale. They found 30,000 acre-feet of water was drained out. Do you know how many fish it moved downstream? They counted them. 9 fish. The value of the water was $21 million. That's 2 million of fish. Ladies and gentlemen, you could each buy each one of those fish a Mercedes and drive them to Vernell's. Okay, how about this year? I understand some research has been done that 80% of the salmon and steelhead that were supposed to be saved last year died because the water was too warm coming out of Maloney's. So you drop the water down to 240,000 feet, or 240,000 feet, and what do you get? So the point is, I would really urge you to do what you can to begin to calculate, and I think what you said earlier, is to look at people, the impact of people, the impact on economies, and change the way this is operating. Thank you very much.
Mr. Bobker, followed by Mr. Rosenfield, followed by John Herrick of the South Delta Water Agency.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm Gary Bobker, Program Director at the Bay Institute. First point I want to make is that one thing, maybe the most important thing to remember in discussion about the various uses of water is that the State Water Board's Public Trust and Clean Water Act responsibilities, I believe it's very clear, override the Bureau's contractual obligations. That is not the constraint that should be driving the decisions that are made here. And those Public Trust and Clean Water Act obligations are based on laws made by people to protect the values that are important to people about the things that people really care about. And that includes the most sensitive use of the waters that we're talking about, and that is fish and wildlife uses, which, as we know, are closer to being extinguished as beneficial uses than ever before. That's the context in which we should be making decisions. Secondly, there's a reason for the water quality standards that we have. You can't just change them and think that, well, if we just change them a little here and there, that there's no impact. If you preserve the fall pulse and attract adults, but you do not protect the juvenile outmigration, then you have undermined the action that you took earlier. And we can squeeze and squeeze the pulse flow down in time and in volume. And essentially what we're doing is we're preventing the benefits from being realized of the actions that we've taken previously. In terms of the dissolved oxygen, as we pointed out in our protest of the relaxation last year, even if we think that by relaxing dissolved oxygen in sometimes that we're going to avoid the impacts to fish migration, well, there are other impacts. There is absolutely no certainty that conditions upstream of the compliance point will be protective for a number of salmonid and other species. And we outlined that in more detail in our protest from last year, and we will repeat that in the protest that we make if indeed you do grant this petition. We do intend to file a protest. Next, we're talking about the Bureau's intentions at this point in time. It's our understanding that on April 8th, there will be a reevaluation of hydrological conditions in terms of inflow to New Melones and the water year on the San Joaquin. And so the State Board should require that the Bureau report on that because, in fact, that may change both the hydrological conditions and the obligations that the Bureau has under the Water Quality Control Plan. My next point is that there's a lot of interesting discussion about things like the X2 trigger and this and other parts of the water quality control plan, and are they protective, et cetera. This is not a proceeding to update the water quality control plan. It's about whether you're going to enforce it or not. And I hope that those kinds of discussions don't really aren't taken into consideration when you consider whether to grant this petition or not. We've had several years, we've had many years really, of not meeting water quality standards of one kind or another on the San Joaquin. It's important not to get into a behavior where we only enforce water quality standards on the San Joaquin when it's convenient for agricultural water deliveries. In addition to the legal responsibilities that you have, there are also others who are impacted. We are looking at major salmon fishery closures for the coastal fishery. These are not the only players. And that needs to also be factored into what you're doing when you consider this petition request. The fact that there has been a behavior, a pattern and practice of not meeting the San Joaquin objectives also kind of points to another thing, which is that this is not a variation of a water quality standard within what's contemplated in the water quality control plan itself. In effect, it is a change from the water quality standard, and we believe that if you approve this petition, that you will need the approval of the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency before you can implement it. Finally, one point I want to make is that I think it's related to this, is that it's our understanding that earlier this year, from the first week in February to the first week in March, that the Vernalis base flows were not fully complied with by the Bureau. We are entering into a period, April, the Port Chicago standard has been triggered for delta outflow. It's not clear that the operations of the projects are gearing up to meet that objective. So I think also we think the board ought to be inquiring as to what the intentions of the projects are in terms of meeting standards for the rest of the season, the other standards that are not covered in this TUCP, and also provide some explanation of why they did not comply earlier.
Rosenfield, followed by Mr. Herrick, followed by Chris Schutz from CSPA.
Maybe I can respond to that last comment. We did ask about this
Yeah, sure.
issue yesterday at our RT.DOMT meeting, the Real-Time Drought Operations Management Team, and the response we got from the Bureau and the Department of Water Resources was that they don't anticipate that they will be making any further requests. So that, we did look into that.
And how about the base flows, that issue?
You mean the ones currently before us, or?
No, that previous, that they hadn't been met.
Right, yes, and I think we've reported that to you at one of our drought updates a few weeks
Remember
ago.
that, but how far off? That's the part I don't remember.
It wasn't a ton, it was fairly close, but yes, they were out of compliance. We can give you the exact numbers, a couple hundred CFS is my recollection, but I don't recall right off the top of my head.
Hi, I'm John Rosenfield, conservation biologist with the Bay Institute. Thanks for the time to address you this afternoon. I wanted to follow on a little point that what you're just talking about with Diane. I'm sure you have the numbers on the CFS violations. The point was made earlier that if you continue violation or a small amount of CFS over a long number of days adds up to a lot of water. And the violations, as I've seen them, were on the order of about a month. So even though they may have only been off only by a few hundred CFS, that amounts to a lot of water that was not released downstream. I think the issue we're dealing with today sort of points out the folly of using the Stanislaus River as a stand-in for the entire San Joaquin River watershed, right? I mean, all of the water required to meet Vernalis flows seems to have to come from New Melones in particular, and it doesn't work. And this is sort of a point I tried to drive home last year when we were talking about Sacramento River storage upstream, protecting cold water pool to protect eggs, right? But then not following through the outflows needed to carry the juveniles that develop from those eggs downstream. Last year in the fall on the Stanislaus, a small pulse flow was provided. It attracted every hatchery fish between the Merced and the McCulmy River onto the Stanislaus River. That was good for the fish that were attracted to the Stanislaus. But now apparently we're not going to provide the water to get the juveniles of those fish downstream. That's not really a strategy for maintaining the public trust fishery. If you're abandoning fish, halfway through their freshwater life cycle.
Because I know you
Sure.
focus
Okay.
on goal here isn't to meet the pulse flow, but to do in 1641 again. Said a long time ago, out of date. We're late because we've just been through something. I want to remind people: the worst drought in modern history, over multiple years, worst snowpack in 500 years. Last year, and we're in the position where we got a little more water, but New Melones is still in worse shape, of course, than the northern California reservoirs. And so as I'm seeing the proposal, it's a proposal to do a lot more than last year, though not as much as the 1641 would require. So you're talking as if that's not a pulse flow at all, when in fact it's a bigger pulse flow. I'd love, because I know you understand the biology, talk about that difference. Because what I hear
right.
people trying to do, and again, it's a workshop, we're not going to make a decision. We'll give feedback to Tom today and after we sleep on it and all of that individually. But I hear folks trying to do better than last year because the situation's better than last year, but trying not to be unmindful of the low levels relative to where everybody wishes it would be. So just help me think about that.
Okay, well, you've stumbled onto my closing question about the pulse flows, which is
I think you should just answer my question, because if it was what you were going to say, it's going to take your time.
Right. Well, it's, I don't know how these pulse flows were determined to be beneficial to the fish. We have a critical year standard, a dry year standard, and a below normal year standard. It looks like this water year will be dry or below normal. We'll figure that out more on April 8th. And the pulse flow that's being proposed is less than, and the base flows, I believe, are less than what would happen in a critical year. So yeah, it's better than the worst drought in the century. We're not in the worst drought in the century any longer. It's about to be a below normal year potentially, and we're not going to meet the standards that are called for in a critical year. So I want to know, in part, how do we know that these flows are going to produce a benefit? We know the critical and the below, critical to dry and the below normal provide incremental benefits that's been worked out as a result of the process that led to D1641. These numbers, I think, they're just numbers. So it looks like it's better, and if it were a continuous increase in benefit with flow, then it would be better than last year. But I don't know that it is a continuous increase. I don't know that fish recognize, a pulse flow of that's like a third of what the pulse flow is supposed to be, right?
Yeah, a third of what it's supposed to be in D1641. But are you unmoved? I could have asked this of Mr. Bobker too, by the distinction between the hydrology we've gotten on the Sacramento versus the hydrology we've gotten in the South San Joaquin, which is considerably drier.
It's considerably drier, but I'll also point out that of the unimpaired flow that has come into the rim station dams throughout the basin, because you're asking about the whole basin, throughout the basin, the unimpaired flows that have come into the rim station dams, 80% of those flows through the water year have been stored upstream. So we're increasing storage upstream, right? And as a result, there's not very much water down in the delta, and that's causing problems down there. But we've stored 80% of the flow upstream. For the month of March, the Vernalis flow represented 12% of the unimpaired flow that was coming in upstream. So am I unmoved that we've been through a long drought and drained reservoirs? No, I'm not unmoved by that. And it is drier in the San Joaquin than it is in the Sacramento. But the Water Quality Control Plan anticipates critically dry years, below normal years, and we are not, we're in the dry to below normal, not the critical or the, oh my God, it's worse than critical year.
Dry below normal even in the South Sierras.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, I believe that's what the update will show on April 8th. I think we're in a dry year now. I mean, Diane can speak to it better than I am, the current status.
Yeah, the current estimate is dry, but we expect that it's likely to go up to below normal with the
Even
April
on the
8th.
South San Joaquin, it's not mushed with the
Right,
Sacramento.
yeah, and I think a big part of this problem that I was trying to highlight in my presentation is the water right implementation issue and which water rights include this condition. And Gary spoke to contractual issues. They're not just contracts, as I think Tim went through. There are underlying water rights for which we have not conditioned them to meet this flow requirement, which
Right,
is...
we can't just do public.
Yeah,
trust for
so
that
I do want to kind of clarify that issue, that's part of the equation here, is this issue that when the San Joaquin River Agreement went away, we didn't have a very effective mechanism for requiring flows from the other tributaries. We acknowledge that and know we need to address that as part of phase 1 and phase 3, but we have a couple years yet before we get through phase 3, and the emphasis here is what are we going to do in the meantime to get through those few years. And the biology, that's another part of all of this, but the water right part of this, I don't know that we talk about that a lot in this issue, but it's complicated, and because we have the San Joaquin River Agreement, and that worked for quite a while, that we don't have that anymore, and we've got this situation where we need to figure out what to do for the next couple of years.
Well, it sounds like this is an option for this year, and when asked the question, Mr. O'Loughlin said something like this could be an option, perhaps for multiple years. So it sounds like a mini vamp.
And just to be perfectly clear, Chair
Please,
Marcus,
help me with
there
this.
are river indices, hydrologic indices on the Sacramento River Basin, and there's a totally separate one on the San Joaquin River Basin. The index for the San Joaquin River Basin is presently considered to be dry, but it's close to the cusp of going to below normal. And so after we get the April 1, hydrologic numbers, it could drop into below normal, or it may stay with dry, but it's not a critically dry year.
Yeah, so the issue that Tim is referring to...
Yeah, what did I misunderstand then from what was said?
That is associated with, there's two components to the flow objective. There's a higher and a lower, which are all, the classification of year type is based on the San Joaquin Basin. Whether the higher or the lower apply, the higher applies when X2 is required to be west of Chips Island. That requirement is dictated largely by Sacramento River conditions because they dominate the inflow. So Tim's can elaborate on that. But
Variables. One is what the indication is on the different watersheds, but it's also influenced by where X2 is. Well, let Mr. Rosenfield finish in his time, and then we'll come back. All right? No. Is there anything else you want to clarify?
no, I mean, Tom's right. It's based on the San Joaquin River hydrology. It's just this higher or lower component of the requirement that is largely influenced by Sacramento River inflow conditions, because that largely dictates how many days, CHIPS days are required for the Delta outflow objective, which then, reflects how many of the higher flow days are required. But, the component, Tim spoke to this percentage of the San Joaquin River inflow. It's, I think, roughly 10% of the Delta outflow that's contributing. Now, whether that's a reflection of unimpaired flow conditions, that's something else to look at, is under an unimpaired flow condition, what would be the contribution from each source? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's the issue.
Understand what you're saying?
That's the issue of decoupling with the Sacramento, which is a separate issue from the year type.
I'm going to need to understand that, but thank you. Sorry.
Right, so you're going to sort that out, but during a dry year type, forgetting about delta flows now for a minute. Worst case scenario, the pulse flow would be 4,020 CFS, right? And in a critical year, it would be whatever it is, and the pulse flow you're talking about is less than that. We're not in a critical year. We're certainly not less than a critical year. We're in a dry cusp with below normal year. So separating out the Sacramento issues. My request is that the board be really clear with, I heard a lot of people today in the public comments talk about Endangered Species Act issues, and this is not an Endangered Species Act hearing. This is about maintaining the public trust fisheries of fall run Chinook salmon, steelhead, and other beneficial uses of water. And we're not doing that, right? We're failing miserably, in particular on the San Joaquin, to maintain public trust fisheries. So, again, this is not, the steelhead hearing. This is a much larger issue in the ecosystem. Pulse flows are going to affect migrating juvenile fall run Chinook salmon. They're going to affect conditions in the Delta. They're going to affect the ability of spring running Chinook salmon, adult spring running Chinook salmon, which are detected in the tributaries to the San Joaquin currently from recolonizing those habitats that nymphs and others want them to recolonize. So this is, goes beyond just a Section 7 kind of issue. I want to move on a little bit to the basin plan dissolved oxygen requirements. I appreciated Board Member Moore mentioning that, it's not just 7 milligrams per liter to maintain fall run Chinook salmon, it's to maintain an ecosystem that supports cold water fisheries, and you can't just turn that on or turn that off. 7 milligrams per liter is subpar for, excuse the pun, for dissolved oxygen standards in a cold water fishery. In a lot of places, it's 8 milligrams per liter or 12 milligrams per liter. We're talking about going from 7 milligrams per liter to 5. That will certainly affect migrating adult fall run Chinook salmon when they attempt to return if dissolved oxygen conditions are less than 7 milligrams per liter. And the environment that they return to will not be a cold water fishery if the bugs and associated wildlife are killed off by going below that. So there was also some discussion, and Mr. Milligan and others, about, well, we can hit 5 milligrams per liter because dissolved oxygen will be 5 milligrams per liter at Ripon because dissolved oxygen will be higher upstream than that, and that's where the fish are. How do we know that? How do we measure that? How much more will dissolved oxygen be upstream than Ripon? We talked about this last year when the same dissolved oxygen standard was going to be withdrawn, and it's just like a guess, like, oh, 5 milligrams a liter, that sounds like 7 milligrams per liter where the fish are, I guess. That's not really good management of a fishery. Also, I recall in last year's Bureau petition to reduce the dissolved oxygen standard, a claim that flows in the Stanislaus River don't affect the dissolved oxygen level. And there's this graph that we can get into why it wasn't a good graph or good statistics, but there was this, it doesn't really matter how much flow we don't release because that won't affect dissolved oxygen at Ripon. But now they're able to calculate quite precisely that it's 12,000 acre feet per month water cost to maintain that standard. I'd like to get some inquiry as to how we know that it's that much water. It's one or the other. Either flow affects dissolved oxygen or it doesn't. Apparently this year, the Bureau thinks it does, so I'd like to see their analysis of that.
And
with that,
wrap.
Yeah, I'll wrap. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was helpful. Mr. Herrick, followed by Mr. Schutz.
Thank you, Madam Chair, board members. John Herrick for the South Delta Water Agency. I think the discussion we've had so far makes my point, which obviously you will know is we can't run a business this way, and doing these things through TUCPs is, I think, not just wrong, but ineffective. We've had discussions today of people who honestly are, complaining about fishery requirements in a proceeding where we're trying to lessen those fishery requirements.
That's been interesting.
And then we have discussions about what the minimum flows need to be for different year types. None of those are urgency planning considerations. And I think we've now messed up the process to the point where instead of having long-term planning, short-term planning, and urgency or emergency planning, we've just thrown them all together and we're trying to figure out something to do. D1641 was based upon the 1995 Water Quality Control Plan, or it implemented it. And, you know, there's oodles of modeling, there's all sorts of things in there, whether it's outdated or not, they did extensive analysis. And in D1641, there's somewhere in there where it says, you know, the modeling indicates that New Melones runs out of water under these conditions because we modeled the 28-34 drought. And so it assumed that the Bureau would get the water somewhere. Whether they can or can't is not the point. It's that this was all anticipated, but then nobody planned for it when the time came. Now, then we have urgency or emergency planning, which is supposed to be for the TUCP when something happens that we can't foresee. These are my words, I'm not quoting the statute. We can't foresee it, something unexpected, we've got to deal with something immediately. That's not a 4-year drought. And as the presentation showed, there have been violations of these standards for quite some time during the drought, and nobody's doing anything about it. And I'm not blaming you, I'm just saying that everybody's saying, well, it's a drought, what are we gonna do? But that's not how it works. The urgency is that something you couldn't address through a regular petition, whether it's a long-term or short-term, you could do a petition and we would be covering all these issues that have been, no offense to anybody, but really messed up today in the discussions. We'd be covering them in a hearing and we'd be getting opposing sides explaining what's going on and what's not going on. You figure it out. And so you might, doesn't mean I'd agree with the result, but you might have some sort of, you know, petition to change the Bureau's obligations. And you'd have a hearing and you'd say, yeah, we can't hold the water quality control plan review until then, which I think is wrong, but you might do that. And then you'd get all the input and we'd find out all these things. And when we do it at the last minute like this, what do we end up with? Well, we end up with this mess, right? Now, I'm not trying to, you know, insult anybody, but, you know, D1641 is pretty clear. And whatever the year type is now, if it's below normal or if it's dry, the base flow under D1641 measured for analysis is supposed to be 1420 through 2200 something. That's what it is. That's supposed to be. There's no if or maybe, or there's no, you know, change it if you like. That's what the base flow is. Well, right now, or as of yesterday, the San Joaquin River flow is 903. So that's 500 CFS short. Now, I don't know how long it's been in violation, but, you know, that should be the first thing mentioned at a hearing, or a workshop dealing with a TUCP. By the way, we waited until after we started violating the flows, right? Now, another thing that we didn't hear one word about was how might this affect the Bureau's ability, not intention, but ability to meet salinity standards measured at Vernalis. I don't know why I said salinity, because that's kind of a stupid emphasis. Anyway, that's another obligation, right? And, you know, I don't know because nobody talks to us, but, you know, what's the plan? I don't know what the plan is. But it'd be nice to know that in this petition for an emergency change, that other considerations are being taken and somebody has an idea what they're going to do, not we intend to do something. Now, finally, we have fishery flows, but we also have export limitations. I'm not here to badmouth exports or shut them down, but I'm going to tell you that the fishery flows are part and parcel of the decision of D1641 and the Water Quality Control Plan, which says, okay, because we have this, this can happen in exports. So whether it's 1-to-1 or 2-to-1 or all those things, it's all the same pot. So when you take one part of it and make a decision without considering the other part of it, I don't believe we're doing the right job. So I've said this before, the notion that we couldn't have had a petition that we would have a hearing on a year, 2, 3 years ago on these issues is, in my view, nonsensical. And whether or not this plan is the best method of addressing the shortage is almost irrelevant, because we've now turned the process of water quality control plans and protections of beneficial uses into a, once again, very last minute petition that we have 5 minutes to discuss without any other sort of witnesses, cross-examination, questioning, and a few questions were raised today that I would have liked to grilled people on. But that's my negative old view, and I thank you very much.
I thought that was pretty upbeat for you.
Thank you.
I did.
I hope the audience heard
Personally, and I
that.
appreciated it. It makes it easier to take it all in.
Thank you, and I look distinguished with my gray hair too.
Can I make one correction on the compliance issue?
Oh, yeah, and I'm
Actually,
I
for
have a few
February, they were quite a bit off. Under a critical, they were, the required flow was 2280 and the observed flow was 1043. They were close to the critical year requirement, but February was considered to be dry, so they were quite a bit off in February. It was dry. They were close to meeting the critical. They're only a little bit off of the critical criteria, but quite a bit off of the dry criteria.
Are we ready?
We are.
Good afternoon, Chris Schutz for the California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance. During the drought, Oakdale and South San Joaquin irrigation districts lives in substantial part on water stored by the Bureau, while flow at Vernalis was reduced to a trickle. In 2014, gross farm revenue in Stanislaus County reached a record $4.397 billion. Don't know what it was in 2015. Now in 2016, the districts want the Bureau and the board to cut the Stanislaus River flow requirements by somewhere between 200 and 300,000 acre feet. So the districts can sell 65,000 acre feet of water that the Bureau is storing for just under $20 million. The so-called conserved water becomes free insurance for these districts if 2017 is a dry year. The scheme is really breathtaking. The proposal before you turns the principle of the public trust on its head. The public trust protects the needs of rivers as the first priorities. Developmental uses are limited by the needs of the public trust. As the Light decision stated it, when the public trust doctrine clashes with the rule of priority must yield. That's not how it's working here. It's a completely new paradigm. Now the rivers get the leftovers. Water to protect fish is dependent on its sale. Even VAMP reduced exports during the San Joaquin Pulse, but now it's fine if water designated for fish protection escorts fish directly to the Delta pumps. It's okay because someone who wasn't using the water somewhere else is making millions in the bargain. The subordination of the public trust to developmental uses, this subordination raises at least 4 major policy issues. You said it doesn't raise any in your notice. That's completely incorrect. Priority is driving public trust responsibility. The districts and their 600,000 acre foot a year priority, plus the 200,000 acre foot a year conservation pool are assigned no public trust responsibilities in the lower Stanislaus at all. The districts made a deal with the Bureau in 1988, and the river got the musical chair that was taken away. You have no basis to assume that there was no Bureau water in New Melones carried over last year. You only have Mr. O'Loughlin's word for it. Let's decide now whose water will be left in New Melones next year if we carry some over. Doing really crude math, they're going to get 500,000 acre feet of water diverted. They're selling 75,000 acre feet of water. That doesn't leave very much of the 600,000 acre feet, although there's some storage things in there, and how you calculate that really remains to be seen. The idea that somehow they have it up here and then they move it down and it's still theirs when it gets to New Melones, I think you all need to look into that. But by all means, let's have some certainty. In the long term, the board needs to cut these districts back. Laying claim to the first 600,000 acre feet from a watershed that produces an annual average of 1.1 million acre feet is a permanent deprivation of the public trust, and it's an unsustainable business model. In the long term, export limits also need to coincide with higher required flows on the San Joaquin. That's the solution to exporters gobbling up San Joaquin fish flows and San Joaquin fish. That's how you solve the equity issue that the districts and those on the San Joaquin and on the Stanislaus and elsewhere have said, we're releasing this water, but we're not getting paid for it. Well, don't let them divert it. The Water Quality Control Plan needs to address this issue. We can't address it today, as well as the issue of the contribution of the other tributaries. In the meantime, this is a bad idea. My recommendation is require the D1641 flows to move the fish out in April and May. Order the districts, OID and SSJID, to keep their diversions at the level that they were in 2015 because they helped create the problem. Let them help resolve it. If inflow to New Melones drops
Say that
dead,
again. I want to make sure I was writing a note. What did you just say?
I said they have been living off of storage for the last 3 or 4 years, 3 years, I believe. There's been more water diverted by the districts than there has been inflow to the watershed. Somehow or another, they're benefiting from New Melones. Order carryover storage of 415,000 acre feet, and if you can't meet the flows in June, which are probably less important, then consider reducing those in order to balance the water. And you can jigger this around a little bit, but basically, these folks have been living high, and it's time that the public trust got some and that the responsibility was shared. Thanks very much.
I have a question.
Yep.
Under what authority would we cut back, or would we order, I think your words were order the districts to diversions no more than what they were in 2015?
I
Is that what
imagine
you
you'd
said?
have to do it under the principle of waste and unreasonable use. You were able to enforce public trust needs for frost control under that authority over riparian and pre-14 diverters. You can do it here. Not saying you won't have to litigate it, but it's time to have the argument. Thank you.
I know we'll have some, thank you all very much. You've illuminated a lot, but not all of the issues, actually, that are out there on this. One thought, Mr. O'Laughlin and Mr. Milligan, can you come back up? Yeah, it's going to be one of my questions. Do you want to start with that? Go ahead.
Tim O'Laughlin, Oakdale and South San Joaquin Irrigation Districts. So when we're talking about indices, Mr. Howard's exactly correct. So in the San Joaquin River Basin, we have a 60-20-20 index. And that index, Diane's right, is currently somewhere, it's currently dry, and it may go to below normal. Now, what that will tell you is what your flow requirement will be for the 31-day pulse flow period at Vernalis. Okay, so we said it was going to be dry, and that's why we put 4880 on the screen. If it goes to below normal, it goes up. It can go as high as 5400 CFS. Okay. The disconnect is that on the Stanislaus River, we have an index. Okay, and it's called the New Melones Index. So when they did, and correct me when I'm on the New Melones Index, which is a calculation of inflow into New Melones and a projected inflow at 90%, you come up with a number. Well, that number is below 1.2 million acre feet this year. And given that it's below 1.2 million acre feet, as you heard Ron explain earlier, under the OCAP-BO, we're still in critical flow conditions for the OCAP-BO for New Melones. That's the difference. Is that correct?
Yes, and if you follow this, or keeping score at home, the Appendix 2E, which we've talked a lot about, that has a table set up basically structured from critical to below normal on up to wet. And those use this New Melones Index as its indicators of which of those tables. So it's very focused on what's happening in the Stanislaus in combination with storage to be able to set what's probably a reasonable amount of flow from the Stanislaus to meet the biological opinion criteria, which is disconnected to some degree to the rest of the Stanislaus Basin as it relates to the 60-20-20 index, which is then independent from the, I don't know.
Correct.
That index accounts for storage as well as inflow.
The 60-20-20 does.
The 60-20-20 does, but the New Malloy's index is probably a little more weighted towards storage.
Because it takes actual storage on April 1st, and then it looks at projected runoff at a 90% exceedance, adds the two numbers together, okay, and comes up with an amount for the New Maloney's index.
But it does it or does it not include the RIM storage coming into
Nope.
New Malones?
Nope.
It is not.
Does not.
Okay.
It's just a projected runoff at 90%. And the 90% is used because calculated within the index when we were doing this back in the day was the understanding that upstream there would be storage taking place at New Spicer, Donnell's, Beardsley, and Strawberry. So even though, like, and Diane's correct, depending on how you want to look at the numbers, it's 1 million to 1.1 million of unimpaired runoff. But in actuality, what's going to end up in New Maloney's is probably somewhere between 740 to 800 because the upstream reservoirs will be holding water. So when you look at the actual index, you're not going to get above critical on table 2E. So table 2E, just think of it in your mind as something separate and apart from what's happening under your water quality control plan at Vernalis. All it is how much water reclamation has to release under the RPAs to meet the biological objectives. And then the biological objectives, well, Diane's put them up on the screen. So below normal is 4,600 to 54. So that chart we showed you earlier, if we get to below normal in the San Joaquin River Basin Index, just to be upfront about this, if we stay at 2,000 to 2,200, and even if we put 75,000 on top and get to 3,000, you're still going to be at least 1,600 to 2,500 CFS below. Ballpark.
And the proposal doesn't change.
Oh, the proposal doesn't change based on whether it's dry or below normal. Yes.
926, so it is 926.
1-1. Yeah, if you go to 50%. Right.
Yeah, not 7.
I think Tim said 7 something. It's per their consultants. It's the inflow to New Malones is 926
Sorry,
to
I misspoke.
1 million. And it is correct on my slide. And the unimpaired inflow is between 1,050,000 and 1.2 million.
This before we get into other questions? All right. We may come back to this, but let me shift to another one. It's obviously been the most unusual. The most unusual 4 years people have seen in a long time. I think some of the players have made the point, though, Mr. Herrick, Mr. Schutz, and others, that it certainly is not unanticipated. And there are folks who wish there were, I suppose, no public trust flows at all, who also are concerned about how short a time period is. Why not earlier so that we could have a little more time to think about this? I mean, I have a guess. You're coming to us with something more interesting than you have in the past 3 crazy years where you have worked on stuff, but I think it's a fair question to ask.
Correct. And I think it is a fair question. This has been an area that we have been talking about since the expiration of the VAMP, is to, this table was difficult to envision as to how to get to it. I'm talking only of the pulse flows right now. So certainly the solution at the time was to enter into the VAMP, take the 10 years, collect the information. Reclamation and DWR, did take our parts, did provide cash. The districts of the River Authority did do the studies. Reclamation did take several years after the exploration of AMP to acquire some water from Merced to continue those flows. And we've continued to raise the concerns of how are we going to get through this, and it's only gotten worse given the drought. Because what has happened is at least there was other times when, let's say 2011 for example, there was more flow coming from the other two tributaries, just based on the fact they were more robust in terms of their storage, and their FERC requirements actually had some additional flows. So we weren't really talking about building the majority of the pulse flow out of the New Melones. And it's only gotten worse. And we've never called the question for a hearing, and I think, Mr. Herrick does make a point, a hearing format probably would be the type of thing we want to at least talk about, or a mini vamp or something as we go forward. And Reclamation would certainly like to get some certainty as to how to plan to move forward through the coming years until we get through the next phase with the Basin Plan Amendment.
How
Yeah.
about just even Friday as opposed to earlier in the year? Did you not see this coming?
I think we've been talking about it with regards to the drought planning and the contingency planning. This was certainly an area that was highlighted in the tables. A lot of our focus was on the concerns of the last couple of years about meeting delta outflow requirements. And now that those seem to be dealt with pretty effectively by the March rains, this is the last remaining area that this has been a concern. But being able to couch what is our proposal has been difficult to then figure out through working with the districts and with our fishery colleagues as to what can we propose. It's one thing to say, these aren't going to be realistic. We probably could have said that the day VAMP expired, but what is it appropriate for a given year? What is something we can bring to the board for consideration? I think has unfortunately been an ad hoc process.
I actually went back and reviewed my notes over the weekend on this and looked at my calendar. So like I said earlier, we started in November. I don't know if you would have wanted us in here in November or December. It was pretty gloom and doom at the time, and there was little or no water in New Melones. Ron and I had several phone calls in January, and January was nice, and things were looking good, and water year, and we looked at it, an average February and an average March, and at the time, if they had been average, we would have been pretty good. And then February nosedived, and we didn't know where we were going to be back again. So then March 1 came, and as soon as we figured out where we were kind of at after, I think our meeting with your staff was on March 9th, we laid this out to them in almost the detail that you have at this point in time. The hydrology's changed again since then. It's gotten better. But it was definitely a roller coaster year in trying to figure out what exactly we could bring to you that would make sense rather than ringing a fire bell and having a 911. And then in January, we didn't think we had a fire bell. And then back again at the end of February, we thought we did. So definitely an up and down year. I don't envy his job trying to meet his obligations and figure out what's the best time to start telling folks about this. So that's where we were from a planning process. I would say one thing about the water quality control plan though, if I may. You have a water quality control plan process going on right now, and I don't know if opening up the water quality control plan is a great idea at this time, because basically you'd have to open up the original 1995 water quality control plan. And then even if you got a water quality control plan and changed it, then you'd have to go through implementation. If there are ways that we think, or if you want to signal that, and Reclamation wants to push the issue, that we come up with some other way that in the interim we meet these type of flows on a contractual basis, we could probably do that. But trying to layer on a water quality control plan on an existing water quality control plan and have two simultaneous processes running, given everything else you folks have on your plate, I would find would be extremely difficult.
Well, but we could have a parallel process going on with the water quality control plan that
Yeah, but here's the problem.
staff is getting ready to release, and you
couldn't
could
do
have
it.
discussions for a multi-year agreement.
No, you couldn't do it. By the time, sorry, I mean, no disrespect
Question,
to
just
anybody
a
at the
question.
board and staff, but by the time you got done with a plan, did your CEQA document for it, went through a hearing on that process, just let's say we were going to change reclamation's requirement, you still have an implementation problem because when you come up with whatever numbers you want to come up with during the April-May pulse flow, how are you going to have an implementation hearing? So rather than do it twice, you might want to do it once and then signal reclamation or other people to see if they can do something on a voluntary basis that if doesn't get you all the way to these flows, it gets you almost to these flows or as close as possible. Otherwise, you're never going to get there.
I don't know if we're talking about two different things. So let's try this again. I understand what you're saying on having two water quality control plan processes going forward, the one that we're working on now, and then making a change just for this. But what about a multi-year contractual agreement? Is it that you're saying that we wouldn't be able to approve that unless?
We don't need your approval, nor do you want to give it your approval. What you would want to see is if you signaled reclamation that you weren't going to issue CDOs or ACLs against them, no offense, that you would signal them to go out and see if they could get the water community to put together a contractual arrangement that you think helps you get to where you can in the interim while your water quality control plan is getting done. That's what I was saying. I don't know if you want to signal that at all. I don't know if you want to take enforcement. That's entirely within your discretion.
Looking at Dana, I could be looking at Michael. You guys decide. One of the things that I'm hearing in the dialogue, and I know we're not going to resolve a water rights question sitting here right now, but as I heard the presentation and I've looked at it and talked a bit before today, you feel obviously constrained by the question of the accounting and figuring out the water rights. I know Mr. O'Loughlin said you don't want to go there, but that it would take forever or whatever, that it would get more detailed and you wouldn't get the answer you wanted, I think was what you said. Can you talk a little bit about our authorities? I mean, I know we can't snap our fingers and do public trust flows willy-nilly. I mean, even in the example cited, they're very long proceedings that become evidentiary unless we do emergency rulemakings, and those take a lot of time too. So in terms of what we can do this week, it sounds like we don't have a million options. We have yes, no, and yes with conditions that could, for example, be some or all of what the exemplar was, or it could be other things that we come up with. So just, can you help the room understand the legal context or what we should be thinking about, and then we'll sleep on it and maybe push envelopes one way or the other?
Sure. I think Diane covered this to some extent,
Yeah,
but
she did.
The districts have an agreement with reclamation. They also have their own water rights. They have multiple water rights. We don't know, State Water Board staff, as we sit here today, whose water it is in New Melones right now, whether it's reclamation's water, which is subject to D1641 requirements, or if it's the district's water, which is not. And reclamation and the districts appear to be in agreement that it's the district's water. We haven't made an independent evaluation of that, but accepting that for the time being, that means that there really isn't any water for reclamation under its own conditioned water rights to meet the Vernalis flows. So that does very much, in the short term at least, limit our options. All water rights are subject to the waste and unreasonable use doctrine and the public trust doctrine, including the district's water rights. But in order to modify a water right to implement those legal doctrines and require, for instance, bypass flows, we have to provide due process, which would mean some form of proceeding. It could conceivably be a rulemaking such as the Russian River frost regulations, or more likely it would be a quasi judicial adjudicatory proceeding to evaluate whether and how to amend water rights. And that is not a process that can be done quickly.
So under, is just to correct me if I have the procedure wrong, and the whole purpose of updating the water quality control plan is to update the water quality control plan, which for all the reasons that we've stated, it's old and out of date, needs to be updated. It'll be updated in some way, shape, or form as we're trying to catch up with the time lag we've had due to the drought and before we got the extra staff on board. And then figuring out how to do that plan will be the implementation process with the due process that you're talking about. And that's a ways down the road. As Diane said, even if we move quickly as we can, as we'd like to on the water quality control plan.
Right. I'm not the attorney assigned to the phase 1 of the B Delta plan update, but my understanding is that two of the issues that have come up over and over again during this workshop are being addressed through that planning process. That is the water year type and the indices, and to what extent San Joaquin River flows should be tied to hydrology on the Sacramento River side, and then also the need for flow contributions, not just from the Stanislaus and the New Melones unit to meet flows on the San Joaquin River. So those are two issues that are being addressed through that planning process, but once that process is completed, it's not self-executing. As you indicated, there will be a follow-on process to implement the updated objectives, assuming that they are updated in some fashion.
And the timing on that is roughly 2 to 3 years from now, correct?
I'm going to defer to Diane on
phase
timing.
Do phase 3 after phase
Yeah,
2.
I think it depends to some extent. I know there are some negotiations ongoing and other things that, that may reduce the time. I'm not sure, so I don't know that we can give a total estimate at this point, but I think 2 to 3 years is definitely realistic, and particularly given that this is likely, if there are not agreements, to be contentious, and it will have to go through the adjudicatory process and hearing process, and so that will take some time. And environmental review, a secret document, will be required that can largely take some information from the phase 1 document, but it will need to be an EIR that is project specific and not just programmatic. So there'll be more work to do for implementation.
So it seems to me that we've got a problem on our hands, regardless of how you look at it. And the thing that troubles me the most is looking at the charts with the red charts that show New Melones, just the continual drawdown, which of course we're in, successive dry years. But nonetheless, there is a challenge with storage at New Melones. And the proposal that we have before us, and I know we need to, sort through it and look at the pros and cons, but it seems to be a partial solution, not the solution. The solution is the water quality control plan. I just want to, for my colleagues, say that I think that it's important for us to, even if this is something that we support in the short run, I think it's important to send a signal out there to the community at large that we want to see creative solutions, because the water quality control plan is going to take several years. We don't know what the future holds. We don't know if we're going to have more dry years, but collaborative solutions that address in part the challenges that are before us, I think we should look at very closely. And the question that I have is on these conditions, and I don't object to trying to figure out, get more information on water rights and sorting through these issues. But the question that I would have for Mr. O'Laughlin in particular is on that slide where we had different conditions, Are any of those conditions, would any of those conditions present challenges for reclamation or for OID in South San Joaquin such that it would cause problems with this proposal going forward?
Were these the conditions on Diane's slide?
Right, that was
Proposed.
no
potential
consumptive use of Bureau water rights in this year, but instead keep Bureau water in storage to meet fall flows and carryover storage. There's a whole list. I don't know if we could
let's
get
do
that slide up.
Let's do number one first then. So based on the proposal and based on Reclamation's allocation the other day, Reclamation's project water will not be delivered to Central San Joaquin Water Conservation District or Stockton East. So there will be no consumptive use of project water at New Maloney's this year. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and then the second one, water right accounting of New Melones inflow and storage to identify Reclamation's water rights water.
That's the tough one because the question is, when do you start? Because we've been operating under a multi-year agreement in which we've changed our operations dramatically to assist reclamation. So I don't know how like, there were good statements earlier by other people. You know, whether I agree with them or disagree, you know, was there carryover storage? How much carryover storage was there? Whose carryover storage is that? Those kind of issues. So if you start a reservoir empty and take diversions, that's entirely different than a reservoir that's half full. That one is pretty next to impossible to determine. I can give you some rough accounting on what April and May would look like, but other than that, probably not.
Yeah, and I just think a dialogue about if we can't get down to every molecule, more information so that there's more transparency, and also getting some information about this conservation account. I mean, if that water weren't in a conservation account, then I suppose the water would have been diverted and used or sold. So there'd be less water in New Melones, which means even more of a problem for cold water and carryover storage. Now, that's just my very simple way of looking at it. But I think in an effort to get an accounting, we also need to have a better understanding about these agreements and any benefits that they provide, such that if you get a rough estimate on the accounting and there's some sense about the value of this conservation account, or whatever it is that staff's concerned about,
But
then
the conservation, just so we're clear, and I don't disagree with anything you said, the conservation account doesn't come into play this year. So the districts will take no water out of the conservation account this year, and it may come into play if you decide to fully order D1641 compliance for both the base flow and for the April-May pulse flow. We show water storage going down into the 160s. At that point in time, you would have encroached on the 200,000 that was in the conservation account. Our expectation is that will not occur this year under the proposal. So the conservation account is a non sequitur this year. We can explain it to your staff in greater detail, but it's not a component for operations this year.
That's what I think needs to happen, because I think there's this sense that there's this water that you're sitting on, and just getting more information about whether or not that's true and what's it based on. I mean, it's based on the combination of the water rights that you already have, right? The Old Melones, Tulloch.
If you read the 88 agreement, I think what the 88 agreement tried to do was to satisfy, to the degree possible, the district's prior rights over a period of years. Some years it's pretty good, some years it's not very good. But on the whole would be to meet that requirement. So we can go through that exercise and show you, but that's really the key. And the funny thing about it is, and Ron and I talk about this and have for several years, what we do ahead of time, and when we talk to Reclamation and work on these operation plans for the year, is on a day-to-day basis, you know, it might be 100% my water and 0% of his, but what we try to do is he tries to meet all the multiple demands that are put on reclamation. We try to meet our obligations. And then what we try to do is at the end of the year, make sure that the accounting that occurred throughout the year matches up. So when we get to September 30th, we feel pretty comfortable that our rights were met, his rights were met, and nobody got shorted, and the obligations were met. Is that a fair way to say it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, we do take a seasonal or full year approach, and it's because it is so difficult to match. Getting down the molecules is probably too fine a resolution, but even doing this on a daily or weekly basis is very difficult in trying to figure out what's being passed through in terms of the upstream operations. But ordinarily, things will work out pretty effectively per the stipulated agreement, that both parties tend to agree that the agreements have been met and no one's underlying rights have been compromised in one way or the other. I do think we could probably work with the staff to explain how this is working, but you know, the conservation account, although it's there for the districts to tap into, and it's a compensation for their use of their storage facilities that existed before New Maloney's, there's quite a few constraints on that as to how they can dip into that. And it's really literally a rainy day account. In the only year,
Or the opposite, right? Yeah.
in its inverse, only able to use that when the other components of the inflows don't match up.
Got it. Okay, and then the last question, even though it's not on this list, there's been some discussion about dissolved oxygen and maybe making some adjustments when fish are present. So could you comment on any conditions along those lines and how it would affect the proposal?
Well,
As well as the question of what it's based on. There was an allegation that it was a hunch. So.
well, first, it was always our intent that this would be more of a summertime, so not at a point when we had migratory fish going past Ripon. So in the outmigration period, it was not a proposal to change the dissolved oxygen, nor in the October timeframe when we might be in a position to do a traction pulse flow to bring fish upstream. Last year when we made this proposal, we did get concurrence from NOAA Fisheries with it, and we did do a biological review about the benefits for that, and we will certainly be able to go back and provide that to staff and those interested, which had a lot more than a hunch related to it from the biological standpoint.
One thing I'd like to add, if I could, is one of the benefits of this going forward is that I know people aren't happy with the amount of water that's going to be in storage. Some people think it needs to be less, and some people think it needs to be more. I'll just speak from the district's concern is that you know, we want the Bureau to get back on its feet, and we want the Bureau to meet its obligations under the OCAP-BO. So if we operate pursuant to the proposed TUCP, there will be sufficient water in storage next year so that reclamation can meet the OCAP-BO RPAs moving forward through the October pulse flow period and into the following springtime period, which is of great benefit to them and to us and to the world, that they know what exactly they're going to get as far as flows.
But what happens if next year is worse than last year?
Yeah, I know. That's an ongoing.
I come from Southern California, so I'm a little out of my element. But this happened on the Colorado, and all the lower basin states had to work out a shortage agreement, which has turned out not to be short enough. We've just got to go there. I mean, because it's just not looking good over the long term, and we've got enough examples all over the West that this is not, it's just not working. This kind of robbing Peter to pay Paul, we can fudge around, but in the end, it's just not working.
I would agree. I would give you only a little bit of solace in your statement in that on the previous slides that Diane provided as well as us, that Some of our upstream storage will be replenished, so going into next water year, you will see releases coming out of New Spicer, Donnells, and Beardsley that will start flowing in October of next year, which will help go to make next year hopefully a little bit better starting out than what we started out with last year. But, you know, like you said, that's a small increment in this big picture, and that's not, if we run into another 2015 year, yeah, it's going to be tough.
Water quality control planning process, because then we have the process. Any questions?
Sorry, I'm leafing through the document. And aside from that one brief paragraph on page 6, under section C, the changes will not result in unreasonable impacts to fish and wildlife other in-stream uses. Are there any other analysis or data provided to substantiate that?
We are currently working on a biological review associated with this through NOAA Fisheries and Fish and Wildlife Service, but we did want to get the petition to the board with the package now. This is a bit of a lessons learned from last year. Last year we waited until we went through that whole biological review and had that in hand to bring it to the board, and that just had an additional shortening of the time that you all had to think it through. So
when should we expect that?
I would say next week, if not the latter part of this week. We're currently working with NOAA Fisheries on this as it relates to some of the pumping aspects of this, but the hard part is we seem to have a consensus that the flows that we're proposing are again better than if we didn't do the augmentation question. I think a lot of people would say, well, sure, if you had 4,000 or 5,000 CFS of a pulse flow, that's great. But if it all came from New Melones, that has some other detrimental effects. So particularly, I think on temperatures, particularly. And we would, you know, again, depending on which hydrology you wanted to kind of project out through the rest of summer and for the snow melt, we could be in a position where we're at a lesser storage at the end of September than we were this last year, which had all kinds of other ancillary problems.
I think the only thing, Board Member Doduk, that we provided was the temperature results. So we provided that. So we're at 65 at 90%. We're at 64 at 75%. If you if you did require them reclamation to meet the D1641 requirements, you know, our graph shows that would be roughly somewhere around 68, 69 degrees at Goodwin.
One item that we didn't finish on it's up on the board right now, is the last one, identification of how USBR, and so I'm looking at Ron, will address compliance issues going forward until the Bay Delta Plan update and implementation are complete. Now that's about 4 years of stuff. So over the next 4 years, do you, if you were required to identify how you will address compliance issues, could you do that?
I think that goes to something similar that Tim kind of outlined, which is, can we go to basically build with our stakeholders, what is a plan? What is something we can cobble together and see what's realistic? And whether it's in the form of a contract or what have you, or it's a VAMP 2 or something like that. I think we're very interested in doing that because we don't see this going away. I think there is a period of time where this is going to be in play because it is going to take, you know, literally years to get through a new basin plan amendment. So that would be how we would probably approach that, and we would bring together the partners that we've already cobbled together for this year and talk it through with our fish agency folks as to what do you think we can accomplish, and you know,
probably elicit some discussion with the tributaries on but basically the Stanislaus and the Merced, and see where they see the continuum. But they're also looking at, this is a twofold component. One is just the difficulty has been meeting the pulse flow, and I'm again focusing on that, and getting back on our feet, so to speak, from the conditions we've had on the San Joaquin for the last couple of years. So, I mean, part of our difficulty is if you look at the flows past Mace Road before we even get to the confluence with the Stanislaus, those flows are incredibly low. And even though the D1641, or excuse me, the 60-20-20 index that DWR will put out may say dry or even below normal, we certainly aren't seeing those kinds of flows that are kind of adding to anything we can provide at the mouth of the Stanislaus. So I do think we're going to want to take a little broader basin perspective here to be able to think how we would get through the next 4 or 5 years. So I think if, that would be how we would have to respond to that. And I think we probably are envisioning that this is something we would want to do regardless of whether it's a condition or not.
Right, oh,
Yeah.
go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I had one other question on the same page. Aside from the argument that a reduction in the release of stored water would not result in loss of supply to downstream diverters, is there any additional analysis with respect to the claim that there will be no impact on other legal users?
Well, at the moment, other than the downstream folks was our primary concern when we were writing that up. In terms of our obligations to legal users as they relate to within the basin, we think that we are consistent with the rights of those individual districts. Obviously, the availability of water to, let's say, Stockton East or Central San Joaquin are kind of subservient to what's the water available to the project. And certainly until we get some resolution to this particular question, Reclamation doesn't think we've got a mass balance that we're going to be able to make water available to those customers.
Can I add on just real quickly, Board Member Dodak? It's very interesting in D1422 and 1485. Basically, the releases that occur during the summertime are expected to meet the riparian demand on the Stanislaus River. So we're back to this question again, which is a fascinating question, and I don't want to, I'll say the word water fix and then I won't mention it again. But one of the interesting points
All run out of the room?
I know, everybody's gone now. So one of the interesting points about this question is a water quality release a water right expectation for downstream users? So let's say hypothetically you had 40, call it 5,000 CFS was the objective, and they come in and you grant them a temporary urgency change petition and only 2,500 shows up. Is a legal user of water entitled to water quality control plan flows that are there for fish? It's an interesting question.
But are they entitled to the water, for the flows to meet the water quality standards? I see Mr. Herrick standing in the back here.
Well, no, and so actually John and I have been through this numerous times, which has always been kind of funny to me, is if you're releasing water quality flows in the summertime from stored water, which this would be, to meet a salinity objective at Vernalis, the beneficial use was for ag. But what's funny about that, if truly stored water is being released, riparians aren't entitled to pick up stored water. So it kind of is oxymoronic that you're releasing stored water to meet an objective.
He just called you a moron, Mr. Herrick.
No, I didn't. I think John would agree with that, but I think John, but it's a fascinating question because, and we brought this up back in 1995 plan, and you have it again with your the State Water Project complaint and stuff, which is if water is being released to meet a water quality objective, that takes place under a Port of Cologne water quality. It's not a water right. So the question is, who has what water right entitlement to what water at what point in time, and when is that water abandoned? So if they meet Vernalis, is that water abandoned and subject to other appropriate? It's very convoluted. It's a workshop in itself. It'd be fascinating to discuss, but I'm sure we'll take that up at another point in time.
But you would agree that reducing the flow will impact the water quality downstream?
No, basically this year, the salinity objective will be met. So if you consider flow as a water quality objective, yes, clearly we will have less flow. But if you're talking about some other parameter of water quality, that would not be correct.
So I assume then in your submission, you have analysis to show that the flows that you are proposing will achieve the salinity objectives at Vernalis?
Let me put it this way, we would concur that we will meet the Vernalis salinity objectives. So if we fully believe that these flows would be more than adequate to meet the objectives, certainly during the pulse flow period. And then if we had, and last year we watched this very closely because we were very concerned with the reduced flows if we were going to have a concern with salinity as we progress through the summer. And it didn't seem to come up as a problem. We had very small amount of flow, and there may have been some salinity, let's say at Mace Road, associated with that, but it didn't take much to dilute that. So we think that this would be a small amount of water to meet the salinity objectives at Vernalis. So if we need to condition this, that we would continue to add incremental flows to meet the salinity requirements of Vernalis, I think that's certainly reasonable.
They did submit an analysis of the salinity effects.
Oh, yeah,
correct?
we did.
Yeah, so we do have that.
We have a
It
base.
shows compliance with Vernalis, not the interior Southern Delta salinity objectives, which is a whole nother Pandora's box of issues that we probably don't want to get into right now.
I don't want to be responsible, but the analysis we did that's in our PowerPoint and then submittal to your staff, Dan ran it. Granted, and it's with the caveat again, and I told Mr. Herrick this already, it's with the caveat that we don't know what these accretion flows are going to end up looking like. So actually, in a strange way, the less flow at Maze makes it easier to meet water quality because when you're sending out dilution flows from the Stanislaus, the less water with salinity in it that comes past Maze, you need less flow from the stand to meet it. That's why we're not concerned about meeting salinity during the summertime.
Mr. Herrick, you came up and then you back down.
I don't want to get into a back and forth argument forever, but I'm dying to know what you were going to say too.
I get that a lot. If the base flow, which has not been met, had been met, then we wouldn't have had our slight violations at Vernalis. So the notion that we don't really need an additional analysis of future conditions, I think is false. I won't get into the other South Delta standards either, but if everybody can go back and read the 1995 Water Quality Control Plan, Brant Bridge and Vernalis are both specifically singled out as being probably met through flows, not other measures. And so whether or not anybody wants to do that or will do that, increased flows at certain times will go a long way to meet standards both at Vernalis and further downstream. But I think the point is for TUCP, there should be an extensive analysis of that, not a minimal analysis.
I have one more question again. I'm trying to illuminate as many things as we can as we sleep on it, work on it tonight, give Tom feedback. Paint a picture. Hello.
I'm just
really
average citizen, so I would, when you're done, I would like to make a comment and ask a question.
I will give you 30 seconds to do that because we're going to wrap. Honestly, because you
Could I have
you
as
had
much
your
time as the gentleman who
no.
just left the microphone?
No, you
I can't? Just because I'm a average citizen.
He's an average citizen too.
Okay, good, great. So give us both same amount of time.
Please. I mean, we had a question. We wanted to know the answer. We could be here all night. But I'm going to let you have 30 seconds to say what you're dying to say,
Good.
and then I'm going to get back to my
Great.
questions, and
Thank-
we're going to wrap.
Thank you very much. Huge issue, right?
Yeah.
40 years, we haven't made any improvements to our water system in the state. Population continues to grow, business grows, more and more demand, maybe more.
I'm sorry, but we have made improvements. But
That have kept up with the increasing demand? No. And like you said, perhaps things are going to get worse. So this is a very complicated, very legalistic system. Why don't you look at the extreme need fish? This is all wrapped around fish. They don't have a constitutional right to life, liberty, and justice. People do, right? There are huge ongoing impacts to people. Stop the bleeding, stop the required fish flows. It is doing tremendous damage. It will only get worse. Take some bold steps and do something that's really meaningful. You have the opportunity to be heroes to the citizens of California. All right?
Thank you very much. Reasonable minds can differ about that. But here's what the last thing I'd like you to paint for me, and actually for the folks listening. Give me the decline scenario. What happens? Where do we end up? What I'm trying to do is look at the law, look at the rules, and look at reality. Where are we? We've illuminated our tools and whether they're limited or not, and we'll try and illuminate them in terms of, if we could wave a magic wand and make a lot of things differently, we would, including not having had this drought. We have a lot on deck that we need to do, but I want to understand the consequence in the real world of just saying no. What would that mean? There are folks who have said, just follow 1641, the letter is there, that's what you all said way back when, but you can do that and not be cognizant of the actual real world impacts. You've talked about them, some of you have talked about it before, but if someone can succinctly, and I'm just talking to the five of you sitting right there, and certainly Tom or Michael, if you want to add anything, that'd be fine. Paint a picture of the choice that we have to help Tom with.
So I think if we decline to approve the TUCP, then we'd have to see what reclamation and the districts decide to do in response. If they decide to meet D1641, then there's nothing further to do. If they decide not to, then the board is faced with a compliance situation in which we determine what, if anything, we wanted to do from a compliance perspective. And of course, the board has enforcement discretion as far as those issues are concerned. And so determining whether we would take any enforcement action, I think we'd have to take a look at the water right responsibility issues and try to do a determination of whether reclamation has water rights, whether they had the capability of meeting the requirements, and then we, figure out whether something like a cease and desist order or a notice of violation or something like that's appropriate.
I actually wasn't thinking legal. I was thinking real world impact, amount of water, what would happen, what wouldn't be there later in the year.
Let me give you an idea. It's on.
No, but I wanted it explained in plain English for the folks who are listening. Not everybody can read charts or is looking at the chart. I'm looking for a really short.
I'll give it to you, or I'll try my best. So
I want to understand our options in terms of what the real impact of them is.
So you have in front of you a TUCP, which leave aside the DO and some sundry little things. Basically what it seeks is relief from the February through June base flow requirements in the April-May pulse flow. Don't disagree with your staff, somewhere around 350,000 acre feet. So you could deny the TUCP and you can say, nope, you're done. I entirely agree with Diane. Reclamation would go back and figure out whether or not reclamation is going to then meet the TUCP. And if they decided to meet it, then the chart graph that I gave you, New Maloney storage at the end of month September would be down around 160, ballpark, plus or minus, okay? So that's a possibility. Or reclamation could go back and say, we're not going to meet it. We're not required to meet it. Then you're going to be stuck with the OCAP BO RPA flows, which are roughly about 720 CFS during the April-May pulse flow period, and that would be pretty much it. So you're that's it for them. Now, Oakdale and South San Joaquin are not part of the TUCP. we were in on the 2016 operation plan, but our water rights aren't affected by D1641. They're not affected by the OCAP BO. We have no regulatory requirements to do any of this. So at that point in time, we do have a signed contract. It would be, if you denied it, it would be interesting to see if NOAA would still then go ahead with flexing the EI ratio to allow the water to move or not during the time period. And that's pretty much it. Did that capture it?
I think so, but I think in terms of the
Impact
question.
on fall pulse flows.
Well, I think what would happen, I think Tim is right, if we were to take that increment of volume of water and it came all out of New Maloney's, which is where the only thing reclamation would have control over, I think we would be down to 160, 150 into September. I think temperatures on the Stanislaus would be significantly higher than what we've included in the proposal. So we would have that concern, and I do think that at that point we'd be in a pretty low state because I'm not sure what the districts have proposed would be part of that release. So their use may be a little higher, so we might be getting further and further down. I think the question is then, do we have another discussion come October? Does reclamation really have water to release for a pulse flow in October? And my instinct tells me that there's going to be 200,000 acre feet on account in the conservation account with the districts, and we're going to be below 200,000. So there's a really strong case to be made that reclamation, where is the water that you're making the release for October for a pulse flow? Currently with this, we have a pretty firm agreement with the districts that yes, reclamation, you will have water available. We're all in agreement to make the October pulse flow.
I think.
But if there's no water in the dam, or relatively little water in the dam, what does that do for your guys?
Well, on September 30th, October 1st, we'd start a new water year. So, and we avoided this last year by doing the agreement. I'm not threatening anybody. I don't want anybody to get that we're set in stone on this or anything, but one of the positions we would probably take is reclamation, you violated our conservation account, and oh, by the way, any water flowing into New Maloney's reservoir right now is ours too, and under our senior water rights, we would be entitled to take it. And so at that point in time, then we run into this problem again about trying to meet the OCAP BO RPA flows for October, the October pulse flow. And then not only that, because everybody knows this, it's going to remain kind of dry up until October or November. And then, we're going to be getting water into New Maloney's. But if you understand that water is coming from upstream reservoirs, that water counts to the district's water rights first, then we're back in this position again that are we going to have a fight with NOAA about the OCAP BO RPA flows and whether or not we meet them and whose water goes down the river. And quite frankly, I'll be honest with you, the districts want to avoid that fight. We don't want to get into a legal quagmire between reclamation, you, and NOAA about ESA, D1641, public trust, and these other issues. I mean, I'll be just straight up front about it. We think we have is it a great solution? Probably not, depending on where you sit. Is it kind of middle of the road? Yeah, it's kind of middle of the road. But given where we're at and what might happen next year, our concern is if we let down a whole lot more water than this and next year it turns dry, things are only going to be even worse than what they are now. We don't have the flexibility that they have up in the Sacramento system with the runoff that's occurred in the reservoir storage up there. So I don't know if it's perfect, but it kind of gets us in the middle.
Other questions or thoughts?
Just a quick one, and it's a thought and a question. I kind of view this as a building block. Tom Birmingham said that he viewed it as a collaborative solution, maybe a model that could be used depending on, multi-year or settlements through the water quality control plan, that sort of thing. And we've heard a lot about multiple benefits, fish flows, cold water, maintaining some storage. And we heard from the state and federal contractors about the potential for water transfers. But what we haven't heard about is what does the district plan on doing with the money? And I know that in these transfers in the past, you've put water back into the district, conservation measures, pressurized systems. So what do you plan on doing with the dollars? And then what could, rather than me saying it, could you comment on a vision into the future on these water transfers to put money back into the river, habitat projects, and things that will help improve the situation for fish?
Well, I have confidentiality agreements, but I don't think I'll be speaking too much out of school. We've had ongoing discussions with the export community about shared incentives, about trying to bypass the regulatory requirements and see if we can come up with some type of flow component that water could be released on a fish-friendly schedule and be paid for by the export agencies, whether it provides a direct benefit to export, whether it helps meet X2, whether it helps meet OMR, or whether it pushes water back up into storage. So those discussions are ongoing. We'll see where those turn out. Oakdale has basically taken all the money that it earned in VAMP and elsewise and put it into its system was in disrepair. It was 100 plus years old. It's all going into modernization and conservation. There's a component of what we're trying to do here. The district has a on-farm conservation program going, a pilot program going this year, where we're trying to get 3,000 acres compliant with SB 7XX. So if they fallow their land, we're going to pay them money, and then they're going to do, all that money goes on farm for on-system improvements to become compliant. South San Joaquin's used their system. I think some of you have seen it, to pressurize their systems and do other mainline canal system improvements. So in Oakdale, basically, out of the money that will be made, almost all of it's going to go into the ground or into the dirt or into the system. So that's what's going to happen with the water, with the money. How, in the larger context, it's no secret, and we've been talking to you folks, have ongoing discussions with the resource agencies and others, is how do you marry up trying to get multiple beneficial uses of water to meet fish flow requirements, meet transfer provisions. And I'll just throw this out there, this has been a thing that's driving me crazy for 25 years, is we have to come up with a system where we try to look at water availability, not in the absolute sense of use it and lose it. So like on the Stanislaus right now, if you don't use it, you kind of lose it. And from my perspective, whether it's the fishery agencies, whether it's the districts or whomever, if we could incentivize people to conserve water and push water back up into storage, and this is one of the things we're talking about in the shared incentives program, if they have stored water up in New Maloney's that's then accessible at other year types and in other time periods, then it has a higher value and can move and meet other requirements, which then feeds the cycle again and bringing that money back into districts who need money for system improvements in SBX 7XX and conservation to conserve water, which then feeds back into more water being pushed up into the reservoir, which starts the cycle all over again. It's a much more robust and much more practical resolution, because once you get a regulatory requirement, people meet the regulatory requirement and they stop. And then everybody goes to their separate corners and tries to keep as much water as they can.
Add to the actual conservation, transfer, in-stream flow dedication kind of exceptions to use it or lose it, something else.
Yeah, so if you can incentivize people to conserve water, I get it from a regulatory perspective. You've had the drought and you've had to use, no offense, I'm going to use this term, kind of more of a hammer than sugar, and telling people you're going to meet these requirements. But as we move forward in the context of trying to do these things, and especially on these reservoir systems, if you incentivize people to conserve water, you have to say, it's not, I'm going to regulatory take it. It's like, I'm going to let you conserve it. Maybe you can use it next year when things are dry. Maybe you can transfer some of that water. Maybe it can go to a fishery. And those deals, or groundwater banking or whatever program you want, that's the incentives that we have to provide. and I understand the regulatory component. I'm not opposed to it, but I think in the long run, we're better off if we have that component. And that's why Mr. Birmingham and Matt and us have been talking about these things for the last couple of years.
Questions? All right, you've given us, this has been very robust and given us a lot to think about. I can probably argue everybody's point of view. The challenge we have is to figure out what to do about it and to give our input to Tom, which then of course people can protest ultimately. And I'm glad we had this ahead of time. I wish we had, in retrospect, I wish we had done it all last year. I know folks had asked us to. And I'm concerned about the timing. I'm trying not to spend the whole time beating ourselves up for being late on the water quality control plan, because it's obvious that that's the most important thing we have to do. But we have been dealing with the worst drought in modern history, so a lot of things have gone undone. But we're on deck to do it now, which is an important thing. So I think we just have to figure out what to do based on reality and figuring out how to do something that moves forward. I want to do a little more reading, and I want to really sort it out and sleep on it. I just want to know if Tom, you or Michael want to say anything to illuminate our thoughts overnight. You don't have to, but.
No.
Nothing? No? It's all been said? All right. All right. Well, then thank you all very much. Actually very helpful. I can't wrap it up with a bow yet, but very helpful. Thank you very, very much. And watch your email, because I'll probably send you a whole list of things. Night. Okay, with that, we still have closed session on our agenda, and we have board member reports. What would you like to do?
Madam Chair, since we've lost Member Moore, is it possible to continue our closed session tomorrow? Is he coming back?
I don't think
I do not know if he is coming back, but it is possible. I don't know the board members' schedules or availability tomorrow morning, but we could resume with the closed session in the morning if the board wanted to continue the board meeting until then. Alternatively,
I'm here, but I have a presentation. I'd have to get out of here by like 9:45.
I'm sorry, you need to be done by 11:45?
No, 9:45, 9:30, 9:45. I have a presentation.
I don't know what time Member Moore will be here.
Usually it's not till 9.
Ah.
Oh, and I'm not here till 10.
I would
Member Moore won't be here tomorrow morning anyway. Then I would suggest we go ahead and meet.
But I think the open question was whether or not to do the board member reports now or just adjourn to close or retire to closed session.
Retire to closed session, and then.
I vote for retiring to closed session right now.
Yeah, that would work. Can you give me a ride to the train station when we're done? I'll take
Absolutely.
the later train.
Okay, so the board will resume the closed session that began earlier today with the two items that are noticed on the closed session agenda. Although at this point in time, it will be the staff who are coming down for the item noticed for the Office of Chief Counsel for the California Water Fix